ሰላም ጤና ይስጥልኝ ውድ የቻናሌ ቤተሰቦች፣ ዛሬም እንደተለመደው ጠቃሚ መረጃ ነው ይዤላችሁ የመጣሁት። ከዛ በፊት ግን የቻናሌ ቤተሰብ ያልሆናችሁ ሰብስክራይብ በማድረግ ቤተሰብ እንድትሆኑ በአክብሮት ጠይቃለሁ። የቻናሌ ቤተሰብ የሆናችሁ ደግሞ ይህን ቪዲዮ ላይክ እና ሼር በማድረግ ጀምሩ። ለቻናሉ አዲስ የሆናችሁ ከዚህ በፊት የተሰሩ ብዙ ቪዲዮዎች አሉ፣ ስለ ነፃ ኢንተርኔት አጠቃቀም ብዙ ቪዲዮዎች አሉ። እሱን ቪዲዮ ወደ ኋላ ሄዳችሁ መመልከት ትችላላችሁ ማለት ነው። ብዙ ጊዜ ብዙ ሰው በኮሜንት ነፃ ኢንተርኔት የሚሰሩ ፋይሎችን እንዴት አድርገን ክሬት ማድረግ እንችላለን ብላችሁ ጠይቃችሁኛል። በዛሬ ቪዲዮ ነፃ ኢንተርኔት የሚሰሩ ፋይሎችን እንዴት አድርገን ክሬት ማድረግ እንችላለን የሚለውን የሚያሳይ ብቻ ሳይሆን 100% እርግጠኛ ሆኜ የምነግራችሁ። ይህን ቪዲዮ እስከ መጨረሻ ካያችሁ የራሳችሁን አፕ እና የራሳችሁን ሶፍትዌር ቡልድ ማድረግ ትችላላችሁ። እናም ደግሞ ስለ ሃኪንግ እና ስለ ኮዲንግ ብዙ እውቀት ታገኛላችሁ። ዛሬ ጠቃቀሙን ነው ማሳያችሁ። ስቴፑን ጃምፕ ሳታደርጉ መከታተል ትችላላችሁ ማለት ነው። ቀጥታ ወደ ቪዲዮ።
It's all right. So in this age, with the astronomical increase in cybercrime and cyber criminals, with all thieves or criminals finding their way to the internet or computer, it is only wise that individuals as well as savvy business owners learn what it takes to be able to protect themselves, their resources and businesses from cyber crimes or cyber thefts. So whether it is your desire to learn ethical hacking just for the sake of protecting yourself and your resources from cyber theft, or you intend learning ethical hacking for the sake of pursuing a career in cyber security, so you could be hired as a cyber security personnel, land a good job as a cyber security personnel, whatever those purposes are, so long it is a good purpose for learning it, this course is definitely the perfect course for you. You are learning your hacking for the sake of protecting yourself and your resources. This is the perfect course for you. Now, this course does not assume any prior knowledge of programming. So, as such, you first of all be taking, but however, in as much as that is, you require a the knowledge of a programming language to be able to create your own custom ethical hacking tool. Okay, so as such, in this course, you first of all be taken through the Python programming language, which is one of the most popular and the highest in demand programming language, and one of the most effective programming language for ethical hacking. So you first of all be taught a Python programming language from the basic to advanced, so an intermediate level. All right. Then after the learning Python, you'll be taught how to set up your ethical hacking lab effectively, a testing lab or laboratory. And once you are done with setting up your lab, we'll go on to show you how to be able to create different ethical hacking tools using the Python programming language that you have learned. And that is it. So it is with that, on that note, that I welcome you officially to this awesome and special course on Python ethical hacking. In this particular lesson, I want to quickly explain to you the meaning of hacking and ethical hacking. Now, what is hacking? Hacking, in its simplest definition, simply means identifying and exploiting the weaknesses or the vulnerabilities of a particular computer system or network with the intent of gaining unauthorized access to it. I come again. Hacking is identifying and exploiting the vulnerabilities of a particular computer system or network, ultimately with the intent of gaining unauthorized access to it. All right, with that defined, now I want to talk about briefly the types of hacking. Now, I will define hacking in the last slide. So what are the different types of hacking? We have mainly three types of hacking. We have the black hat hacking, white hat hacking, gray hat hacking. Now, what is black hat hacking? Black hat hacking is ultimately hacking with the intent of malicious with intent of malicious attack or for malicious reason, in order to ultimately for a personal gain. Ultimately, most of the time is for financial gain purpose. Then the white hat hacking is hacking with the intent of discovering the vulnerability or the weakness of a particular computer system or network, and ultimately reporting that weakness or vulnerability to the organization or the person involved. Then there's what we call gray hat hacking. Gray hat hacking is a combination of the black hat and the white hat. Now, what do we mean by the combination? The gray hat hacker gains unauthorized access now without the permission of the person or the organization involved. Now, but it doesn't actually have the same motive as the black hat hacker. It doesn't have a personal gain motive, although even though he may have some gain, but not this, with the same intent as a black hat hacker. In that when the gray hat hacker hacks a system, discovers a vulnerability in a particular computer system, what he or she does is to report, it could report the vulnerability to the organization, and then maybe the advise organization on how to protect the system or the network from the malicious attackers. Okay, then some of the gray hat hackers can also be doing this just for the fun of it. So they may not, they don't hack through the system with a malicious intent or for personal gain intent, just like the black hat hacker. All right, then going over now to the main topic which this course covers, which is ethical hacking. We're talking about Python ethical hacking. Now, ethical hacking, what is it all about? It falls into the category which we call, which have been talked about, the white hat hacking. Now, the essence is that the skill of an ethical hacker is to be able to identify the vulnerability, the weakness of a particular computer system or a network, then with the intent of reporting that vulnerability or weakness to the organization or the person involved. Okay, and he has the permission to be able to do that. And of course, in order to be able to do that, he has to use the same tools in which the other type of hackers use. The ethical hacker uses the same tools, the hacking tools in which the black hat and the gray hat hackers use to be able to discover this vulnerability, to be able to test the loopholes in which the malicious attackers would exploit, so that the organization can, once the organization knows about it, they'll be able to secure themselves from such attack before time. Okay, so this is it. Then this is the definition of hacking, and we have seen the different types of hacking, then also the meaning of ethical hacking. So in the next lesson, we'll be looking into the legal issues concerning hacking. All right, so this is the end of this particular lesson. So over to the next video. So in the last lesson, the last video, I did tell you where we talked about the types of hacking and the different types of hacking, that even as an ethical hacker, the ethical hacker still makes use of the same tools in which the black hat and the gray hat hacker uses. But ultimately, the difference is that is in the intent, and that the ethical hacker has a permission, often obtains the permission of the individual or the organization involved to be able to do the hacking, to be able to make use of those tools on the system. Okay, now in as much as that is an individual could want to learn, someone could want to learn this course for the intent of using it for malicious attacks, and if that is your intention, the essence of this particular lesson is to let you know that there are legal considerations, there are penalties based on the different laws of different countries on ethical hacking, especially hacking without the permission of an organization or an individual. So you hack into an organization or an individual's system or network, and you are caught after investigation based on the level of your harm that you have done into the organization or the individual. You will be penalized accordingly. In some countries, you can the charges for imprisonment. The imprisonment charge can go from anywhere from 5 years to as much as 10 years imprisonment. Then on the other hand, some of them could go for with an option of fine up to $50,000 fine. So if you are intending to, the essence of learning this course is for you to use it for malicious purposes, which this course is not all about. It's about ethical hacking. You want to learn it for that purpose, you need to put that into serious consideration, because you are going to be fine. And of course, we disclaim ourselves. We are not. This course does not promote the illegal usage of hacking skill, hacking into an organization's system without permission. So if you get caught, you will be fully penalized by the law. And different laws, it depends on the kind of the level of the degree of the harm you do to an organization system. You'll be penalized accordingly. So like I said already, up to, in some countries, up from 5, you can get anything from 5 to 10 years jail term for unethical hacking, and up to $50,000 fine. So that is just it. So based on, you have to get that handy as you plan on taking a career in ethical and hacking or cyber security. So that is that. So that is just the little consideration that we need to draw before we move further to other parts of the lesson. So that is us over to the next lesson. So in this lesson, we want to look at the reason why you should choose the Python programming language for ethical hacking. All right. Now, number one, that Python is an open source high-level programming language, which means the source code are free for you to use without having to obtain license from anyone. It is free of charge to use. Then the high-level being a high-level programming language, unlike the low-level programming language, the Python code, the syntax are very close to English language, and which makes it very readable, and also brings us to point number 2, which makes it very easy to learn. Okay, and that is the reason why most developers make use of Python, because of the easy the syntax are very easy to learn, the readability, and the fact that it's very easy to learn. So it's become very attractive for both beginners and advanced developers alike. All right, then Python has very powerful modules and libraries for hacking. So as a hacker in this context of hacking, so the reason you want to choose the Python programming language is that it has powerful modules that can help you, modules or libraries that can help you with your ethical hacking adventure with ease. Okay, we have ethical hacking libraries or modules such as HashLib, Nmap, which is network mapper, network S, Pulsar, and etc. So which means and also it also makes it very easy for you to be able to develop your own custom hacking ethical hacking script. Then apart from hacking, Python is also a general purpose programming language which has application in different fields of development. You can use Python for web development, you can use Python for desktop app development, you can use Python for artificial intelligence, you can use it for data science, and a whole lot of it. So Python, learning the Python programming language presents you with a whole lot of opportunities apart from ethical hacking. All right. Then Python has a very large community, a support community that can help you in case you run into any challenge while developing your code or your application. So you can easily get help from these several communities online. Okay, so these are the reasons why you should want to choose the Python programming language for your ethical hacking. All right, so in the next lessons, we'll be looking at how to set up the Python development environment on Windows. We'll first see how to download Python and install it. Then we'll also be able to, then the other lesson we'll talk about how to install an IDE so that we can be able to learn the Python programming language from basic to an intermediate level before we go over to the other part of the ethical hacking lessons properly. So now this is the end of this lesson. So over to the next right now. In this lesson, we want to see how to install Python, the Python programming language on our Windows machine before we start off with the other part of the Python lesson. So in order to install Python to your machine, the first thing you need to do is to open your browser. Now I will be using Google Chrome. I have it already open now. So I go to Google Chrome, then visit Google, www.google.com. That is the quickest approach. So you just type Python download. Python download. So now this opens the Python website here. So we'll visit it. That is python.org. So we can be able to download the latest version for Windows. So here we are. Download. It shows here, say download the latest version for Windows. So we just click on this place. That is Python 3.11.1. So it's downloading now to my machine. So we'll just wait a little, just a few minutes. It will soon be downloaded. So it's downloaded right now. So just show where it is downloaded. Show folder. go to the place now. So let's just take it down to the desktop to make it easier for us. I will just take it to the desktop. I copy it to the desktop to install it on our machine. So just double click and just follow the installation wizard. So here it goes. To say okay, there it tells us the version is we are about to install Python 3.1 11.1 64 bits version. So we just go ahead. So let's look at the other thing. Say okay, add to path. Let's check you have to check the add to path so that you can easily be able to call Python from from the command prompt, and it will answer easily. So say custom installation. You click on custom installation, leave everything the way they are by default, and click next. Okay, we'll leave the rest of the thing the way they are like that. Okay, so we just follow the default settings and that will be enough. We'll just wait for the installation to be complete. It shouldn't take much time. Just patiently wait, then it will install on our machine. Once the installation is done, we'll be able to check it out using our command prompt. Okay, so just waiting for the installation to get done. All right. Okay, so it's installing Python development libraries and all the standard library. So we just wait a little while. The installation will soon be complete, and we'll have Python on our Windows machine for learning the Python programming language before proceeding to the other part of the course on ethical hacking. All right, so let's just wait a while for the installation process to be complete. All right, it's almost done with installation. The installation is about getting done. So just a little wait and it will be done. All right, the installation process is going on. It will soon be get done. All right, so it now say setup was successful. Once you see this now, it means Python installation is done. So, and it has been added to the path. So just close. Now to check if Python is really indeed running on your machine, just click on this place. If you're using Windows 10, then just type cmd, and okay, and it brings the command prompt for you to just check if your Python is installed on your machine. Just type py, and that's it. It shows Python is here. It brings in the Python command line dialog. Yeah. Okay. Then here we have Python 3.11 and the rest of them. So you can go ahead now and start working with Python here. You see now 1 + 1 is 2, and that is it. So we have Python already installed on our Windows machine. So this is just it's very simple. So I repeat the process again. It's just simply you go to your browser. You can go to python.org straight away, or you can go through Google to make it easier. Just type Python, download, just like I did. All right. Then from there it led us to the main Python website. So you could just come straight here and just type python.org/downloads, and it brings you here. You download the one for your operating system. In this case, we are using Windows. There is a version for Windows, there is a version for Linux, there is a version for Mac OS and others. But hence we are using the Windows. Want to learn from the Windows here. I downloaded the version for Windows, and you saw it. Once downloaded, just take it to where it will be easy. You can actually do the installation from the download folder, but I just have to move it to the desktop. Then once we are done here, we now have Python installed on our machine, and that was how we found out if there's Python. Now by just typing py, we're able to see that Python is already installed. So this is just it's very simple to install Python on your machine. The ID you want to install, like I said before in the last lesson, is Visual Studio Code. So to do that, you can actually also make use of Google too to make your to make it faster. So just write VS Code download on your Google search box. So here we go. So we are going to move down to select the one for our version. I'm working with Windows, so I'm going to download VS Code for Windows. So it's downloading right now. Very easy to download. Once it's done, we are done installing VS Code on our machine. On the system, the next thing we need to add is we'll now look for the Python extension and add to it so that we'll be able to use it for our Python coding instead of making use of PyCharm. All right. So it's a very good alternative to PyCharm. Using VS Code for Python is a very good alternative to PyCharm. All right. So I'm going to show it like I did the last video. So just cut it to the desktop for it to be better off. Just take it here and paste. So I double click. Okay, so we double click and wait for the installation wizard to show up. So we accept and continue. So it will be installed to the default folder here on the programs file. So next, and I think the defaults are okay. Next, just install. So it's really a straightforward installation process. It's really straightforward. It's not difficult. So we just wait for the installation to get through. Once the installation is through, we now add we simply add the Python extension to it, and we are good to go with our Python lesson in this particular course. All right, so just give it a little time. This will be done in a few minutes from now. So okay, so now we have VS Code installed on our machine. Now, so with VS Code now installed on our machine, the next thing we need to do is let's just look for a way to at least take it to where we can easily access it. So we can just type VS Code. If you're on Windows 10, you can go through that process. Then let's just pin it to taskbar so that it will be appearing here. Okay, so that it will be easy for us to access. So you just open it. Okay, VS Code. The VS Code is here right now. Okay, so the next thing we need to add for us to be able to use Python, for you to be able to use Python code, to be able to run Python code in your VS Code, you need to add the Python extension. And the best approach to do that is to go through the marketplace. Okay, so for that, just go to your browser. Let's go through Google to make it easy for you. All right, so and you just type VS Code Python extension. It's already showing up here. Okay, so you see the mark. So you go through the market. When it opens, go to the marketplace, the Visual Studio Code marketplace. Okay, so you can be able to guide. All right, so in this place now, you now have the Microsoft Python extension for VS Code, and this is the what I will recommend for you when we are working with Windows. All right, so we click install. All right, so as it is now, if it wasn't installed already on my machine, you see that this thing will get it. It will be installed here right away for you. The Python extension, the Microsoft Python extension for VS Code will be installed here. But as it is now, I've already gotten it installed on my machine. So as it is now, with the Python extension installed on my VS Code, I can be able to work with VS Code, work on Python using VS Code. All right, so let's go ahead now to run our first Python code using VS Code. So I'm going to quickly navigate to the desktop and just create a new folder. Let's just call it PyTest for the now, just to give you to ensure that to show you how to work with Python on VS Code. So just open our VS Code right now and just open a new folder. Open folder. Okay, I'll go over to the desktop. I choose PyTest. All right, okay, PyTest. All right, now I have PyTest here now. PyTest. So inside right here now, I'm going to be able to create a file inside. So in this place, there's new file. You can create new folder inside and refresh and collapse and erase. Now I want to just create a new file for the test. I'm going to just say hello although we are going to go out to we'll do out to okay, let's just say test.py, so enter. All right, so then let's just say we're going to just say print 1 plus 1. All right, print 1 plus 1. Then you can save it, but then VS Code enables you to you can enable auto save, so so that once you just create any file, it is automatically saved for you. So you can click auto save. Auto save is already enabled. Okay, let me just auto save. So auto save is, so once whatever you type in here, it will automatically save for you. All right, so that's a very wonderful feature of the VS Code, Visual Studio Code. So now let's see to run the code now. To run the Python code that we created, you just click on terminal, then type py. The name of the file is test.py. So you just click enter. You see it gives us 2. So which means Python is running very well, working very well already with our VS Code. So that is the end of the lesson on how to install Visual Studio Code on your Windows 10 machine or your Windows machine. All right. Then I think for other systems there will be a little different, but the procedure shouldn't be much different. Okay. So this is the end of the lesson. So we'll move over to the next session of this course. So according to the tradition of our people, or when learning any programming language, the first lesson should be the an application, the basic application, the simplest application that says nothing but hello world. So I'm going to see how to able to write hello world application in the Python, using the Python programming language. Okay, before we move further to the other part of the Python programming language. So first of all, before we move further, let me quickly move these files, this source files here to, okay, the particular folder, so my desktop will be well organized. Now the folder I use it for the test. Now I want to create another folder where all our Python code lessons will be stored. So I'm going to just call it, let me call it Python, let's say Python lessons. This is where we'll be saving all our Python codes to. So the first code we're going to write, the first program we're going to develop is the one that says nothing but hello world. So I'm going to open VS Code from this taskbar here that I pinned it to for easy access. All right, so continue from the last lesson. So we have already seen how to install Python on the machine. We installed Python, is already installed. We have VS Code installed. So we want to write our hello world application in Python. All right, so in this particular place we have the test. So now I'm going to bring in the new folder that I created now, so we can be saving all our files here. I'm going to say open folder. All right, then on to the desktop. So navigate to the desktop here, and I choose Python lessons, because this is where I want to put up my Python lessons. So we open the folder. All right, okay, I went about opening a file instead of folder. Open a folder rather. So from the desktop I open Python lesson. So select folder, so that I'll be using it for all our lessons. So this asks, do you trust the authors of this folder? You say yes. All right, then from here now we'll be creating our hello world application inside there, inside this folder in VS Code. So we'll say new file, like I already showed you how to do in the last lesson. So new file, so I'm going to just say hello world, hello world, I call it this way, hello world.py. Okay, so what we're going to do here is to create an application that just try to print an hello world to the screen. We're just writing an application that will print hello world to the screen. Now here it's saying that we should select interpreter. So of course we are using our Python interpreter that we installed on the machine. So let's simply say, so to print hello world to your browser or to the terminal, all we have to do is just to say print hello world, and that's that. So Python is very easy. So with this we'll be able to display our hello world application, our hello world string to our terminal. Okay, so with this, Visual Studio Code should already auto save it. It's saved already. So now let's run it. Open a terminal, and once the terminal is open, so like we did before, you just come and say hello world .py, and that's it. It prints hello world. So this is the most basic application of any programming language, and we have been able to see how we can use the Python programming language to write our basic program application that does nothing but just print hello world. All right, then again, Python also, if you've seen me when we just installed the Python can also work from the interactive mode. So in case you want to test out some code, you can also work with the command line. You can just use CMD here, system terminal from Windows here, and just to enter the interactive mode, you just type pi, and it will bring you to this place. So we can also do the hello world here. So this interactive mode is very good, especially when you want to just test out code instead of putting it in a file. You can just come here and type it. So just say print hello world. So just this just introduce also to the interactive mode, though I've shown you before. All right, you just want to do some testing on Python, you can just, and you're on Windows, you can just go to the command line instead of opening your going through the process of opening your IDE and doing all that. If you want to just make it do a little quick test with Python, you can just come to the command line and do your test. But however, the code you write here are mainly temporal. So this is it, our hello world application using Python. Okay, so now this is the end of this lesson. So over to the next lesson. We'll continue from the last lesson. We'll be looking quickly into what we call comments. It's a very important aspect of programming in any programming language apart from Python. All right, so I'm going to quickly, for that, I'm going to create a new file called python_comments.py. All right, so now what is a comment? A comment is simply a way of adding note to a block of code for the sake of remembrance. Okay, remembrance for the developer that did it. After that is, for example, now you've been writing a block of code, a particular application, a code, and you come back to the code after 1 to 2, 3 months. You may forget what you did, what the logic behind the particular block of code. But with the comment there, you'll be able to easily read through the comment and remember what you did in that particular block of code. Then secondly, the comment helps other developers in case your code other developer want to work on your code that you've written, is handed over to another developer to modify it, to add other things to it. A comment makes it very easy to be able to add the code, to be able to read through the code, understand what you did, to be able to modify it effectively. All right, now in Python, there are two major ways of commenting. There is what we call a single line comment. So for example, this is a single line comment. So you just add the hashtag sign, and then you can write comments there. So the browser will not, the interpreter will not interpret it. It should not be printed to the terminal or any graphical user interface that is being run. All right, then there's this double line comment, like multiple line comment. If you want to achieve multiple line comment in Python, you use what we call the docstring. So here now you put a triple open double quotes. Then I think a single quote will work, but double quote is more conventional. Then you come over here and say this is a multiple line comment in Python. All right, Python. Let's write this word Python. Okay, which simply okay, let's just put which simply means the comment can span multiple lines. So this is how you do it using a docstring. So this is also referred to this is referred to as a doc string. All right, so you can use a dot string for multiple line. You can use a single line, the comment. You can use a multiple line using a dot string in Python. Then, okay, for example, now to show you what will happen now. So let's say display. I want to use a comment, now a single line comment for in this instance. A display to the terminal. Okay, this is a comment. It won't be displayed, but it's just for commenting on a particular code. Now this code, this will comment. The comment will be for this code. Okay, that all right. So I'm going to say print hello Python, for instance. Hello Python. So let's run. It is automatically saved now. VS Code will have already helped us to save the code automatically, so we can easily run it now. So open a new terminal. All right. So from our terminal, we just run. The name of the file is python_comments.py. So run. You see, of all the things we wrote here, is only the print block, the line 10 that was printed out, because the rest are just comment, they're just for taking notes. So I think this will gives you a good understanding of Python comment, how to write comment in Python. So this is the end of this lesson on Python comments. So now over to the next lesson. Continue from where we stopped in the last lesson on comments. In this lesson, we're looking at Python variables. So I'm going to create another file right now. I'll say Python variables.py. Okay. Now simply define a variable in Python, or a Python variable is a reserved storage, is reserved space for value storage. All right. Okay, so just like in elementary mathematics, elementary algebra, where for instance you can say they say if a is equal to 5, b equal to you can say a is equal to 5, then you can say b right, b equal to 6. They could now you are not asked to say find, so they will say find the value of z equal to a plus, okay, let's use c for better understanding. C equal to a plus b. All right, so this is the same thing in variable here in Python variable. So in Python here, using it in Python, just to give you a quick example before we understand better what a Python variable is, I can just simply do that by saying c equal to a plus c, which is a is the value of a there is 5. So the a is storing holding the value of 6, b is holding the value of 5, while b is holding the value of 6. So we can simply now print our answer to be the c now, say print c in terms of Python. So it will be automatically saved already. So let's run it from terminal. That will give us the answer. So quickly here, say that's Python underscore variables dot py. So that gives us 11. So now you're trying to use this as an analogy to understanding Python variables. Now in Python, what we just did now, the a and b are actually value variables. So a, which is the operand at the left, is a variable name, while 5 at the right is the value which the variable a is holding. Okay, so hence we have said that a variable is a reserved space for value storage in Python. All right. So a variable can hold different kind of data types, which we'll talk about in the next lesson. It can hold a string, it can hold a number, it can hold a float, it can even hold a list, it can hold some other sequence and the rest of them. All right. Now, talking about variable naming, let's talk about how to name variable. I'm going to get rid of this for the now. Now, in Python, variables, you can name variables. The variable names, which is the operand at the left, can begin with a letter or an underscore. For instance, you can have something like this, name. You can also start a variable name with data is underscore name. All right, then that's for that. Then also you must understand also that in variable names in Python are case sensitive. Case sensitive. Case sensitive. All right. So the variable name is different from the variable name and also different from the variable name. All right. Now, all cap names like this are said to be constants in Python. All right. Now, in Python, Python does not allow you to declare a variable, let's say name, without assigning a value to it. You see, VS Code tells us right away that there's a name error. So, in Python, at the point of declaration of a variable, you must assign a value to it. Let's say, yeah, a maker. Okay. So at the point of declaration, you must assign value to it, else there will be a name error thrown. Now, then another thing we must also quickly learn about the Python variables is that you shouldn't, when naming variable, when naming Python variables, you must not use any of the Python reserved keywords. Okay. Keywords such as for, such as while, such as and not, and the rest of them. Several reserved keywords, you must avoid them when writing your Python variable name. Okay, then quickly we must on that. Then there's also what we call you can assign a single variable to multiple variable names in Python this way. For example, you can do this: A equal to B equal to C all equal to 3. So if you print, for instance, if we print A, we print B now, print B, print C. All these values, all of them will give us, sorry, there's print C, not 3. If we print this out, it's going to give us the same thing, which is 3. So let's say Python underscore variables dot py. So you see all of them are assigned to 3. So all of them gives us 3. So then also you can also assign multiple values like this. For instance, A to multiple values. So A, well, let's just say this time around becomes T, then P, then let's say M. You assign them. Let's say T should be a number, then the other one should be a 4, then the other one, let's say ODL, a string. Then you can print all out this way. The print T, all right, print, so T will go for 9, print T,
All right, then print m. All right, so we can quickly now go, let's just copy this and run it. Now, knowing that Python will help us to already do the auto saving, that is a VS Code. So Python underscore variables dot py. So you see, you can do all this. You can assign multiple variables to different objects all at once. Okay, so what next again we need to understand? We need to also understand that in Python, you can, when you want to use a word that is at least 2 words or multiple words at once in naming your variable, you should separate them with underscore, and each of the words will be in small letter. Okay, so let's say we want to name a variable called first name. You see, first name, small letter, underscore name. So this is the naming convention. First name, let's say a maker. All right, so you should always name your variable, Python variables, this way. All right, so basically this is how to work with variables in Python. So continue from where I stopped in the last lesson on variables. In this lesson, we are looking into the Python data types. So I'm going to name this file Python data types dot py. All right, so what the Python variables can hold different kind of data types. So in this lesson, we want to look at the different data types that are available in the Python language, Python programming language. So first, we have to talk about the numbers data types. And numbers include integer. We have after integer, we have floats, which are decimal numbers. We have complex numbers. All right, so for that, to make it very easy, so we're going to just say for this, so we're going to look at the first one, an integer. So integer is for example a whole number. This is an integer. So then B, floats, they are decimal numbers. Then C, we're going to be able to use the Python type function to be able to check out the data type very soon. We'll print them all out to see it using the type function. So then after that, we have a complex number. All right, then after there, the another data type we want to look into here is what we call the string. Python also have a data type known as string. We've been using that before. For example, you say name equal, okay, let's just say, following what we are doing to make it easy, D equal to let's say John Doe. All right, that's a string. Then Python also supports what we call booleans. Booleans are simply true or false values. So we have D there, so here E is equal to true or false value are said to be booleans. All right, so here true, then false. Okay, then we also look into what we call sequence. Python sequence, different sequence data types. So from here, in the sequence list, we have the list, we have tuple, and we also have dictionary. All right, then so let's all print them out. A, B, C, D, E, F, G. For a list is represented this way with a square, two square brackets. Okay, opening and closing square brackets. Then tuple, H, tuple. So a tuple is represented with normal brackets. So 4, 5, 6, we can add the string here, go, or whatever. Then we can represent dictionary, HGHI. So I here, so can have a dictionary with curly brace. So let's say name equal to name, name, let's say, okay, let name a maker, okay, name a maker, let's put capital letter, okay, it should be a string. So name value pairs here, which is an object. So name a maker, let's say sex male. All right, then let's say age could be age, let's say 35. All right, okay, it should be a string holding it as the key. So yeah, so this is a dictionary. So now to check the data types, it's very easy. Use the type operator. I'm going to print out all the data type from A to H. So print. So here we'll come and say print type. You call in the type operator so that we're able to know the data type. Let Python be able to help us to print the data type. So print A. So Control C. Here, Control V. I'm going to just paste as much as possible. Then I just change the variable names to save our time. Right. So, and let's come over here now. So A, B. Here now we have a C. Then here D. Here E. Here right now F. Then G. And right here H. Then we end with I. So this will help us, the Python type function will help us to print out the data type. So if you want to know a particular data type, you need to make use of the type function. So let's open a terminal now. It's automatically saved by VS Code. So open our terminal and Python data types. Let's run the code .py. So you see it prints us all the data type. The first is an integer, the second a float, the third complex, a string. We have the two boolean true and false. There is list, there is tuple, there is dictionary. These are the major data types in Python. There are other ones such as a set and the rest of them. There's also a type called none. All right, for example, let me just put it here, a none. So let's say HIJ. To write none, so let's print it out with type. So print okay, let's print that particular one out now. So type J. So we're going to run the code again now. Let's see the data type of J now. So Python data types dot py. You see it is a non-type. So it's another kind of data type, none. All right, so these are the major data types in Python. Then quickly we want to see how we can do some little conversion. Now, for instance, we may want to convert from a boolean from a float to an integer, or from a string to from a string back to an integer, or from a different conversion, what you call typecasting. Now, for instance, let's convert the B now, which is a boolean, to an integer. So let's do that here. So I'm going to come down right here. Let me scroll down so that I can see it clearly. So that is type, data type conversion, Python data type conversion. Okay, so for instance, you can just convert, let's say we have B here. B is a boolean. So I'm going to say we already have J, let's say K. So int B. We'll convert that and then print things out. To just make it clearer, let's try to comment out all this. Let's comment them all out. And so that the example I want to give now can be clearer. So just comment them all out and just focus on the type conversion right now. So over here now. And so let's print type, or let's just print K first before checking the data type now. So Python underscore data types .py. You see, it gives us two, so it's rounded it up, converted it from being a boolean to an integer. All right, then we can also convert. We want to convert it back now to an integer. Let's say IKL, so a variable L now. To convert it back to a float, that is K, for instance, you can use the float function, and becomes okay. So float K. So let's print out L now. So pi print Python underscore data types dot py. All right, so you see now it has become a float. So if you check the data type now, so print type L. So this will give us, okay, let's run it again now. So Python underscore data types dot py. So you see the type is float. So with this, you can be able to do a lot of conversion. You can even convert from a string, from an integer to a string, from a string to integer. So you can do a lot of function, different distance. So for a string, for instance, you can just put a string, and this will take this to become a string. All right. So for the now, these are just a good understanding. This just gives you a good understanding of, I believe this gives you a good understanding of Python data type.
In this lesson now, we're looking at the Python operators. Now, the Python programming language provides us with different categories of operators. We have the arithmetic operators, the assignment operators, comparison operators, logical operators, identity operators, membership operators, and bitwise operators. All right. Then quickly, we're going to go through them. Then here for the arithmetic, these are operators you use for the arithmetic operations, and these are examples. You have the plus, you have that which is addition, we have the subtraction, we have multiplication. With the example here, we have the division, we have the modulus, we have the exponentiation, we have the floor division operators. Now going further, then we have the assignment. For the assignment operator, now the equal to sign is not actually called it's not called equal to in programming. We call it assignment operator. So you can see how they are being used there. You use it to assign value, especially when we're talking about creating of variables.
So you see here, the S here is assigned to 4. Then you can also add, use the arithmetic operator along with the assignment operator to be able to do some arithmetics. So this place, for instance, now you see plus equal to here gives us S plus equal to 2, and which is the same thing as S plus 2. So which is almost so added with all the other arithmetic operators added with the assignment operator, you'll be able to use it for arithmetic operations. All right. Now we're going to get a better understanding of all these operators as we make use of them in the course of these lessons that will be taken in this course. All right. So now number 4, we have the comparison operators such as the equal to. You are seeing the example. You can pause the video to look at the examples of them. The examples. Then we have the not equal to. We have the greater than. We have the less than. We have the greater than or equal to. We have the less than or equal to. So you can, if you want to get a better understanding of them, you can just pause the video to see the examples better. All right. Then here, going further, we have the logical operators. The logical operators. Here we have the AND, which returns true if both statements are true. For example, if S is equal to Y and S is less than Z, so then it returns true. Then we have the OR. It returns true if one of the statements is true. For example, now if S is equal to Y or S is equal to Z, so if any of the statements are true, it returns true. All right. Then the NOT reverses the results. Well, that is what it does. So it returns false if the result is actually true. For example, now if S equal to Y and S is less than Z, if the statement here is true, then the NOT operator reverses the result and returns false. All right. So that is for the logical operators. Then quickly we'll talk about the membership operators. The membership operator. So here we have two major operators, the in and the not in. So here you say it returns true. For example, if S is in Y, in object Y, it returns true, or else it returns false. Then we talk about the not in operator. For example, if S is not in Y, it returns. If S is not in Y, it returns true if a sequence with the specified value is not present in the object. All right. Then finally we talk about the bitwise operator, which is mainly used for working on binary numbers. And of course, during the course of this lesson, we'll not be working with binary numbers, but it's still good. You get understanding of them. Then you can pause this video if you want to get an understanding of the bitwise operators. For example, we have here the bitwise and the bitwise or, the bitwise XOR, and the bitwise NOT, and the rest of them. So you can pause the video if you want to learn them. Then for a better understanding of all these operators, although you are going to get you're going to get a better understanding of them as we see us use them in the course of these lessons, the other lessons in this video to the end. You'll be able to understand. Well, of course, we're not going to be using all the operators that we talked about here, especially these bitwise operators, because we're not, like I said before, we're not going to be working with binary numbers here. So you will not see us use them, but it's still good you have a good knowledge of them. So how you get a better understanding of them is to go online, just go to Google, just type Python operators. Then you'll be able to see all the few tables, and you copy them and put them in maybe in a Microsoft Word or a WordPad, so that you can be using them for a reference whenever you want to get make use of them in your the operators in your application. So that's that. This is the end of this lesson on the Python operators. So in this lesson, we want to quickly look at a very useful Python function called the input function, Python input function. So I'm going to say Python input dot py. All right. So this function is very, very useful, especially when you are creating a command line application for interactivity, at least to create a kind of interaction with the user, to be able to get user input, which is the input for this is a function input function. All right. The input function generally returns a string. It returns a string value. All right. So let's see how to make use of it. For example, I can print something like this. I can just say, please enter
your name. I could as well put it inside, okay, or I can put it as an empty string, say name. Let's say name, for instance, name input. All right, let's give it, make it empty for the now. Then once the name is gotten, we can print out the name, the value that was received. All right, so I'll open the terminal and let's run it. So python input dot py. All right, they say that the prompt comes in, so all I need to do is to put in my name, a maker. They say now it gives us a maker is printed out. All right, then now suppose I want to get some more values. You can get more. Let's say I want to get, first of all, let's say first name here. Our first name. Then here you have let's say second name here, instead of putting the value there. First name. Okay, sorry. Let's say second name equal to input. Yeah, just simply say, instead of going over to the other place, say enter your second name. Right, then I will also want to collect the age. Now the value that is returned is, being that the input function returns a string, and the age should be an integer. All I need to do is, at the point of collection or using the input function, I need to typecast it, okay, to be able to collect age. So let's say enter your age. Then once we are done with all that, I can come over here and print. Now this variable is no longer available, so that's why it's having that error. So simply, I'll just simply say, okay, hello. Then I can call the first name. Hello, first name. Let's say I add a concatenation, gives in some space here, using the a kind of space here, just some string space. Then the second name. Then once that is done, you'll say your name, you are, let's say you are the age, you are age years old. Okay, so let's go now. So running the code right now. So I'm going to come over here and do this. So I say enter your name. Now it's supposed to be for the first name here, so let me just put a maker. All right, so I think I should, to get it even clearer, let's stop the running of the application. Okay, let me just add that. We'll get back to that. Okay, odili. Okay, the age is, let's just put 23 for the now. So you get it. Hello, Emeka Odili, you are 23 years old. All right, so that is for that. And so ultimately, this function is very, very important, and that's why I have to take it as a single lesson on its own. So you use it very importantly, very much in collecting user input from the command line, especially when you are developing a command line application. So this place we would have just changed it to enter your first name. So we've seen now that you can either do this, right? Request the information you want to print at the top, or you can, inside of it, you can put in the value, enter the string of whatever information you want to request from the user. Then in the end, if you want to change the data type, maybe if you want to get an integer or a float, you can actually typecast from the string to the value you want to. If you are actually, maybe for example, you want to get a float, you can typecast it here before it is returned.
All right, but in this context, we actually needed an integer. So this is it for the Python, the very useful, sorry, I wanted to clear here, for in case you are not used to the VS Code, you want to get rid of all this code that you're written for every letter to be clear, you type the clear command and that's that. So this is the end of this lesson on the very useful Python function, the impute function. So now we'll move over to the next lesson right now. Okay, so in this lesson, we want to look at the basic aspect of Python string. Although in our lesson on data type, I did introduce, we talked about the string data type, but it requires a better understanding. We need to look into it for better understanding, because there are so many things we need to get a better understanding about the Python string. So I'm going to call this file Python strings, or string, let's put it that way, Python string. Now what is a string? A string is a data type or a collection of characters that are wrapped with or in let's just use wrap with double or single quotes. All right, I think this is too long. It's better it's done this way. All right, now for instance, say name John, let's say John Doe. This is a string. And it can also be, okay, let's say last name, just for instance, last name. Or let's, for better, for more clarity, first name, let's make that John. So John will be having a single string at the first name. Then the second name here, or last name, let's say Dewey, has a double quote. Now, if you want to use a string of multiple line, you can also use what we call, yes, if you want to use create a multiple line string, like for example, I want to make use of this now as string rather than a comment, you can actually use the triple quotes to do it. If, for example, say let's say multiple line. Let's just leave it at that. So you can either use multiple triple quote, or just single quote, or triple of them. So this automatically becomes a string. You can, by this way, you can write as many words, as many lines as possible. So this can contain, this can be broken into many lines. As possible. Okay, and it can also be used as a doc string for commenting a code, for commenting a block of code. Now, most of the spellings may not be correct, the grammar may not be correct, but what we're after here is not the grammatical accuracy, but for the understanding of the concept that a string can, if you want to have a string with multiple lines, you have to use these triple quotes here. It can be single, it can be triple quote that way, at the beginning, or that double quotes, or you can also use a triple single quote. It will still work. Okay, so that's another fact about strings in Python. Then again, you must understand that strings in Python are actually arrays of substrings. So Python arrays, Python string rather, strings are arrays of substrings or bytes. All right, which means, for instance, you can access John Doe. Now I want to access the values that are in John in the first name variable. For instance, the John variable. You can actually print first name. I want to get the first value. And of course, because arrays normally start with 0, so you print first name. So it's going to give us here in position. An array basically starts from position 0 before 1, 2, and 3. So here, when we run this, it's supposed to give us. It will give us a J out of the John. So let's just run it. So Python string .py J. So you can be able to manipulate a string in Python as an array. You can access it, you can slice it, you can even loop through it. All right, for instance, you can just go ahead and say for I in first name, right? Say print I. Okay, so let's print that. So it's automatically saved by VS Code. So let's go ahead and run the code now. Python string py. See, it loops through it. Okay, this other first one was for this, and that was why you saw the first J was for this first example. So this is for the looping. Okay, so looping through a string Python, right? And maybe for the sake of clarity, we could just print a new line here, which we're going to talk about very soon, talking about string characters or escape characters. Okay, so this will help us to get a new line. So if I get this now and print again, it will now be clearer. Okay, you see now this is for the first example here, which is talking about from line 17. Then this remaining part talks about the looping of the string. All right. Then, as you can see already, Python has a lot of string. Before we go talking about the escape strings or some escape characters in Python string, string escape character, let's talk about concatenations, string concatenation, right? Now that if you have two strings such as first name and last name, you can concatenate them. Now, in order to bring them together, firstly by using the concatenation operation, which is the addition sign, like this. You can say first name and just print. Let's print first name, and last name. Because both of them are strings, you can actually concatenate them. Now, you must understand you cannot concatenate a string and other data. For example, you cannot concatenate a string and an integer together. But first of all, let's see how the concatenation works. Before then, let's add some space on it before we run it. All right, so I'm going to come here, concatenate a space, come over here, concatenating them. All right, so let's go ahead now and run. Get the terminal open now. And okay, I already got that printer. You see John Doe concatenated. That is bringing the two strings together using the plus sign. All right. Now, if I try to, now another example, now using the printf format, the printer, the f string, Python f string. Now, let's assuming that we have two string here. Let's say the other one, let's say age is equal to 50. Age now is an integer. So let's try to print, try to concatenate first. Let's say first name plus age. You see, it's going to throw error. So let's run the code, and you're going to see error there. So you see, age cannot be concatenated with first name because first name is a string, while age is an integer. So how do you do? First of all, let's clear here. How can you be able to get it done? So what you do, you use what we call, as of Python 3.6 and above, Python provided a very powerful way of getting this done, of adding two values together, maybe even though they are not different, the same data types. Okay, although I've shown you how to go about it in the former lesson, but let me make it clearer now. For example, now the one who have the approach you can use to combine this together effectively is to use a comma approach and just say age. Now this will work. Okay, so let's run it. Okay, it doesn't work it. So this is for this approach will work for normal strings. Okay, but now let's see a way to get this to work. To get this to work, what you do is you use the f string here. Since these are variables, or you can just go straight. Let's just, for more clarity, let's say first name is actually John, for instance. So John, and this place now, I'll have this, and put this. So let's run now. John, okay, John, your age is okay. So in this literal now, to be seen, to tell the system, the interpreter, to see this as a variable and be executed as a variable before adding it up to this. So let's clear this for just more clarity. So let's run again. So John, your age is, we're going to get the age now. So let's print. All right. Okay. It seems there is something wrong somewhere. Let's see where the error is coming from. So string in line 33. So let's see line 33. All right. Yeah, this is where we are still having the issue from. Okay. Our first code was supposed to work, but sorry, that is Python comment. All right. So wherefore I was trying to say this, so we're having an issue here. So first name, you could do this and it will work. So let's run it again. So clear here first. So let's run again. So you see this line 34 works if you use the comma approach, or you can use the printf approach. So any of the approaches will work. Then quickly, we want to quickly look at what we call some escape string in Python escape strings. For example, I don't want to talk about two of them. For instance, and say print hello, I am currently learning Now, please don't take too much, pay too much attention to grammatical error here. Just focus on the concept that is being taught. Okay, so hello, hello. I am currently learning the Python programming language. All right, you see now these tests are getting too long. So if you want to create, put some part of it in a new line, you use what we call the new line operator. Okay, that is backslash then n, then this will bring this part of it from the D side to a new line. So let's run it. So you see it brings from the D, it brings it to a new line. Then what if we just wanted to use a tab? So the other escape character I want us to work on is the tab. So backslash, you put T. So let's clear here and let's run. So you see it gives you this space here. So there are many other escape Python string escape strings or characters that you need to learn. You just go online and study more about the Python strings, because very important. You use it a lot. Very important to understand how to work with Python strings in developing your applications. So for the now, this will be the end. This is the end of this lesson on Python strings. So we'll be moving over to the next lesson right now. So in this lesson, we want to look at, as we progress in our knowledge of Python, we are going to another very important aspect of programming or Python programming, not only in Python, in every other programming language, is the if statement. If statement, let's call it if statements, because we're going to explore all the different aspects of if statement in this single lesson. So now, if statements and other words for it that are used interchangeably are conditional statements, or decision control statements. Okay, these are other interchangeable words. Now, I haven't learned the operators in our lesson on operator. We talked about comparison operator. So we're going to use our knowledge there here. So we're going to, let's say s equal to 70, for instance. Then here, y equal to, let's say, 5. All right. Then we can bring an if statement here to test the condition. If, let's say, if y is less than x, which we know it is true, then you print out your value. You execute a code here. Let's just say we say yes, y is less than x. All right. Now, one thing I want to quickly bring it to your attention here is what we call indentation. Now, the Python programming language uses indentation for its block of codes. All right. If it's another language such as PHP, or you are working with a language such as Java, you can use a curly brace for this your if blocks. But the Python language uses what we call indentation extensively, especially when you are working with blocks of code like this, such as the if statement. So, for example, let me just get you to understand the concept of indentation. These are just space. So once you put this, in order to indicate that this is a block of code, that all the other codes here will be under this if statement, you are supposed to have an indentation. Although our IDE, which is VS Code, helped us to do it, but in case you are working with a test editor or any IDE that doesn't help you with this indentation, what you do, you can add indentation manually by simply clicking on the space button on your keyboard 4 times, and you have your indentation properly added. 1, 2, 3, 4. So you got a good indentation. Or another approach of working with indentation, you can also click your tab button. It will just be once. The indentation will be added. So you can use any of them. You can use the tab, or you can use the space bar, which we click 4 times. All right. So that's for if statement. So let's execute this code. It's already automatically saved. So this is for just a single condition, the if statement. So I'm going to come here. So I'm going to say if phi, I want to run this code now on the terminal, if phi, if statements dot py. You see it? Yes, y is less than s. Then if I want to make it true, I could, if I want to make it false, if I come over here now, and you see now I've said if y is greater than s. Of course, we know that is not true. Y is not greater than s, so nothing prints. So you see it now, because why the condition evaluates to false. So now from here, so this is for if statements, for just a single test, a single conditional test. You can use if statement. So this is if statement. Now, if you want to do multiple tests, multiple condition tests, you now bring in what we call the elif statement. All right. So for instance, now we want to do more tests now on that our code. You can say if y, all right, if y is less than x, you can execute, say print y, okay, let's put our quote, y is less than x. Now, what if we want to test for that condition? You now bring in your elif statement. The elif y is greater than x, then do something as a print. So this is another condition test now. Y is greater than x. All right, so let's run this now. You can have multiple of such statements. Okay, we're already having our terminal open now, so just paste this. I've already copied it. You see y is less than x. All right, so this is for the elif. You can have multiple elif statements here. You can add more. So elif, let's another condition want to test it. Y is equal to x, which we know it is not. So print y is equal to y. Okay, let's say y is equal to x, and of course that will not be true because y is not equal to s. So you go in and do this. Now that is for the elif statement for testing multiple conditions. Then again, there's what we call the else statement. Okay, for the else statement, what you do now, in case all our evaluations are not correct, for instance, and if in case all your evaluations are not correct, you want to have a block of the if block that of the code that handles the case of where there is none of the conditions are true. How do you handle them? So you use the else block. So let's say if y is actually 5. So if y is less than 5, which is not true, they print, let's say 5. Let's just print 5. All right. Okay, let's say y is less than 5. Then we can go ahead now. Let's just add for the sake of better understanding, let's add another elif block. And an elif block. Elif y is greater than 5. What do we do? Say print y, and of course we see, as we can see, this none of the conditions are correct. Y is greater than 5. Now we can see the two conditions, the two tests are not going to be correct because y is not less than 5, neither is y greater than 5. So how do we handle this a situation where none of the conditions are true? So you say else. Here we'll call the else statement here. Else print. You can just say print none of the above. None of the above. All right. So let's run the code now to see how it goes. So right now, you see none of the above. So this brings us to the else. That's how you use the else statement. Then from there we'll move over to another part of if statement, what you call nested if statement. So which means you can have more if statements inside a particular block of this any of the if blocks, whether from the if, under the if block, under the elif block, or under the else block. So for instance, so let's say nested if statement. Okay, so for example, now I can say if, let's use the same example we used before. Okay, let's use another, this time around let you work with x. If s is, our value of s is 70 here, so let's say if s is less than 70, okay, and so we'll come over here. Okay, before then, let's do something. If s is greater than 30, right? Say print, we want to print for that. In case that condition is wrong, it is true. Print s is greater than 30, and that is true. Then we want to have more if statements, so that we can add extra if statement with another nested. So we don't have, this is what we call nested if statement. So we can say continue by saying if, after the first condition is met, if s is now less than 100, is less than 100, all right, print s, let's quote it, s is less than 100. All right, so that's a statement under a statement. All right, so you come over here and continue. So elif, you can use your elif statement here. Elif s is greater than 100, which is not, okay, sorry, we have to come out of here. They have to be at the same line here. So elif s is greater than 70, or let's say greater than 80. We can do something else here. Print greater s is greater than 80. Okay, then finally we can now bring in our s block that we did before, and with this I want to introduce you to something else here. Now, in case now in Python you cannot leave a particular block of if or else or elif block empty. Else you have written else block here, you must pass in something, either you print out something or whatever. You must execute a particular line of code here. You are not allowed to leave it empty. So instead of that, if you really want to leave the place empty without executing any code, what you should do is to use what we call a pass keyword. So if you use pass, the error code will it will actually just pass. The system will not print any error. So you can make use of that. So to make the place clearer, let's just clear off. Then just run the code. So you run it. So you see now everything is there. So y is less than that was for the first one. This place now we have s is less than. First of all, it said s. This particular place now. From this place talking about s is greater than 30. It was printed first. Then for the nested block, we have what s is less than 100. So s is greater than 30. Then when we did the nested block, we're able to get the same. The s is less than 100 was also printed. So this is what we'll talk about, the nested if statement. So this is it on this lesson on if the Python if statements. So this is the end of this lesson. So we'll move over to the next lesson. Okay, so in the last lesson we talked about if statements. So in this lesson we'll be quickly looking at the Python loops, how to work with loops in Python. So first we'll be dealing with the while loops, while loop.py. Right now, what are loops? Loops, or a loop, let's just say loop, is the repetition of the execution of a block of code so long a particular expression or condition. Evaluate to true. All right, so in this case we're looking at a while loop. In a while loop, what you do most of the time you have to, for example, I want to give an example of how to work with a while loop now. So you come over here and say x, for example, say s is equal to 0, initialize to 0. You can come over and use the while loop, say while x is less than while s is less than or equal to, let's say, less than 5, print x, then you now increment it. So incrementing it, s plus 1. All right, so let's run this block of code first before we go further. So we open our terminal as usual, then we run the code while the file is while underscore loop. That's the name of the file we want to run. So it gives it now, it starts the iteration from 0. So first it prints 0, then it checks if 0 is less than 5, which it is. It prints 0, then goes again, add 1 to the 0, it becomes 1. It will now check is 1 less than 5, it prints it. So it goes on and on and on until the truth value is exhausted. All right, now so that's how to work with a loop. Then if you want the loop to start from the addition, from the increment first, what you do, you can bring this down, bring this to this place now, and we can run it again. Okay, we already have our terminal on. Yeah, so I just paste that. Okay, let me just type it. So pi while underscore loop dot pi. All right, so you see it starts from 1 because why? The initial value is first incremented before the loop begins. All right, so quickly before us we'll round up this lesson, because I want this to be as brief as possible. We want to talk about what we call okay, let's see also how to do a looping from a descending order. So looping from descending, or in looping in descending order. Okay, so I could say in looping in descending order, most of the time it's better you initialize with a bigger value. Then you can say while y is greater than 1. For instance, say print y. Then after that, you can now, let's just decrement. Then you decrement y, which is the same way. Another way of doing that is y minus 1. So let's run the code now. So it's automatically saved by VS Code. So we come over here. So pi while underscore loop dot pi. All right. So we got the see it there. So the first okay, let's just try to put some space so that we understand better. I put a new line here. Okay, /n. So I will execute the code again for better understanding. So print so pi while underscore loop dot pi. So we see that the first one ended with 5, the second one started with 10, and as we can see, you see that it is going now. But now let's clear so that we can get a better understanding. So coming back here now, we see that we started it off from by putting it this way. So if I actually want it to begin with 1, what we're supposed to do now is to take this and bring it under. Okay, let's bring it this under now. So let's print again. Let's run it the code again. So while underscore loop dot pi. So you see now it begins from 9 down to 1. So basically that is for that, how you do a descending order, you loop in a descending order. All right, then we'll talk about, finally, as I round up this lesson, we'll talk about the infinite loop. Infinite loop. Now, basically, if there are so many evaluations that can be true forever, so you create an infinite loop by testing condition that remains true forever. So once such conditions occur, the loop continues indefinitely. Okay, then in another lesson, we'll talk about the break statement and the continue statement. I will show you how to be able to break out, how to be able to break out of such loop, or how to be able to control such loops. There are several ways of also actually coming out of such loop. We'll look at it in another lesson. After the next lesson, the other lesson will talk about the break and the continue statement. So let's see how we can create an infinite loop. Now, one of the easiest way to create an infinite loop is just simply to type while. You type the word, the true boolean, and then you print and just print. So whatever we print here, we just keep on running because true will remain true. So let's run the terminal now. Run the code now on the terminal. So pi y underscore loop dot pi. You see, yes, keeps on printing and printing and printing and printing. It goes on and on and on and on and on till we kill it. All right, so that's it. This is it for the basic understanding of the Python while loop. So in the next lesson, we'll talk about a for loop before we talk about how to control a loop, or how to break out of a loop or manage loops in Python. So now this is the end of this lesson. So over to the next lesson right now. So in our last lesson, we talked about a Python while loop. In this lesson, now we're looking at another kind of loop in Python, which is the for loop, right? For loop dot py. Okay. Now the Python for loop is unlike the for loop, the usual for loop syntax in other languages such as Java and PHP. Rather, in Python, Python provides what we call the for in loop, which is similar to for each loop in other languages. Okay, it's similar to the for each loop in other programming languages. The similar to for each loop in other programming languages such as PHP and Java. Then what is its function? The for loop, the Python for loop is mainly used for iterating through a sequence such as list, tuple, dictionary, a set, or even a string, as we saw in the string lesson. All right, so for instance, if you have a list of names, create a list for it. List, say John. Here we have Dewey, and here we have Hockey, for instance. Now we can loop through it this way. Say for, let's say for X in names, print X. Okay, now let's run that or go further. So We have to run it on the terminal. That is the VS Code terminal as usual. For loop, that is the name of the file. So here it brings out everything there. All right. So going further here, and now suppose there's another way now, another approach of running the code using index. So looping for loop with index. Okay, so for this I'm going to use fruits as an example, a list of fruits. Let's say orange, and mango, and finally banana. String. Right, then you can go now. Let's use the index approach for this. We say for y in range, then you count the length of fruits. Okay, close it. They print fruits, and then using the y as the index. So this will also help us to print it out. Okay, we had a terminal there. It didn't look well. All right, so print py for loop.py. You see it loop here. It prints out the fruit set list. Okay, just like it did for the names list. So first of all, for clarification, let's just put a new line here. Do this for it to be clearer. So I'm going to come over here and copy this, just paste it, and this. So you see, this is for the second loop. So those are the two ways you can use for looping. Then again, there's what we call the range function. So if you want to loop, talking about the range. Okay, we've already used it there for that other place, but let's see how we work with it most of the time. So you could just want to loop. You can say for, let's say I in range. So this range, so let's say in range 7. This one will count from 0 down to 6. 0 down to 6, not up to 7. So let's say print I for us here. Sorry, print I. All right, so I'm going to save this. So let's put some let's just print an empty space there for there to be space. So let's run it again, see what it brings. Okay, so here we run it. So for underscore loop dot py, this gives us this. So you see it from the range function is able to bring that. Then you can also go further for the range and give it a beginning and a starting and a ending. A starting and a ending value for h in range 2 then to 6. Let's see what comes out of this. They print h. Now let's put space between this and that one. Come over here, print that so that it's for us for better understanding. Come over here right now, and okay, so py for underscore loop dot py. So you see now it's brings it from 2, 3, 4, 5. That is between the so where you want to start the range from was specified. So from 2 to 6. So that's so 6 is not inclusive.
So having looked at range, so the next one I want to quickly look at before rounding up this lesson is what is called nested loop. Right. So in this context, we're talking about. I want to just give you an example with a nested for loop in Python. You can also have nested while loop. But in this lesson, let's just conclude this particular lesson talking about a nested for loop. So for instance, to have a nested, you can have for s in range 1 to 5. It will be called the outer loop. Then you can have an inner loop inside here, say for t in range 1 to 6. All right. Then let's just print the pairing of the both of them, the outer and the inner. So here, come over here, add some space of an empty string, then the t, which is the index of the inner loop. All right, so this, then let's add an empty space. We'll be able to see it clearly. So before then, for it to be clearer, to differentiate it from the upper values, I'm also going to print an empty value there, and come here and print and say a nested for loop. So I'm going to come over right now. So come over here now and run. So py for underscore loop dot py. So you see now the nested loop started from here. See, it's combining the outer values with the inner, the outer and the inner again, outer and the inner. So that is that. So basically, this is how you work with the Python for loop. So this brings us to the end of this lesson on the Python for loop. So now we'll move over to the next lesson right now. Okay, so we have understood the Python while loop and also the for loop. So in this lesson, we want to quickly learn, talk about how to control loops. So I'm going to say loop controls. I'm going to create a file, loop controls.py. Now, basically in Python, to control loops, you have 3 statements for the controlling of a loop. We have the break statement, we have the continue statement, and the pass statement. Now, we want to first of all see how to control a loop using the break statement. So we'll come over here. So for instance, we'll have a loop here. We're going to say v. Let's initialize v to 1. Then we'll call a loop while v is less than 10. All right. Print v. Okay, this is normal. All right, then we need to do the normal incrementing. So we increment by 1. All right, then let's run it. VS Code has helped us to autosave. So run. Open the terminal. So py loop controls.py. So you see it prints from 1 down to 9 as usually. Now suppose we want to break out of this loop once the value of v gets equals to 5. We can use the break statement this way. We can say if v is equal to 5, break. Okay, now let's run it now. This will give you a good understanding of it. So let's copy this to save our time. So all right, so let's just go ahead and run right now. So let's go. So you see now it breaks off, the loop breaks off at the point where the value of v became 5. So quickly, let's see the next control statement, which is the continue statement. But before then, let's print some space here. Okay, so then I also come over here and say print continue. So let's say continue statement, so that it will be clear as at the point of running it. Continue statement. All right, so let's clear here for it to be better off. So how do we use the continuous statement? So I'm going to use the example of the nested for loop that we did in the other lesson. So for s in range, let's say in range 1 to 4, and also so we'll come in with a nested loop. So for d in range 1 to 5, okay, then we now bring in the continuous statement. We can just say if the value of s becomes equal to the value of t in any of the loop, in the outer and the inner loop, then the continuous statement should come in, and the continuous, what it just does is to help us keep the execution of a particular line of code and continue the other line. We'll see the output. By the time we see the output, we'll get a better understanding of that. All right, so continue, and we say print s, then put in the value because we want to pay it up. Then here also put t. All right, then when we are done with that, I want to also have some space, so just print some space so that the value could be all right. So now let's quickly run the code now. So with this, we go ahead and run. So you see, let me give you a little explanation. So at this first, it's a continuous statement. You see, it's supposed to be 1 1. So once the 1 1 pair could not come in because at that point the value of s and t were the same, so it skips it and continued from 1 and 2. Then going further, 2 and 1. So they will now, after that, we're supposed to have 2 2. But 2 2, that is the outer and the inner, that is s and t were equal, so it was skipped. Then going further again, 3 and 1, 3 and 2, 3 and 3 was skipped because as at that point the value of s and t were equal. So what we use the continuous statement is saying that once the value of s and t are equal, it should be skipped and be moved to the next line of code. Okay, so that's how basically how the continuous statement works. Helps you to once a particular condition is met, you can use it to skip the execution of a particular part of a code in a loop and continue from the other one. Right, that's how it works. Then quickly, the pass statement, although I've talked about it before, now the Python programming language does not allow you to create a loop without executing a code out of it. So for example, now I can say w equal to 0, then come over here, say, or let's just use a for loop to make it easier. Say for g in range, let's say range 4. Now this is a loop, range 4. Then now you are expected to execute a code here. If not, there will be an error thrown here. So I can just say pass in case I don't want to, because I don't want to execute any code here. I just call the pass statement, and that will take care of it. It will not throw any error. But if you didn't put the pass statement here, you must have to execute a code there, else there will be an error. So you most of the time in a loop and an if statement, you use the pass statement to escape errors. All right. So that is majorly, these are the major ways through which you can use to control a loop. To control a loop, whether a while loop or a for loop, as you can see in the example, you can either use a break statement, you can use a continue, you can also use a pass. All right, so that's it on this particular lesson. Okay, let me just run it again to just see. You see it has passed. Nothing was executed and there was no error. So this is the end of this lesson on loop control in Python loop control. So having covered the different loops in Python, we talked about the for loop, we talked about the while loop and how to control it. So in this particular lesson, we'll start talking about covering the Python collection data types, talking about or the sequence data type. But in this particular lesson, we'll be kicking off with the Python list. Now we've talked about in the data type, we talked about that the Python programming language provides four sequence data types, namely list, tuple, dictionary, and set. We'll be covering all of them. For the now in this lesson, we'll be looking at talking about the list. Now a list is used for holding a variable like every other
collection data type we're talking about, they are mainly used for holding a variable in a variable, a collection of data in a variable. All right, they are used for holding collections of data in a variable. So right now, for instance, I could write my list. Now with this, so a list is actually held in a square bracket, and it has some properties which we need to understand in this particular lesson, right? And it has a lot of methods with which you use to manipulate it. Now a Python list, now this one, now what we already have here is already a list, even as empty as it is, but I want to quickly go ahead and populate it with data. Now a list can have different data types. You can have an integer, you can have a string, it can contain both Boolean, it can contain a float inside. So different data type can be inside of it. And of course, then again, a list can contain duplicate value. We already have one. I can see add one again. I can see add true again. So it can contain duplicate values. All right. So those are very important to take note of them. So we can just quickly print it out. Print my list. My list. So let's run this now quickly. From let me launch the terminal now. So Python underscore list dot py. So you see it displays them all. So quickly now, how do you access the individual values in a list? Accessing list values, the values in the list. How do you access them? To access them, what you just do is to use the index. You can access them. List value can be accessed using their index value. So my list, and you come over here. Let's say we want to access John, for instance. I'll take the index 1, because the index of any array in a programming language start with 0. So we have 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right. So quickly, let's print it. So to print out John, I'm accessing from index 1. So I'm just going to copy this quickly now to save our time and paste here. So we run. So it gives us John. All right. Now again. Now, the next one to talk about now, if you want to know the length of a list, there's a very special Python function known as len. So the len function can help us to know the length of a particular list. So my list here, I want to count the number of items that I need. So you come over here and I paste this here. So you see, count, see there are 6 in total. Total items 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 0. 1. Okay, but let's just count the item now, not in terms of index now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right, so the length function, very important. Just take note of it. Then we said the list, the Python list is very mutable. It's very mutable. It can be manipulated easily. All right, so you can add to a list. You can remove the value from a list. You can add, you can edit, that is update it. So want to see how to do all that. So first of all, talking about that is manipulating a Python list. So here I'm going to come here, and next I want to add to the list I already have there a value to it. I can simply come over here and say my list dot append. My list dot append. Want to add value to that. Let me just add my name, a maker here. All right. Then when I print the list again, print my list. So print it all over again. So you see a maker has been added. Now I can actually change values too. So for instance, I may want to change John to Dewey. So my list, I'll use the index to change it. It's index 1. So then John occupies index 1, so I can change it to Dewey there by writing this to Dewey. So let me run this again now. Okay, let me print it right now so that we can see it, the new value that I've changed. So print my list. Okay, so I'm printing it all over again now. So run. So you see now we have Dewey. So John has turned to Dewey. All right. Now another thing, then if you want to do deleting, now you can delete actually the entire list by just calling on the del statement and call my list. This will take off the entire list, but I don't want to run it. So I want to leave it that. So you can use that to delete the entire list. But I want to remove if I want to remove a particular element, maybe the last element I entered, you can use the pop method. Or you can, if you're using the pop, you can use the index to delete a particular one. But let's say we want to remove the last value that entered, you can just easily say pop, and that will do it. With this, let's print the list again. It will delete the last element in the list. So print my list right now. So my list, let's run the code again. So after popping, you see the last value maker has been taken off. Okay, then if you want to remove a particular value by the name, let's say you want to remove it, instead of using the pop, you can come over here now. Let's say my list dot remove. You can remove by calling a particular element, by the exact name of the element. Let's say do we, and we can just print it all over again. Come over here, say print my list again. So let's print it. I haven't called the remove. So you see do we has gone out of the list. Now finally, as we round up this topic, we should also understand that a list is iterable. You can loop in, so there's a looping through a list. So how do you to loop? It's very easy to loop. We already talked about the for loop. You can use the for loop this way. So for I in my list, okay, we've already seen it, but let's just see it again while we're talking about list here. To loop through it or iterate through a list, so you print I. So let's run the code now here. So you see it loops through the entire list. So basically this is the essentials you need to know about the Python list. There are still other things to first about the Python list. Then there are other many methods. The list, the Python list has a lot of methods that you can download them. You can just go to Google Python list and Python list methods and go through them. But this gives you an essential, this lesson with what we just learned here, you got an essential knowledge of the Python list, especially that the fact that it can contain different data type and it is mutable. It can contain different, it can contain duplicate data, and you've seen how to manipulate it. So in the next lesson, we're talking about an immutable data type known as tuple. So for the now, this is the end of this lesson. So right now, let's move over to the next lesson right now. So in this lesson, we're looking at the Python dictionary. I'm going to name a file python_dict.py for this lesson. Now a Python dictionary is a key, a Python dictionary is used for storing data in a variable as key value pairs. All right. Okay, so for example, now I can have this my dict equal to, and the values are stored as in, they are delimited with curly bracket. I put inside the curly bracket. Also like that, what we have there is already a dictionary. It's an empty dictionary. Now let's can go ahead and have dictionary with value. So let's my dict1 now, another variable. Okay, so I'll create a dictionary now. It can contain, we use okay, for example now name. Let's say we want to collect some user credential name. Let's say John. I've always been using John in my example, so let's continue with that. Then let's say age. Yeah. Age. The value can actually be a tuple. It could be a list. It could be an integer. So here we have an integer here, 45, and then we can also have it can contain different data type, like let's say marital marital, let's say married, that. We can use a boolean here, false or no. So let's say true. Okay. Now we can print it out. Let's just print it out before we go to the other things parts about Python dictionary. So my dict, let's print out my dict1. So I'm going to open a terminal. So Python that's called dict.py. So you see it prints out the dictionary. Then another thing, then the next we need to find out, we must understand about dictionary, is that the Python dictionary does not allow duplicates. Duplicate values are not allowed. Now for that, let me show you that. I'm going to say my dict2, create another variable here. My dict2. This time around, let's use first name as C here, first name. And for this example, first name John. Second name, let's say last name. Say Dewey. Okay, and birth year. Now we're going to try to duplicate birth year value here. So birth year, let's say 1990. The second one, we're going to add another one again here, another birth year as the key again, birth year. So this time around, I'm going to say 1999. Okay, so when you see now we're having double values here. Okay, so let's try to break this up, okay, for more readability. So we'll come over here now and we print. Let's print it out. My dict2. Let's print it out. Okay, so that is coming in. Okay, let's run my dict. So you see, it's you see that we're having the birth year now. This is the particular I want to focus on. You see, birth year, the first one was 1990, second was 1999. Now, because a dictionary does not accept duplicate value, this last one overwrote this one. The first one the first birth year, which is 1990, have been overwritten. So only one value was taken, which was the last one, birth year 1999. Then quickly, we must also understand. Also, let's quickly see how to loop through a dictionary. Looping through a dictionary. Now, if you want to loop through a dictionary and you want to just get only the key, by default, if you loop through a dictionary the default way, what it's going to give you is only the key value. So, for example, for S and my dict2, all right, print X. Okay, this will give us all the values, all the keys. You see, it gives us first name, last name, and that. Now, suppose if we want to get only all the values out now. So to get the values, you'll come over here and say for Y and my dict2. You now put value. If I want to get the value, say values, use the values method, and you say print Y. Okay, so now let's run print Y. You see it brings out all. The first one gives us the keys, and the second one gives us the values. So basically, this is the major things you need to know, essential information you need to know about the Python dictionary. And of course, it has a lot of methods which you should also check out online. Get online, Google Python dictionary methods, and you'll be able to get all of them. So this is the end of this lesson on Python dictionary. We'll conclude this section with a Python set in the next lesson. So this is the end of this lesson. So over to the next lesson right now. So as we conclude this section of Python sequences or data types that are used for collection, the last data type we want to talk about is what we call Python sets. Python sets.py. Okay. Now a set is also used like others for storing data, but this time around is for storing single. They are not in key value pairs like that of a dictionary, but they're also wrapped up in curly brace. For example, you can come over here and can say they have a curly brace like a dictionary, but they're not arranged in a key value. Okay, so for example, I can say my sets and come over here now and say one. Let's say hello. Okay, and say 5 and false like this. Now let's print out. Now this is a set. Well, first of all, let's check out the data type here. Okay, type my set. Let's see what Python tells us as a data type. Okay, to just show you that this is different from a dictionary. So Python sets.py. Okay, so it's a set, right? So that is clear. So now let's print out my set. Now that we know the data type, so print my sets. So let's print it out. So I'm going to come over here right now and paste. So you see it brings them out. Okay, now the next thing we need to understand is that a set does not accept duplicate value. No duplicates, let's say duplicates are not allowed in a set. Okay, so for example, let's say my set 2, my sets 2, and come over here and put 1 John and 3. Now let's try to duplicate 1 now. Or let's say, okay, yes, let's duplicate 1. See what comes out of it. Now there's no comma here. We added a comma now. So let's run. As you can see, only one of the one, which is only one was gotten. Okay, okay, that is this for the first one. Rather, we've not printed the second one. Let's print it. So print my set. Sorry, we overwrote it. Set 2. Set. So my set 2. So let's run now. We got it now. So you have 1, 3, and John. Okay, and that is because the first one was overwritten by the second one. So as you can see, they are unordered. That's another thing you must understand about sets. They are unordered. They can appear in different orders. So that's for that. So in this case, the numbers came before the string. The integers came before the string. So basically, and as well, we can also iterate through it. So for I in my sets to print I. Okay, and that's for that. You run and you get it. Iterate through it. This is a lesson on sets. Now a set is immutable. You cannot actually change the set once a set is created, but you can add or delete from the set. So that's another property of the set. Python set that you need to take into cognizance. So this is the end of this lesson.
on the Python set. So with this, we have concluded all the Python collections data types, or the sequence data types that enable us to store arrays of values using a single variable. So now over to the next lesson right now. So having covered the Python collections, the sequences, in this lesson we'll be in this section we'll be looking at Python functions. Okay, so functions. I'm going to name this now. I'll create a file as usual. Python functions .py. Okay. Now, what are Python functions, or what are functions? Now, functions are reusable piece or block of codes. That is the simple definition of it. Okay, let me type it again. All right, let me type it right now so that I can be able to see it. I said functions are reusable piece or block of codes. Now, for instance, now basically we have the Python inbuilt function. Python has an inbuilt function. There are inbuilt Python functions which I've been using. Most of them we've been using them already, several of them. All right, Python has several inbuilt functions. Then you can also have user defined functions. So there are functions already available which we've already been using, which the Python programming language provides for you. Then the Python programming language also allows you to be able to define your own reusable code called functions. All right. Now, one of the examples of the code you'll be using often is the print statement, which helps us to print value to a screen, to the terminal. All right. Then we have also seen a lot of functions too, such as the len function, which we've been using for working on a list, to count the values in a list. For example, just to give us a little brief back, if you have a list like this now, you can use a len function, say print len fruit. So this gives us the length of the fruit. So let me run it quickly now on the terminal. So Python functions .py. Now let's run it. So you see it gives you this. The first one is the hello. Then this len function helps us to, so the print function helps us to print a value to this terminal, to the screen. Then while the len function helps us to count the number of values, the number of items in a list or any other sequence, such as a tuple and dictionary and the rest of them. All right. Then a whole lot of other functions, a whole lot. For example, you can just say hello here, or let's say hi. Then you want to convert it to let's say to upper. You can just say an uppercase. Can make it this way, and let's run this now. You see it converts a hi to all capital letter. Then there's also another function to turn everything there to lower case. So you can come there and let's run. We run it now. You see it turns it to every of the hi to small letter. So a whole lot of inbuilt. Python has a lot of inbuilt functions. Now, then also the Python language allows us to be able to create our own function. So in working with function or making your own user-defined function, there are majorly two approaches, two procedures, two steps. Now the first step is to define the function, which is almost the same thing in plain language. We're talking about when you creating the function, define the function. You first define a function, then the second step is to what you call the function. To make use of the function, you call the function to make use of it. So you can call a function, a single function, over and over again. That's what we call why we refer to function as a reusable piece of code. For example, now let's start now to create define your own function in Python. You use the def keyword first. This is a syntax. Look at it clearly. You say def, for example, I want to create a function called say hello, just a simple function for the example now. Then you put a colon, because the Python language doesn't use curly brace. In other programming language, you defining a function like this, you have to open close curly brace. But the Python language uses a colon and also indentation. So, for example, now if I want to say hello, I can say print hello everyone. Hello everyone. So this is already a function, but this function will not work until it is called. So I'm going to come over here now. Let's run the code now and see. So you see hi. So say hello. For it to work, what you now do, the second step is simply to call the function to say hello. Say hello. So you can come over here. You see it says hello everyone. So what is the content of this function has now been printed at the point of call. Now you can go ahead now, even call this function several times. That is why we said it's a reusable piece of code. You can call it up to 10 times, it will still work. You can use it in different, once you can include it in other files, you can use it, although we'll talk about that, we'll talk about modules. So you can use this piece of code over and over again. And that's what we call a function. So basically, so this is just the lesson on the Python function. So the function, we've seen that there are inbuilt functions, which we'll be using a whole lot of them that the Python language have provided. Then you also see how to create your own basic Python function. So in the next lesson, we're talking about, we're going deep, a little more deeper in the Python function, talking about Python arguments and Python parameters and arguments. So so this is the end of this lesson on function, the Python function. Then the next lesson we'll build on it. We'll continue on the next on talking about parameters and Python function parameters and Python argument. So this is the end of this lesson. So over to the next lesson right now. So in the last lesson, we had an introduction to Python functions, how to talk about the inbuilt functions and the user-defined function. In this lesson, we want to go into what to talk about function arguments. I'm going to call it function args.py. All right. Now, in the last lesson, we defined a particular function saying say hello, for instance. Say hello. Say hello. We just prints out whatever value we give to it here. Print. So we printed something like hello world. Hello world. Yeah, in that particular lesson. Okay. So at the point of call, it just prints whatever value we add. Now, suppose we want to actually now create the function such that whatever value we pass it, we can be able to pass it value to be able to give us a return, to give us an output. We can do it this way. Put a value there that's in between the bracket of the function there, and we can now return it this way, so that at the point of call, we can be able to add it whatever we want to add. So, and I just call this now. So say hello. Let's say hello. So it is right here. So to save our time, say hello, and we can now put it. Let's say John. John. So at the point of call, we can now be adding any value we want. So let's run it quickly. And say py. Let's say function underscore args.py. You see, it gives us hello Johnny. So we can go ahead again, can call this function again. Let's repeat it. Just come over here right now, Control C, and we paste it. Okay, and let's undo it. Okay, so where you come over to this place right now, see, instead of then we call it say hello again. We now put Betty. Say Betty. Okay, so let's run the code again. Let's just copy this
and paste. You see hello bed, so you can be adding whatever value you want to add here, and it will be bringing out the output. Okay, so now in this content, now let me just use it now to explain the concept of argument. Now at this point of defining this function here, where we now add this placeholder kind of variable, is said to be a parameter. This value that is in between this bracket, which we're using to get input for outputting inside the function, we call it the parameter. Then at the point of usage of the function, or calling the function, putting the value, actual value to replace the parameter, we call that the argument. So that is just the difference between a parameter and an argument. So basically, a parameter is added at the point of definition of the function. Then the argument is putting in the real value in the place of the parameter at the point of call. All right, so that is the basic difference between so the parameter and argument, they are basically the same, but it's just that the parameter is used at the point of definition, while the argument is passed, the real value that is passed at the point of call to replace in the place of the parameter. All right, then that said, now you can understand, we should understand that if you can actually define a function to have more than one parameter. Define that is function. So you can say custom func, all right. You can say name, age, address. So here we have a function with 3 arguments, 3 parameters now. So you can print this. Let's just make it as simple as possible. Name, age, and address. Okay, so you will just print it out. So at the point of call, you have to, once you define a function and you pass it a certain number of argument or parameter, at the point of call, you must ensure that you also pass the same size number of argument at the point of call. Let's say here we say Joe, and the age, we have another parameter called age, which is 45. Let's just leave it that way now. Let's not add the last parameter argument for the last parameter, and let's see what will happen. You see it throws error for the last positioner parameter was not, argument was not passed in, so which is supposed to be an address. Let's say USA for just to make it fast. So by the time we'll come over here now again and run, you see it works very well now. So this is just to tell you that at the point of definition of function, or calling a function, the number of argument you pass must correspond with the number of parameter with which that particular function is defined with. So now from there, we also want to talk about what we call keyword argument. So at the point of calling the this function here, instead of just putting in the name directly, we can also call it this way using the keywords as the name of the parameter. So for example, we can come here and say name Joy. Let's say that is a name. Then after Joy, age Joy. So the name now is age. The place of age we say 30, which time around it should be a number, that is an integer. Then address should be equal to let's say London. Okay, so you see that can also work, and that is thought to be what this is what we now refer to as keyword argument. Now briefly, we want to also go now going further. Suppose you don't want to be able to, you don't really want to specify the exact number, you don't know the exact number of parameter or argument you want to pass at the point of calling of the function. You don't want to specify it at the point of creating the function. You can use what we call arbitrary argument. So I'm going to say my func. So here, to use arbitrary arguments, you just put that asterisk sign and arg. Then you can put the arg can be anything. You can call it kids, you can call it s, or whatever you want to call it. All right, so let's just call it args for the now, so just to make it easy for this particular example. Okay, so at the point of call, so you can just say print args, which is the name of the arbitrary argument. Then the value that should be returned should be a tuple. Let's say the one in position 1 or position, let's just make it position 1, or it could be position 2. Okay, so we're going to go over there now. So at the point of call, this function can receive a tuple. A tuple can be passed to it. So the first one, let's say we just make it a number, and the second one in position 2, we just make it h. Then in position 3, we'll just pick Johnny. So at the point, this now becomes a tuple. So tuple can be passed. You can pass any number of value in this place as a tuple. So at the point of calling it, whatever you specify there to be returned in the function is what will be returned. So this one is we said the args that should be returned to us. The only thing we want to print out is the value in the tuple that is in position 2. So we have here 0, 1, 2. So Johnny will be returned to us. So let's run it. Okay. So let's run. So you see, it gives us Johnny because it's in position 2 of the tuple. Then finally, as was round up this particular topic on function argument, we want to also talk about the concept of returning. Let's say define a function here. Say add up. Okay. We want it to take a value such as x for adding up. So let's say I want it to take two values. Let's say a and b for addition, add up. Okay, so we just use a return keyword. You can use a return keyword this way, say a plus b, and that will be it. So at the point of calling now, we can now call this way, and when we say I can just say my addition, use a variable to hold it now, my addition equal to add up. Then you pass in the parameter here, a, let's say 5, then 7. Okay, then you can print my addition. My addition now will be printed out. So open the terminal right now, and you say, okay, let's just paste that. You see, it gives us 12. So this are basically how you work with a return statement. So this is basically the what arguments are all about when you begin to work with a function and you also want to pass an argument. Then another final thing before I quickly write up that just came to me now is that you can also at the point of defining a function have what we call default value. And just say, let me call it my default. Okay. So if you have a default value, there will be no need to call it. So let's just still use the same thing. Let's say f name. Okay. The L name, for instance, equal to do. So at the point of calling of this function, we will not need to. So let's just print it. You'll see with example. Say first name, the f name. Okay. Then last name, L name rather. Okay. So when I want to make use of this function now, at the point of call, it will no longer the second argument since already has a parameter. So let's come over here, my default, and the first one does not have a value. So I'm going to just say do we, or let's say a maker. Okay, or sorry, let's put John. Then because this function already has a default value, the L name already have a default value, and they are, even though they have two parameters, if I don't pass, I may not. I can decide not to pass the value for L name because it already has a default value, and it will definitely work. So let's come over here now and run it. So you see, it says John Doe. That is because there was already a default. The parameter had a default value, so you can as well skip adding the value for the argument for the parameter at the point of call. So this is only when you can be able to skip putting in the exact number of of argument at the point of that correspond with the parameter at the point of function call. So I believe makes this topic very clear enough. So this is it on function arguments. So in the next lesson, we're looking into modules. Over to the next lesson. This is the end of this lesson now, so over to the next lesson right here. So I haven't looked at functions. So the next thing we want to look at, so in this lesson, we want to look into what we call Python modules or modules. Python, let's just say Python modules. Modules. Now, simply define modules is another name for modules in Python. Another name, or is another name for what is generally referred to as library. Okay, that is a collection of, which is a collection of variable. A library is a collection of variables, classes, functions, and the rest. Okay, so for instance, how does it work? Let's just create a new file here. Let's just say hi. Let's say hi module. Hi module. You can call it anything, but it should end with a .py file. Okay, so let's just say in this place we'll have a variable called greeting. Okay, the greeting will just be very simple, hello, a variable here. Let's just create another, define a function here, say hi. All right, say hi, and we can be able to pass it a name parameter there, and what it just does is to print hi, making it as simple as possible. Hi name. All right, so this becomes a module. So this module here, this file here with a function, a variable and a function, we can make use of it here in this particular page here as a module. And to use it, all we just need to do is to import the module. So we import using the import statement, import. So we import hi module. Okay, so this will make all the variable and the function that is inside the hi module file to be available for use here. So in this place, we can just simply say, I want to make use of the greetings variable that is inside the hi module. I say hi module dot greeting. So this one will help us to print out that value for that. So let's run it. Python module. So and Python modules dot py. Okay, so you see it prints hello, which is the value of this variable here. So we cannot, the same way we can also make use of call the other function here by saying hi module dot say hi, and that's it. It's going to help us. So with that, we'll be able to get the value of, okay, now there's an error because this actually takes an argument. So let's say John. So let's run it again. You say hi John. So the variable and the function that is inside the hi module we're able to make use of it here. Now another quick way, or again, we need to understand that you can also import a module using alias. You can say hi module as hi, for instance. Let's use the hi as the alias. So hi become the alias. In the place of hi module, you can be using hi all throughout the code. So, and it will still work very well. So let's come over here now and run this code again. You see everything works very well as well. Then if you also decide, you can also decide that instead of importing everything this way, using it this way, you can import each individual this way again now by saying I can do the importation this way again. Say from hi module import. You can be importing the individual thing you needed. For example, we want to import that variable greeting, and we want to also import from hi module import say hi. All right, say hi will not be available, so there will be no need for us to use that alias again because we have imported them directly. So at this juncture, when we run this code again, it will also work. So that's it. These are the major different ways you can be able to work with modules.
Now, before we go further, we need to talk about the inbuilt, as we'll end the lesson, let's talk about the inbuilt Python modules. So, because it's very important, so I'm going to create another one. Let's just call it inbuilt modules. So Python has a lot of inbuilt modules. So let's just open another file here. The inbuilt modules here, we want to see the Python already has some inbuilt libraries. There are some you can even, if they are not available here, you can also, you know, put them to add them to your project. You can install them in your project and make use of them. But for them, let's just make use of the inbuilt one. For example, we can just say import time. Okay. So once we've gotten time is one of the inbuilt module. So for example, then to make use of the time, you can just simply say, okay, print hello. This is an inbuilt module, Python inbuilt module. So hello, okay, print hello, or just say print wait. That should be a better way. Print wait. Okay, before then, let's see some of the things. How to know what is contained in a particular module, the functions and the things that are available now. For example, you can just use the dir function, dir function, then say time. Okay, let's see what is inside of it. So that's how you check out for the contents of a module using the dir function there. So then you can say, let's call the name now. This inbuilt py, inbuilt. Let's run it. Inbuilt modules, inbuilt modules.py. Okay, so we are supposed to be able to see everything that is inside here now. So let's print it. Inbuilt modules. Okay, and let's run there now. So you see, this shows us all the things, all the contents of the particular module we are using. So you use the direct function, you can print it out. Okay, so inside this particular place, there's a particular value we're looking for, which is the sleep. Let's see how we can make use of the sleep now. So we have already understood this. I'm going to comment out that place. So let's say print please wait for 5 seconds or 5 seconds. So I'm going to come here and print something else. So I'm going to say time.sleep. Time.sleep. Let's just put 5 seconds. After waiting for 5 seconds, I will print out something else. Just giving you an example of how to work with okay, so hello, I am done waiting. Okay, just giving you using the time module as an example of an inbuilt module. So let's just clear here for this example to be clearer. So let's go now. Let's run this particular code now. Inbuilt. So you see, it's helping us to wait, sleeping for 5 seconds. Then when it's done, you see it prints out, hello, I am done waiting. So this is the end of this lesson on the Python modules. All right, so this end of this session, and so we'll now move over to the next lesson. So now over to the next lesson right now. Okay, so in this lesson we're looking at object-oriented programming in Python, talking about classes and objects. So I'm going to call this file now just classes. Okay, so simply, what is a class? A class is simply defined. A class is defined as a blueprint for creating an object. Now, for instance, if you want to build a house, for instance, you don't just go and start building the house. You need to have a kind of architectural design in the paper, which the person that builds the house, the building constructor can be using to build the house on the site. All right, so that is the same thing, similar thing here. Okay, then to create a class, which is the blueprint for creating the object, you just go with the keyword class. Then you call the name of the class. Let's call it class. Then if you don't want to pass for the now, you don't want to pass anything into the class here, you can just use the pass keyword, and that's that. Okay, now a class is also made up of members, such as you can have
a class property, which is a variable inside a class context. Any variable defined in a class, you will refer to it as a property. Okay, then a class also contains what we call constructor. Class constructor, which is a special method that is used for creating object from a class. And at the point of instantiating or creating an object, the constructor is automatically called. All right, so let's go that for that. So let's say class constructor. So in this place, to get the class constructor, you define it with the def keyword like you do normal method or functions. So you call it, is the special constructor is said to be init. Okay, so let's just say we want to just create a constructor. We don't want to pass anything to the constructor. Just for the sake of example, this is called a constructor. We use a pass keyword here just to keep it empty. Then in a class too, you can also have your own user defined method here, or like function. Now a function inside the class context is referred to a method. So let's say for here in this place now, I'm going to say def and my func. Let's just say my func, which is a method here in this class context. Then a method, you have to pass it a first parameter called self. The self can be any word, you can even call s, but it should be the first parameter. Okay, let's just leave it there. Then you can add other things there. Let's say my func, then name, okay, another parameter. All right, we've already seen how to work with parameters. Then here we can now print. All right, let's say print self, like referring to the current object of the class, self dot y. Okay, then also print name. Then we have to, in this case now, to be able to get the name parameter, we'll have to put it inside the constructor, pass it to the constructor. So here we'll say name, and we'll have to set the name parameter here at this particular place. So self dot name, self dot, let's put a, okay, let's leave it at that. So let's just leave the constructor at that juncture. You could also be able to set some values here, but let's leave it at this to make the example as simple as possible. All right, so pass, let's leave the constructor this way. Okay, now we'll just print the 5 and the name. Okay, but I think it's better we just be able to multiply with something. Let's say value. Let's just call it value. All right, then here the self multiplied by self y multiplied by the value parameter. Okay, which will be passed at the point of calling the instantiation. So with what we have here, this is already a class, which is a blueprint for creating object. So from the class, we can actually be able to create objects. So let's create an object from the class. So simply put, an object of a class, is an instance of a class. All right. For instance, so now to create an object from the car class, you can just say my car, or let's just say BMW, or whatever my car. Just put it this way. All right, it's equal to you call the name of the class cars, like this, and that's that. You got a car object. Then we can now use the car to reference a value there. That is my car dot my func, and this place now will just pass the value for value, which is just make it 6. So let's run this code now. So now without creating an object of the class, this code cannot run. So let's just put it. So pi classes dot pi, and here we have what 60. So what happened is this my func that is being, this my func function is, or the method is what is now being used here, being referenced here. All right, then finally, then if you want also reference the y directly, that is the
the property of the class here directly, y. You can come along here and just say my car dot y, okay, which is a property. So if we now come over here and run this code now, and okay, we didn't print it out, so we needed to print out this for it to show up. So my car dot y. So we're using the object now to make reference to the members of the class. So you see it, the y value there is 10. So you see with the object, at the point of creating the object, the constructor which is here, is automatically called and is used for referencing the members of the class using what we call the dot notation. So this particular place, at this basic explanation of a class, this is said to be the class, which is the blueprint for creating the object. Then this particular point here, where we assigned my car variable to car, is all we have created the object. So the car's object here, my car object, which is the variable holding this one, is now used to reference to the members of the class, to bring the members of the class to life. Much like if you have gotten you drew a house plan on a paper, now you need to go to the place to build it. When building it, you'll now be able to bring all those places that have been designed, all the designs that are inside the architectural work into life. So the object here, at this point of instance, is where we actually bring the contents of the class to life, to practical reality. So this is just a basic understanding, basic introduction to the concept of class and objects in the Python programming language. So so in the next lesson, I'll also look at a very important concept of object-oriented programming, which is talking about inheritance. So this is the end of this lesson on Python classes and objects. So we'll see how to define a class in Python, and also how to be able to create an object from the class and use the object to reference the members of the class, namely the properties or the methods. And we'll also see how to write a class constructor. So now over to the next lesson on class inheritance. Okay, so we have looked at the classes. We got an introduction to the concept of class in the last lesson. So in this lesson, we want to go a little further concerning classes, talking about class inheritance. Class inheritance, a very important concept in object-oriented programming. All right. Now, we're going to also use a car example. Now, we could have a class car in this place, this context now. We're going to have a class car. All right, so here's a car, class car. Then all cars, I think they should have a model. So let's say model. Or let's say the car name first. Name. So we're going to get a property name, which should be a string initialized to an empty string. Then cars will have colors. Okay, so let's say color, the color of the car. All right. Then we can talk about the make of the car. Make. And that should be enough for this example now. So the make of the car. Then let's say the brand, rather, instead of saying name, make. Let's say brand. All right. Now we'll create a constructor here. Like we said, this car will have a constructor to def the special method called init, which is used as the constructor. So we pass itself. Let's say in this particular concept now, okay, for the now, we're going to just look for only the brand and make now, so that we can be able to use the make for another example. All right, so I'm going to go here, brand. So we'll look for brand as a parameter in the constructor. Then we assign it to the brand that is already there. So self.brand is equal to the brand parameter here. All right. Then we also initialize the brand again here inside the constructor, the self.color. So then equal to color, that whatever color that is passed there at the point of instantiation. All right. Now we can now say, okay, once this is done, let's also create another method here. Apart from the constructor, another method. This method will just have to print, let's say print car detail. Car detail. Print car, or let's just say car detail. That should be better off. Car, or let's say car details. That should be clear enough. All right. Then we pass it self, and that's all, which is referring to the current object. So now what we want to return here is just to say print. We just print for us self, the brand of the car that is put there. We'll bring it out for us, and the color too. Let's say self dot color. The color will be returned, will be printed out. All right, so I'm going to just make it a little better. This is to make the thing more interesting. So you say this is a particular brand of the car, and the color, let's say, and the color is that. Okay, so we'll print that out. So now let's create an object from this. Let's instantiate it. So from here we can come over here and say my car. Let's just run it first so that we can get a better understanding. So here at the point of instantiation, we just call car. So with car, we can be able to reference, let's say print, let's say my car dot car details. So I'm going to come over here, car details, and I'll pass it the parameter. Sorry, at the point of calling the word parameter, so let's just say a BMW, that is the name of the car, BMW, the brand, and there the color should be, let's say, white BMW. All right, so at the point, so we now reference it. So let's run this code now. We'll run it right now. So pi classes underscore inheritance dot pi. Then we run it. Okay, it seems it was wrongly spelled. So it's class. Okay, it's actually class dot pi, not classes. So let's just clear it. So pi class underscore inheritance. The name of the file was not properly done. So you see this is a BMW and the color is white. Now I want to bring in now from here. Now I want to talk about the concept of inheritance. Now after this, now we can create another class which inherits from the car class, two classes. All right. So for example, I can create another class here, a class called Benz. Benz should inherit from cars. It's a kind of car. So it will take all the properties of, all the member properties of the car. So if I do this now, say pass, for instance, so that there will be no error. Then we can create another brand of car from here, another car class. Let's say BMW now, although we were able to have an instance of BMW there. But let's put it here now. Let's say a class, another class again here. BMW. This one is a class, so you're going to inherit from a car class. Now to do inheritance of a class is simple. Now you need to understand a particular term concerning a class. Now, okay, let me just take this example before we talk about the base class and the parent and the child class. Okay, if I explain that concept. So now let's just do an instance of the Benz, for example. Say let my Benz, which is inheriting from the car class. So I'm going to use the instance of the car. I can use the constructor of the car class now. So car, all right, and pass the parameter there. Benz, let's say Benz 190. All right, that's the name of the kind of the brand of Benz. Then color, let's say black. All right, now let's run it. So my Benz, and have my Benz, which is this object.
to reference car details. You see now it can be able to access car details. So let's run again now. And pi class inheritance dot pi. You see, it's still able to, we are able to use the Benz class to be able to access the car constructor. Because why? The Benz and BMW now, they have become the child. They have inherited the car class. And inheritance in Python is very easy. All you just need to do is just to pass the parent class into the class here at the point of instantiation, as at the point of declaration, as a kind of argument. All right, so now let's understand the concept of a parent or base class and child class. Now this class car, which Benz and BMW inherit from, as is said to be the base or the parent class. So a parent class will just be any class at all. You use normal class definition and normal thing. Then the class that is inheriting, extending the functionality of the other class, which is now passing the parent class inside its parentheses as a kind of a parameter, is said to be the child class. So in this concept now, the car class is the parent of both the Benz and the BMW. So the Benz class is the child of car, and the BMW class is also a child of the car class. So the car class has two children now, Benz and BMW. So this is the concept of inheritance. So now let's taking it a little step further. So let's say we want to work more on the Benz class now. So now I want to bring the concept of so let's say if you want to overwrite the car detail class, that it is also possible. You can overwrite the members. For example, now I say car detail, so you want to overwrite it, the functionality there. Okay, you see now this particular IDE, which is a VS Code, helps us to call the super. And this is another concept I wanted to bring for you. Okay, the super class has its own stuff, but I don't want to use the super class. If you call the super, if you use the super function, inbuilt super method, it will refer to the method of the parent. Okay, so as it is now, if we run this thing again, now it's going to still give us the same answer. Because why? It's calling the method, the car details method of the parent. But we can actually override that. Okay, but before then, let's run it first and see what it gives us. So I'm going to just come over here right now, and so we're going to paste this. So you see, it gives us the same thing again. Still runs properly. So it was just calling the parent constructor. Then we can also override it. That is, add more things to it. Okay, this, say, we also want to add, they say, print, this is an addition to the child. Okay, so let's run it now this time around. So I'm going to come over here, Control Z. So we'll come over here right now, and we paste that again. So you see, okay, let's just run it properly on its own. It seems to be having an issue here. So clear first. So pi class inheritance dot pi. Okay, so it's still the Benz class is still running okay, we have not made an instance of the Benz class, so let's make an instance of the Benz class now. So we're going to make an instance of the Benz class now using its own constructor. So we're going to come here, so let's say my Benz 2 equal to, let's say, Benz this time around, Benz. Okay, and it's going to, now let's run it this way further before we now learn more lesson from that. My Benz 2 using the Benz constructor itself. So car details of the Benz class. So we're going to come over here. So pi class inheritance dot pi. All right, we're having an issue here. Okay, what does it say? It's supposed to also have, because it's inheriting the parent constructor, it throws the error because we're supposed to have a value, argument is supposed to be passed for the brand and a color. So let's say Benz 2000, that is if that exists. Then this color should be brown. Okay, the color should be brown. All right, so now when we run it again now, this error will be cleared off. So I just purposely allow that error just to get you to understand some point. So yeah, let's run it again. So pi class underscore inheritance dot pi. Okay, you see, so this is so it prints the parent inside this method. The super keyword was able to bring in the execution of the main car details that is in the parent car before executing that of the child. What is also added to it, so we actually added some more stuffs to the method that's already existing in the parent. All right, then the same thing can also be done if you also want to declare your own. You want this particular class here, the Benz class will have its own method, its own constructor rather. You can come over here and do this in it. When we do this, you see it calls the parent. So you can also, after calling the parent, you can also add your own now. So in this place now, apart from the parent color, let's just say we'll add another variable here called make. Okay, then make, let's just declare another variable here, the make of the car. You can add that there. So at the point of instantiation now, this one you can either use the you now have to make use of the child constructor by saying, okay, let's just call it here first. Let's initialize it in the constructor. Self make is equal to make. Okay, so here we'll have to add the make, which is make. So in this place, in the make of the car, okay, make, this is Benz 2. Let's say Rio or whatever. Let's just use that to signify the make. The one important thing is to pass the example. So now let's run this code again right now, and you see it's done. All right, then we could actually print that out, and say this is an addition to the child, and the make is, let's put the make now. Let's print it out. Let me make use of it here. The make is self dot make. All right, so let's run again now, and just this will be the last example on this topic, and the make is Rio. So that is it. This is basically the understanding on the concept of class inheritance in Python class inheritance, and it's similar in most other programming language, but this is how we work with inheritance, class inheritance in the Python programming language. So this is the end of this lesson on Python classes and objects. So over to the next lesson right now. So in this section of this lesson, we want to look at what we call exception handling. All right, .py. I open that file. So what are exception? Exception simply means exceptional events. All right, that events you don't want, you don't expect, that could come up in your program, in your development, maybe due to one error or the other, either error from the developer or from the system or from the user. Okay, for instance, you could come over and say there's a variable where there's no, for example, we can print name when we know very well that the variable name is not defined. It's an erroneous code. But when we run it now let's run that code, this code right now. We say exception handling. So py exception underscore handling. That's the name of the file, .py. So you see it throws an error. With this error that is thrown is the exception. And what is the exception here is name error exception. So because why? There was an error in our code. We decided to print a variable where that is not defined. So what you see now, this kind of message that is being printed here is messy. It's not nice for our end user. Supposing we have an application and this kind of error is being displayed to the user, it's very, very messy. So how do you handle it and make it nice? That's where the concept of exception handling now comes into. Now we know that this particular code we have an error. To make it the presentation to be nicer, to be nice to the user, we can handle it by using what we call the try and except block. So let me come over here. So let's just use a tab to put the indentation. Then we'll come and handle the exception by calling excepts. Now in the except block, if we want to just handle it generically, we don't want to handle the specific error, you can just come and just say print there was an error in the code, something like this, which is very generic, and it may not give the user a good the complete detail of the error. So if you want to give them a generic message, you can use this. So let's run it again now. I'm going to come over here right now. So you see there was an error in the code. So this is far more nice. That this message like this, very plain, is more user friendly than this mess here. Okay, this one could be easily understood by the developer, but for the end user, it will not be able to understand this kind of message. So we needed to print. So this one makes it better. So there was an error in the code. Now if you want to make the message more specific again, we can say, okay, we'll come over here and handle the exception. The exception name here is what? Is name error. Now there are many kind of exception names. You can have zero, division error, and the rest of them, arithmetic error, and the rest. But so how do you handle? You want to be more specific. So we want to check. Now in this particular code, we know that the kind of error that can come, especially when we anticipate the kind of error that can pop up, we now call the name of the error and handle it appropriately. So instead of just saying there was an error in the code, we cannot say what that variable is not defined. All right, that variable is not defined. So that our error handling, now our message become more understandable to the user now, because we know that it should be a name error. But that's what we anticipate. We can see clearly as the developer. Okay, so in many cases you will have issue that the error will come in. All right, so then let's also check another kind of exception, or that could come exceptional name of error. For example, I can have a variable like this. Let's say divide. I can say now 10 divided by 0 is erroneous arithmetic, but it's going to print 0 error, say 0 division error. So I'm going to come over here and print divide. So let's see it, and of course we know that divide is going to throw error. So I come over here now. So you see it gives us 0 division error. So, and of course we can go ahead and say handle it the same way. So you see, use your try, and you'll come over here and okay, let's just use a tab to make it faster. Then you come over here and accept, and you let's paste that. Okay, so then in case you don't want to execute anything there, at least let me use this as an example. In case 0 division error occurs, you don't want to execute anything, you just want to keep mute, you can just say pass. So the pass keyword can also help us in this scenario. All right, so let's just run the code again. So and we run it. So it said, okay, there was an error. The 0 division error was not taken care of for some reason. So what does it say to us? Divide by 0. Okay, so we're supposed to put this division. Why this thing is going on? Because it's supposed to be handled inside the code here. Before printing it, we would have come over here and put it. So this is it. So you put the try block inside there to be able to handle it. So let's go and execute the code again. So the block of code you want to execute that you want to handle, you must be put inside the try and except block. Then if there's regardless of what happened, there's a particular code you want to be executed no matter what happens, you now bring in what we call the finally block. So I want us to quickly introduce the finally keyword. Finally. Okay, so let's come over now. Let's say I want us to use this particular issue again. So I'm going to come over now. Okay, let's just add it in that place. Now, regardless of what happened, we want to execute a particular line of code. So let's say I come over here, say print. There was a 0 division, or you can't. Let's just say you cannot divide a number by 0. All right, then regardless of whatever happened, if there's a particular line of code, a particular statement you want to print, no matter whether there was an exception or not, you cannot add in the finally block. Finally, right? So finally, okay, you can just say print the code has been, okay, let's say the program has exited. Okay, that whether there was an exception or not, this error should be taken off. This particular line of block of code in the exception handling should be handled. You now bring in what we call the finally block. Okay, you will see in the course of other lessons, we're talking about a file input and output. We'll talk. You will see how this is very important, especially when you want to close a file. After opening or reading a file or closing the file, you also have to make use of the finally block. We'll see how you use that there. But for the now, just know that the finally block is a block that must be executed no matter what happens. So this is it basically on our first lesson here on exception handling. In our next lesson, we'll look at other type of issues concerning exception handling, such as the else, try, except, and finally, and how to raise your own exception. So now this is the end of this lesson. So in this particular lesson, we want to look at the concept of network programming. We're going to say network programming. All right, so very important aspect of this course because ethical hacking or hacking in general is often done through a network. So you must take your time and understand this concept very well. Now, what is a network as we begin? A network is often defined. A network is defined as a connection of devices for the sake of exchanging resources and data. Resources or data. All right. Then others will say a network is a connection of devices through media. But either way is devices that are connected together and they share resources together, exchange resources, exchange communication. That is what a network is all about. Now, bringing it to network programming in Python. Now, the Python programming language supports network programming both at a low level at our high level. Yeah, the Python standard libraries. All right. Now, at a low level, the Python programming language provide what is called socket module. The socket module or the socket library for accessing or low-level access. Low-level socket module is used for the low-level access to the
operating systems socket support. That's at the low level. To use socket programming for low level access to the your system of a computer system operating system. All right. Then in what we call socket programming, then at another, it also supports what we call high level access. There are modules. It has a lot of modules for high level access, which is also talking about application level access. Okay, such as it has something like a URL lib and the rest, etc., for accessing application level protocols such as FTP, HTTP, and SMTP, etc. All right. But in this particular lesson, this session, we're going to focus mainly on the low-level access module, talking about the socket programming. So we're going to be dealing with socket programming in this particular session. Socket programming. Now, a socket is simply defined as the endpoint. A socket is a socket is the endpoint of a bidirectional communication over a network. All right. Now, this socket, this bidirectional communication has architecture, has the client-server architecture. These sockets, that the socket module or socket programming is built on the server client architecture. All right. So if you are doing socket programming, you have you basically have two applications. One serves as a server, and the other one works as a client. So the Python programming language provides us a module called the socket module for implementing socket programming, which works on the basis of server and client. All right. Now, going further, I want to quickly go into now to work with this socket programming in Python. You need to use what we call import. First of all, you start by importing the socket library. It's already inbuilt, so you're not going to import the socket module, rather just import it. Then if you are creating a server, then the server has its own unique specific methods which you can use to implement a socket server. We are going to talk about them. Then we also have the client. The client's side of the socket has its own methods which you use, specific method. Then there are general methods which you use in both the client and the server application. So first of all, the client, let's talk about the server specific methods. That is sockets, Python sockets server specific methods. So the methods you can use to implement a server in Python. And one, you need the specific methods are one, the bind. You use a bind method. That is socket bind method. Then two, you also need the socket listen method to listen, to put the socket in a listening mode for clients to connect. Then it also provides the accept method. Accept method. So these are for accepting connection from a client. All right. So these are the major methods that are specific to the socket server application. All right. Then for the server, for the client, socket client application, socket client. socket client specific methods. Specific method. It's just a single method that is specific for the client. That is just the connect method. And if from the name you can understand what it does, it's just for connecting to a server. All right, you use the connect method, a socket connect method. Then generally the socket module has a lot of other methods too, which are you use them both at the client, and that is general socket methods. Okay, you have here amongst others, the major ones we want to look at is the send method, and the receive method. These are just the major ones, and there are others too. Then also the close. Or when you have opened the socket, you should be able to close the socket. So these are basically the major concept of network programming that we're going to deal with in this session. So for the now, we got a good understanding. You have a basic understanding of what networking is all about, because it's very important as an ethical hacker to understand networking. Now, apart from this lesson here, what we're going to be learning in this session, if you really want to be very good, understand ethical hacking very well, you really need to have a good understanding of networking, computer networking. And also, you can also learn about computer architecture and OSs, that's operating systems. Your knowledge of all these three aspects of computing will really aid you on help you a great deal in understanding ethical hacking and also becoming a great ethical hacker. So this is it on this lesson on this is the introduction to this section of network programming, Python network programming. So in this next lesson now, we're going to kick off by first of all developing our first socket server. Okay, so in the last lesson, I did introduce the concept of network programming in Python. And I also talked about the socket programming, how the socket programming has the server client architecture. So in this particular lesson, we'll be quickly trying to see how to implement a socket server application in Python, and it's quite very easy to do. So the first step, if you want to implement a server, is to first of all you import the socket module. Right, that is the first step. So you come over here, import socket, and with this we have the socket available. Then quickly to step 2. In step 2, you create a socket object. All right. So here, to create a socket object, you can just say socket, or you can call it any name you want to call it. Or let me just say S to represent socket. So socket dot socket. Then here we can leave it like this. We can do the instantiation this way to work. Okay, yeah, socket dot socket, and it will work. That using a non-parameterized method, which is this socket by socket. Then we can also pass it the address family. Okay, now by the IP address family. So sockets dot AF. You see there are a lot of protocols, the family address family, but here I want to work with the IP version 4. IP version 4 instead of IP version 6. We saw it there. If you want to use IP version 6, we could put a 6 here, but we are going to be working with the IP version 4. Then the next thing you also call, since we want to have a reliable connection, so we want to use TCP, which is Transmission Control Protocol. So the protocol we want to use is what we now reference there at the second parameter here. Second argument where we come socket.sock. You call this this constant here. You can also diagram for the UDP, but here we want to work with TCP for a reliable connection. So with this, we can now simply print that socket has been created. All right. Now the next step after creating your socket object is to now come over here to create a host. That is declare a host, declare
declare a host, the host which you'll be using for the connection. So you can just say host equal to this. Now, if you want to limit the connection to only this particular local network, we just specify it and say this. Now, but if I don't want every other, as many connections as possible from different computers, you just leave the open an empty string, all right, which we use to bind. Then you also create a port. You open a port. You make a port available. Okay, specify a connection port. All right. Then here we'll come over here and say port. Just choose any number from 0 to 65,500 and something. That is the number with which you can choose your port number from. Any port number from that range can go. So I just use 9090. All right. You can use 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 or 1, 2, 3, 4 like that. Just choose any port number that you know should not be in use in your machine. Then the next step here is to bind the host with the port number to the socket. To bind our host and ports to socket. So we'll come over here and do the binding. So just simply we call on the socket object socket.bind. Okay. Now we bind here. Inside here, you must pass them as a single parameter by putting them in bracket. So the host variable and the port variable, which already holds values there. So with this, it will be bound. So the next thing we need to do, the next step is to quickly put the socket socket in a listening mode, because it's the server we are creating here. So the server has to be listening for clients to connect. Okay, so to do that is very easy. Just say s, you call the socket object dot listen. Okay, then we can specify the queue size. That is when the server is busy, what are the number of clients that should be able to enter the queue to be accepted in the connection. So for example, maybe we don't make it 10. All right, we will leave it open, but it's still okay. You can specify them since we are making it open for every many clients to be able to connect to this server. So we can now print at this juncture that socket or server is listening. We display this message that server is listening at ports. So just put the port name here, the port a variable here, to comma port. So add the port. It will display the port number in which the server is listening at. All right. Then once the server is listening, then from here we can now begin to accept connection through a loop so that it can continually listen for connection. So while we use a while loop oftentimes, then we use an infinite loop. We put the accept method in an infinite loop. So let's say continue listening, continue accepting, continue accepting connections from clients. Okay, so we put the server in the continually receptive mode to be able to accept connection from as many servers as we have specified. Okay, so to do that, the server application return the accept method as returns basically two values, which are the client connection. So let me just call it fully client connection, clients connection. Let's just join them for the sake of client connection, and also client address. So let's just follow this. Okay, let's just follow the normal rule, the naming convention. Client connection, okay, which is one of the value. Then also it will also bring in client address. So let's just say client address. So then we call on the socket again and call on the accept method. All right. So now once that is done, we can say, okay, we can just simply print a message and say a server connected, okay, received connection received connection from, well, that's called the address in where the connection came from. By just calling the client address variable there, client address. So we'll call on the client address where the connection came from. And maybe we want to return message at the end of the connection simply by, oh yeah, we'll call the client connection, then send message dot send when we want to return message to the client as it connects, just by and of course the message we must send must be a byte, and to do that is quite easy. Say thanks for connecting, then we have to we have to use the dot notation to reference the encode method because it must be encoded as a byte to encode. Okay, then at the point of receiving it at the other end, we have to decode it. All right, so now with this, our server is now, we'll now close the connection. That is a client connection. We close the connection to the client connection dot close. So we call on the close method, and that's that. So with this, we now have our server fully developed. So this is we have implemented a server application in with our socket module. All right, so the next thing we need to do before I leave over off this lesson, let's just quickly run it to see how the server runs. Then in the next lesson, we'll talk about how we'll connect, we'll try to use it, we'll create the client application, then see how to connect with the client to the server. All right, so here py server.py. Okay, so you see now this socket has been created, and which is the first information right here that we printed out. Then server is listening at port 9090. So now we see that our server is well developed. So in the next lesson now, we'll now create a client application that will now attempt to use the client to connect to this server. And if the client connects successfully, the client should be able to receive a message saying thank you for connecting, or thanks for connecting. All right, so over to the next lesson. So this is the end of this lesson. Okay, so in the last lesson we were able to create the server, our server application. Now we want to create the client, which is the we'll be able to use to connect to this particular server. Now so how to create your client application, that is socket client. I'm going to just call it client.py. Right, now to create client your client application, there are a lot of similarity between the creation of a client application and that of the server. Just some, that the method is just the difference, which is the method connect method. All right, so let's go. So the first step is to import the socket module, just like we did for that of the server. So we import the socket module. We are simply say import socket, and that's it. We got our socket. Then the second step is similar to that of the server, is to create a socket object. Okay, so let's go now. So we can just call it, let's say my socket, just to differentiate between it and that of the server. So my socket, so call on the socket, then socket method, socket, then socket dot afnet, afinet, which is the address family, then socket dot sockstream constant, we use it here too, sockstream, and that gives us our socket object, which is my socket. And I'm going to copy it because I'm going to be using it often. So I'll copy this very fast now. So copy this, the socket object. So the next thing we need to specify the port we want to connect to. So specify the server port to connect to. Okay, and our server port, let's see it again. The port number that we're listening, the server is listening to is 9090. So you go over there and specify that one for in your client. So you go over to the client. We'll come over here and say our port that we want to connect to is 9090. All right, because that is the port that the server is listening to. All right, so now what next? the next we need to do now is to connect to the server. So to connect is simple. I'm going to just paste the server, the socket object, which is socket.connect. All right. Then we now pass it the host address and the port number as a single argument. And to do that is just to put both of them in a bracket inside the connect method parentheses. But so we'll now come over here. So we want to specify that we are using connecting to the local network 1200. All right, this particular IP. All right, for local host. Then we'll now specify the port number, which I've defined already, which is 1990. So with this, our connection to the server is established. Now, but we want to receive the message that the server, we can see that our server is sending a thank you message. So we want to have a way of receiving that message and printing it out for us to see, which it is thanks for connecting. Okay, we need to look for a way to get it. So to do that, that's why we need to see how to make use of to receive. We are going to say, okay, let's say print received message from server. All right, so to do that is very simple. So just print and you call on the object here, which is socket.receive. Then we specify the buffer size, which is the amount of bytes that we want to be able to receive, the maximum byte size of data that this client will be able to receive. All right, so we want to specify that it should receive at least 1 gig of data. So once that is done, the next thing that we need to do, okay, we need to decode because it's encoded in bytes. So you need to now call the decode method to decode the encoded method, that is encoded message that is in bytes. All right, so when you in the server you use encode to turn the string, in case you are sending a string, so that it can be decoded. So you encode it in the server, then on the client side you decode it, the method that you're able to print it out to your screen. Then finally, when we are done, you close the server connection, the client server connection. Okay, close the server connection. That is this client connection to the server. So to do that is just we call on the object, the mySocket object, and just call on the close method, and that's that. Our client application is ready. Now we want to use this client now to connect to the server. So to do that, we're going to run the server right now on a terminal, and we'll open a different terminal to run the server. Then we'll now run the client in this IDE here. So let's quickly to run the our server. So I'm going to go to the desktop. I open here Python lesson so that I can navigate very easily to the command line, so that it will just open up very fast. So I'm all right here now. So I'm going to run the server server.py. You see now, so socket has been created. Server is listening at port 1990. All right, so let's go to our IDE now, run our clients now. Okay, now server is already waiting, listening, waiting for connection. So just come over here, client.py. So you see the client received, the server client has received a message, so it's connected successfully. This shows that the client was able to connect to the server successfully. So let's check the server right now. You see server says server received connection from this particular, and it specifies the port number of the particular client that you received from. All right, now our server, if you look very well, we program our server such that it can receive as many up to it can receive connection from more than one client. Okay, so let's just see, we want to connect with another client now. So to do that, I'm just going to open another terminal. Okay, another terminal the same way we open the first one, and again we'll run, this time around we're going to run py client. So it's receiving one from the IDE. One of the clients is running from the IDE, and one of the one is running in this place. So another connection has been registered. So the server now has 2 connections, all right, on the same machine. So let's see. for the server now, you see it has gotten two clients as connected. So you can go on and on, maybe until 10 like that, and keep on connecting. So it's like, so this our server now is serving like a central server where multiple clients are now able to connect. So this is very important. Now, if you want to test this out, and to make it more clearer, you could, if you have two computers, you can install the server. You can run the server in one of your computers, then use one of in another computer that you have. You run the client, then you see how it will connect. So that is it. This is basically what socket programming is already the simplest example on how to work with socket, to implement socket programming in Python programming language. So that is it on this session on network programming. So move over to the next lesson right now. As we round up this session of Python, the Python programming language, our lesson on the Python programming language, before moving further, we want to talk about a very important aspect of Python programming, talking about not only Python programming, every other kind of programming, talking about file handling or file management. I'm going to create a file now. Before creating the file, let's just explain it. I have already written some tests here that I've commented here. All right, so for the sake of explanation, now in working with Python, or like other programming language, the Python programming language makes file writing and reading from the file quite very easy. Now, if you want to work with Python file, the first thing you need to do is to use the Python inbuilt open method. So before you can perform any operation in a particular file, either you want to create, you want to read, you want to write, first of all, you open the file first. All right, you start with the open method, the inbuilt Python open method. Then in the open method, you pass in the name of the file. Let's say my file.txt. Yeah. Then it should be a string. Then you pass in the mode. Now, what are the modes? The modes are the different purposes for which you open a file. All right. What are some of that? You can open a file for creating. Open the file for the sake of creating it, in case it doesn't exist. You can open a file to write to it if it's already existing, or you can, even if it's not existing, you can create and write at the same time. The Python mode can help you to do that. Then you can open it for reading or for appending. That is a text already, the contents already, you want to add content to it. Now, so look at the mode. Let's see some of the modes available, the modes that are available for you to work with it. And now you can use the S mode just for file creation in case the file does not exist. All right. Then you can use the W mode. What does it do? It opens a file for writing. And if the file does not, and if there's already a content in the particular file, the write mode will overwrite what is already there, the existing content. Then if the file does not exist, it creates it. Okay, so the W mode, that is for the W mode, the write mode. Then arrow mode opens a file for reading. It will throw error if the file does not already exist. We'll have an input-output error. So we'll see how to handle it. So while you are working with files, you need to mandatorily handle exceptions. All right. Then there's what we call the A mode. It opens a file for appending. That is, but it does not overwrite the existing content. All right. Now we have then if you want to open a file both for writing and reading at the same time, you use the W plus. And if you want to open a file for reading and writing, you open arrow plus. Then for appending of file and reading at the same time, you use the A plus. Then if you want to delete a particular file, we can now import you can delete the file by calling the os.remove method that we now have to import the os module. So let's quickly see how to implement some of these things just for better understanding. So I'm going to create a file now. I'm going to call the file underscore manage the file that's called management.py. Okay, so the first thing we want to do, following what is here now, is to create we want to create a file. So I'm going to put them in a try and except statement. So try of let's say F representing a file, say open. Like I said, the first step you need to do is to open with the open method. So let's say my test dot py. Okay, that's the dot txt. All right, that is the file we want to create. The file does not exist, so we want to see how to work with the mode. So you open the mode. The mode is X to create a file in case it doesn't exist. Sorry, here it should be open. All right, then the exception that could come in case it doesn't exist is input output error. So we just hold it, and just to save our time, all we just need to do is to print the error message. Okay, if the file already exists, it will throw error. Okay, so we need to always, when you're working with files, you handle exception accordingly. Then if the thing is actually created, we need to have a way of receiving message. So let's use the else statement here so that it will help us to print message. We talked about try, except, and else before. So here, else file has been successfully created. All right, then it is also a good practice that once you are done creating a file, opening a file in whatever file operation you are doing in Python, you should close it. So we're going to use a finally block. Finally print, let's say file dot close. Okay, so this will close it. So for you to just, for us to know that the file will actually close, let's just print out something here. Say file closed. Okay, I think this will give us a better message. So now let's run this code now. So I'm going to come over here right now, and I'll type file underscore management.py. Now we run. You see, file has been created. Let's see the file here now. We can see the file here. The name of the file is that we created was my test. So my test.txt has been created, but you can see now it's just an empty file. So using the mode, so let's just copy this to save sometime later. So now the mode we use was the S, just for creating of test. Now to write to this file that have been created, we're now calling the W mode for writing. Okay, so to write, we'll come over here and say f.write. Let us write something, a kind of text to that. This is my, that we want to write into that particular file that has already been created. All right, then if the file does not exist, however, the W also can also help you to create the file in case it doesn't exist. So instead of using the X for creating, you can actually use the W to just achieve the same the two purposes, because the W mode will help you to want to write to a file. If the file doesn't exist, help you to create it. But we have already seen it's still good. We also know how to use the X mode. We have done that already. So this is my Python file. Let's just say that. Then we'll see how. So once this thing is done, you can also print that it's a file has been successfully, instead of created, let's say written to. Okay, that's a good message for this now. So let's run it. So you see, file has been successfully written to. Let's read it before we use our code to read it. You see now, this is my Python file. This is my Python file. Why did we write that? We wrote it here. So we use our code to write because we opened it for writing mode. Then if you want to read this file now, how do we read? To read, you use the arrow mode. All right, so let's read now. So to read this particular file, it's already here right now. So we come over here now. Let's remove this now, or let's just comment it out. Just comment, then come over here right now to read it. Then we come and say f dot. Okay, let's print it. So we have opened the file for reading by calling the f mode. So f prints f dot read. All right. Then we can come over here now and run. You see, this is my Python file. So the content that is here, it was read inside our code, as you can see. It reads it. So these are the major mode. Then there's another way to read this file. Instead of using the read method, you can also loop through it. For example, you can say for v in f. Okay, we already understood looping. So you say print. So let's push this a little. For v in f, print v. So it will read each line of content one after the other. So let's run it. So you see it reads it the same way the read method did. All right. Then finally, before we cut off, we want to see what we call how to work with the append method. The append. Okay, so append. So we're going to forget about the reading for the now. Let's not read now. Let's just append. Okay, let's just say this is my, we have already written this is my Python file. Now, so we want to add more content to that, the other one now. Or let's just let's see how we overwrite to tell you the difference between the W. So now, if I want to just overwrite what is here, if I use the W now, it will overwrite what is here. I want to just carry this example so that we can see the difference between the write mode and the append mode. So this, let's say this is a new text. Okay, let's run this code now. If it's written well, it will tell us that it was successfully written. So let's come and write here. You see, file has been successfully written to. So let's see with the W mode now. You see, this new content here has overwritten the other one that was there originally. Now, but with the append method, let's use the append method now. Append. So let's say this is this will be appended to the content. Appended to the content. All right, so yeah, let's put some space. So you're going to see now, once we run this using the append method, it's not going to overwrite unlike the write method. So let's run the code again now. So okay, it's a file has been successfully written to. So let's go. You see, this is a new text. This which was okay. You see now it ends here. This was what was originally there. But then the append method, instead of overwriting what was there, was added to what was already there. So basically, these are the major things you need to know about file input and output. The plus, you can do a plus, that is for reading and writing at the same time. Then if you want to open for writing and reading at the same time, you add the W plus. Then if you want to read and write, open for reading and writing at the same time, you put the arrow plus. So this is it. Then finally, if you want to now delete this file, what do you do? We said we need to delete the file that's already there. What you do is to use the OS module. So import OS, okay, so that we can access the method for deleting. So let's say we want to delete this file now. So let's leave those things as they are now. You can just simply say OS dot remove. You call the remove method, like I said already, and put the name of the test. The test file there is my test dot tst. Okay, so with this we can be able to remove it. So run. You see it has gone off. You see the file has been deleted from the system. It no longer exists. So see if the file is still there. Let's just comment this out now and try to read it now all over. Let's try to read it again, and we're going to see that it's going to throw error. Or let's try to write to it for the now. Let's try writing to this file again. So come over here. See, there was a invalid. Okay, OS. So there was a valid an error there. Okay, sorry, our comment here was wrong. This is not a valid Python comment, so we didn't comment that place out properly. Let's clear so that it will be clearer. Clear. Then come over here now. Okay, file close. Say no such file exists. No such file exists. So it threw error. All right, and that was that. So this is the end of this lesson on Python file management. Python file management. This is the end of this lesson. All right, so you've seen how you can open a file for different purposes, either to create a new file, to write to a file, to read and append, and also you also seen how to delete. So this is the end of this lesson. So over now to the next lesson, extending from where we stopped from our exception handling in the last lesson, we're going to talk about, in this lesson, we want to look into other aspects of exception. So let's just call it except. Okay, we create a file called except. All right, so here, what we want to do here is we want to look into some other aspects of exception handling, like raising exception, using the exception alias or exception arguments, alias arguments. Then we also want to look at how to introduce the concept of the else clause. All right, now talking about raising exception, for instance, if I say v, or maybe you are taking a user input, let's say user input, so we now use the input value. Let's collect integer, input, typecasting to integer, because like we already know is the value is what I will be returning will be a string. So enter a number between 1 to 10. Let's say this is the input we want to collect. All right, so I'm going to just come over here and to raise an exception. So it is possible that the user may want to add values that are not within that range. So how do you handle? We can actually raise an exception for that. We have other ways. We can print normal error message, but also another way of handling error from such a scenario is also to use what we call it's also to raise exceptions. Okay, so if user input is less than 1, or let's say user input is also greater than 10, so which means it's beyond the range. So any value that is entered that is beyond the range, we can raise exception. Instead of just printing, you can say raise value error. Okay, so we come over here and say no, you can only values between 1 to 10 is allowed. Right, so with this we have raised an exception. Now let's try running this particular code now. All right, so pi except .py. So we say, let's just alter it, put 0 for instance. So you see it, an exception was raised. It said value error, only value between 1 to 10 is allowed. All right, so there may be need for you to use this raise exception instead of just handling this, not the other way, using try and except. So you should also have that in your knowledge box. Then the other one I want to talk about is also talking about alias. Okay, for instance, instead of raising exception, I'm going to just comment this out. We have already known this one now, so just comment it. Right, okay, so we want to talk about the concept of alias. So instead of using it this way, I can come over here and now pick this. Let's put this now in a try and catch block, a try and except block. So try. Okay, then I come here, I put a tab for handling the issue of indentation. Then there except. Now the kind of exception I want to get here is value error. Okay, then I can just use an alias of it and put LE or whatever value I want to use. So I can come over here and say print okay, I'll say you entered, yeah, okay, there was an error in your entered, okay, or let's say you entered a wrong value, so then I'll concatenate it with the value, the exact system error, the value error message. So I can come over here now. Let's run this again now. Now for the now, let me clear here. So pi except dot pi. So let's put instead of putting value of a number, now let's just put a string. You see, say you entered a wrong. You entered. Sorry, this was wrongly spelled, but it's still okay. You entered a wrong value. So it was what to put to end it here. So let's just see where it ends. Enter the wrong value. So from this where the colon is, you see the exception, the information, that is the value of the e now. So from here it's a invalid literal or int with base 10 w. So this gives us another error. So or you can just go straight to the point and just use this. It can help you take care of the error message. If we just put only this in the alias for the error or the argument, the exception argument, we just put it here, and this will help us. So let's just put another invalid value. You see it, invalid literal for int with base 10. Then finally, as I round up this lesson on exception, I want to introduce the concept of try and except. Okay, so we can actually, maybe we create a variable, just make another error, something like this, like the example I used before. So I come to print name. Okay, name. Okay, there's an error there. Let's just say name equal to 1, right? And say print name. Print name. Then there could be exception. Okay, let's commit an exception there. Let there be an exception. So except let's say name error. Okay, it is name error. Let's just say print the variable is not defined. Then in case to undo, there's another, the Python also provide what we call the else block, where you can actually use to execute a code that didn't execute here. In case for any reason the try block was not executed, or for the exception was not handled, it can be printed here. This particular block of code can be executed in the else block. So you can say something or none or nothing happened, or let's just say they try, or let's just, okay, the better message should be none of the blocks of code executed. All right, or better, okay, I think for better understanding is the try block didn't okay, let's say did not execute for some reason. All right, so let's run it now. So I'm coming over here now, and okay, we're supposed to get rid of that particular line. So let's get rid of that. So let me just do this now. So we see okay, let's just do it. We went ahead. So it first of all, the first one executed this first part, which we use in the first example. Then for the other one, okay, it came over here and said the variable is not defined. So ultimately the else block actually will only run if for any reason the try block, the code after the try block did not execute, which we can see now, and at the same time the except block did not execute. That is when this else block will be executed. All right, you can read more about the Python else block, the try, except, and the else block, especially the else clause. I'll get more information about it online for better understanding. So with this, I think we'll be able to cover the basic concept of the try and except statement, that exception handling in Python, the Python programming language. So in this session, we want to quickly see how to set up our ethical hacking lab. So this is just this lesson is to introduce you on this section. This is kind of an overview of this session. So in this session, we want to see how to install our ethical hacking lab or penetration testing lab. So as I've said, setting up your testing lab. All right, because the another name for ethical hacking is penetration testing. So in carrying out your penetration testing or ethical hacking activities, ideally you should have set up a lab. You need to have your lab, which includes your operating system, which you use for your attack. Then you also need to have another operating system which you use as a target. Now in this particular session, we'll be seeing how to install a virtual boss, because we want to use which is an hypervisor. Then on top of it, we'll be installing the virtual boss on our Windows machine, which is my host, with the host machine now that I'm using my normal operating system. We install virtual boss on it. Then after installing virtual boss, we'll now install our attacking machine, which is, in this case, we're going to be Kali Linus, very popular among hackers, especially penetration testers, with a whole lot of tools to aid your penetration testing. Then again, apart from then after installing Kali Linus, we will also see how to you will also be taken through in another lesson on how to install Metasploitable 2, which is an intentionally vulnerable distribution of Linux operating system, which we'll be using for our penetration test. It will be serving as our target machine. All right, so that is what this particular session is all about. It's just an intro to it. So in the next lesson now, we're going to quickly start by seeing how to install virtual boss, Oracle virtual boss in Windows 10, which is my operating system, and which will eventually serve as the host operating system. So this is the end of this lesson. This is the end of this intro. So we'll move over now to the next lesson. Okay, so like I already said in our last lesson on the introduction to this section of setting up our testing lab, our penetration testing lab, I did say we're going to first of all start by, in setting up our lab, we'll start by setting up a kind of a virtualization package where we'll install all our machines, where we install our attacking machine and also the target machine. I said now I have chosen to use a VirtualBoard, and there are other virtualization packages such as VMware and the rest of them. For this particular lesson, in this particular course, we're setting up our lab using the Oracle VirtualBoard, which is totally free. It's an open source package that is free. Now, the one I'm going to be using, because I'm using Windows 10 as my host machine, my hosting system, and we're going to be, I've already installed the version for my Windows machine. All right, so in this lesson, what I want to do now is to guide you through how to be able to install it by yourself, which is actually very, very easy. All right, so install it, you just open your browser, then visit www.virtualbox.org. Okay, virtualbox.org. So it opens, then you see this button here showing the VirtualBox, download VirtualBox, then with the version. So just click on it and it takes you to this place. Now there are different packages for different platforms or different hosting operating systems. Now there is a package for Windows, there's a package for Mac OS, there's a package for Linux, there's a package for Solaris. So depending on your machine you have, your hosting machine, your operating system you are having, I want to install the VirtualBox, you choose the package you want. All right, now because I'm using currently in my I'm using a Windows 10, I'm going to be choosing the one for Windows host. So I just click Windows host. It will start downloading, but I wouldn't want the download to complete because I already have it downloaded. Now, after the download, now in case you want to make it faster, you can actually use a download manager. In my case, I use I use a flash get. All right, look at this place now. I have flash get to speed up my downloads. All right, then after the download, you can just show all download here. You can quickly, you see now the thing didn't go because I have to cancel it. So, but I already downloaded it. So when you finish downloading, it's supposed to go to your download folder. All right, this is where it is. So you can actually do the installation by just double clicking it from here. For me, just to organize my files, I have to cut it out from here. Just right click and cut. And even I want to just cut this now to a folder. You just right click, you cut and you move. All right, that is basic computing. All right, so now going back here now to what we're doing now. So in this place now, I already downloaded it and I cut it to this place now. So to install it is just very easy. So either you double click it, you follow the installation process, and it's quite easy. You just click next and next and next. Now if I click next, now it's not going to be able to install it. I already have it installed on my machine, so it's not asking either I want to repair it or remove. Now I'm not going to go on with it, just trying to show you how to go about it. It's really very easy. And if your system lacks any dependency, it will prompt you. Then you just install the dependency and go ahead with installing it. It don't be more, takes you about 1 or 2 minutes, or 1, 2, 3 minutes. You should be done with the installation. All right, all things being equal, unless there's any dependency. If there's any dependency, it will still take you time to just install. And that's it. Then when you are done with installing it, you will just see the shortcut on your desktop. Okay, for a Windows operator, you can even, I think this process is almost similar for other operating systems. You should also see the shortcut on your desktop. All right, so it is already installed. We have Oracle VirtualBox already installed. All right, so let me just open it to show you how it is now before, as we'll try to round up this lesson. So this is it. This is the virtualization package. So it's on top of this, inside this particular package. Now we're going to be installing all the different operating systems we need. We can go ahead and install different operating systems here. You can have as many operating systems you have. You can have different one of them here, the different virtual machines. You can install other versions of Windows here, install Linux here, install Solaris, install Mac OS on this. But in our case here, we'll be using, in this particular code, we'll be installing only 2 operating systems. We're installing the Kali Linux, which is one of the most popular distribution of Linux operating system for hacking, and then also we'll be using that as our attacking machine. And we also our attacking system. Then we'll now install another one as our target system, which is Metasploitable too. All right, so this is the end of this lesson on how to install VirtualBox, Oracle VirtualBox on Windows 10 operating system. Of which, if you want to learn if your system operating system is different, you can easily just browse online on how to install your own VirtualBox on your own particular operating system. Now there's an alternative to VirtualBox, with other alternatives to it, but one of the most popular alternatives to VirtualBox is VMware. All right, but in this course we're choosing to use VirtualBox. So this is the end of this lesson. We'll move over to the next lesson, on where we'll see how to install our major attacking machine, our attacking operating system on VirtualBox, talking about Kali Linux. Over to the next lesson right now. So in the last lesson, we saw how to install our VM, talking about VirtualBox, Oracle VirtualBox, and we're able to install it properly. So this is the VirtualBox right now. Okay. And so in this lesson, what we want to do now is to see how we can now install our first guest operating system, which we're going to use as our attacking machine. Talking about Kali Linux, very popular among hackers, ethical hackers. All right, because it comes with a whole lot of tools, over 600 of them. We want to see how to install it inside our Kali, inside our VirtualBox as a guest operating system. Talking about like this, a virtual machine. So to do that, all we need to do to get Kali Linux, we just go. It's a free distribution of Linux. So just go to kali.org. So while we're at kali.org, you just click on download. While you're at download, you will see the installer images. You have virtual machines. So we have images for virtual machines. So in this case, I'll just click for this. So while we move down, you will be able to see a lot of virtual machines here. There is VMware, VirtualBox, Kemu. But the one we're interested in is just for VirtualBox. So I pick for VirtualBox the 64 bits. There's also the one for 32 bits. So, but for my system configuration, I'm going for the 64 bits. Okay. So right here now, so I click on this now. So I've already downloaded this now, so I'm not going to go ahead with it. It's actually end as it's a zip file. Originally, you are supposed to be able to open it with a 7Z application, but now I'm going to be opening it with I have WinRAR on my system. You can also open 7Z archive file. So I'm going to just navigate to my system now. Now I've already downloaded it. I've already installed it. As a matter of fact, just trying to guide you through how to get it done. Now, when I got it downloaded, I have it here as a zip file. I have it as a zip file here. Now, I need to unzip it. To unzip it, just right click on it and just click extract here. And once you click extract here, it will start extracting. Well, now I have to cancel. You have already extracted it. So right here we have, if you finish extracting, it will have files like that, although you may not have some of them here until you finish running it. When you run, I've already run it before. That's why we have some extra files here. Okay, so now let's see. Now, how do you now make it work inside your VirtualBox? To make it work in VirtualBox is very easy. So I just go back to my VirtualBox that I've already opened. We just click add, and you navigate to the directory, which is on the desktop here. So lab software, that is the directory. Then you click on the extracted folder. So here you just pick this particular one. Now you see it's already showing Kali lineup, because this particular one, this particular image is already this particular Kali Linux image is specifically built for VirtualBox, so it easily starts with a VirtualBox. So just open it. So you are seeing it here. Here it's showing power off. Then you can check the settings in case you want to check correct the settings. So you see it. The name is Kali Linux VirtualBox. You can actually change the name as it were. So let's just change the name. Can you just call it Kali Linux? Kali Linux. All right. So as it is now, so you see it's a Debian base. So there are a lot of settings here. You can change the settings here for the display. If you want to enable 3D acceleration, you can do it. But when I did it, when I enabled 3D acceleration, the system began to show blank. All right, so I have to leave it at that. So so I have to leave it at that. So now to start it, to boot it up now, all you just need to do is just click start. Then you wait. Kali Linux now begin to boot. Now, while I was doing this at the first time, I encountered an issue with the virtualization technology being disabled on my particular machine. So in case you have that same issue, what you just need to do is to just go to the internet and just Google for how to enable virtualization technology in your own particular system. For my own particular system, I'm using Windows on HP computer, so I have to just check it that way and just so you will easily see some video there, YouTube video you can watch. Within 2-3 minutes, they will be able to guide you on how to enable virtualization on your particular system, so that Kali Linux can be able to boot effectively. So that if there's in case you come in and across such error, you'll be able to easily fix it. Now, as it is now, Kali Linux, I won't click start in VirtualBox. It's booting now into our VirtualBox now. So just wait a while. It's going through the booting process like a normal operating system. All right, so we'll just wait a while. It will finish booting. Once it finishes booting, we'll now be able to log in. So it's booting right now. We'll be able to log in and see what is inside. Then also be able to, and then I will be able to guide you on how to also install our favorite IDE we are using for this course, which is a VS Code inside it to enable us write some of the Python codes we will need to write. Okay, so just wait a while now while Kali Linux is booting. So it's almost getting done. Let's just wait a while. All right. So it's booting as a virtual machine. Now, as it's booting now, as we are using Kali Linux as a virtual machine now, whatever we do inside Kali Linux does not affect our host operating system, which is Windows, the Windows 10 operating system. So that is why it's important we use it as a virtual machine. Now, you can also use it as your own complete operating system, your original host operating system too, but it's not advisable. So oftentimes it's good to use it as a virtual machine. All right, especially for your ethical hacking activities. Okay, so now the username and password I used was the Kali, and the password was also Kali for the latest version I just downloaded right now, as at the date of producing this particular lesson right now. Okay, so it's Kali, the username, and the Kali is also the password. And by default, when it loads, we're going to be logging you. It's going to be logging you as a user, not as a root. It's not going to be logging you as a root user. All right, but you can also log in as a user using the same password too. Okay, so as we come over here right now, it's bringing up the terminal, although I opened it before. So right here now, this is the desktop of Kali Linus. Okay, right here, I was able to, I've already downloaded this. You can see the trash can, file system, folder, you have home, and right here, we have, okay, there is we have Mozilla Firefox, which is a special kind of Mozilla Firefox pre-built into Kali Linus. Okay, then that is for browsing. Then there are a lot of terminal here. There's a terminal for if you want to log in as a root. There's PowerShell. There is a text editor here, so it has a text editor, just like you have. So it's a very simple text editor here you can use for writing stuffs. Yeah, even there are other editors too in the command line, such as Vim and Nano. Okay, so this is it. Now, Kali Linus, one of the major reasons why many hackers use it is because first, it's free. It's open source. Linux distributions are free. It's a Linux distribution which is open source. Then secondly, it comes with a whole lot of ethical hacking tools right off the bat from all different stages of hacking, from reconnaissance to scanning to attacking, password cracking, to post-exploitation and the rest of them, even social engineering tools. They are all available. Over 600 tools of them are currently available in Kali Linus to enable you make your ethical hacking activity very fast. But we're not going to be talking about those tools now because those tools are beyond the scope of this lesson. Maybe in the future lesson, we'll be talking about how to use those tools to make your life very easy in ethical hacking. But apart from those two pre-made tools, you still need to learn how to create Python so that you're able to create your own custom tools, ethical hacking too, because you can't just be depending on third-party applications. Yes, most of them are free, but most of them may still have some limitations which you may want to solve. All right, so you won't want to only depend on third-party tools. So that is the essence of learning Python. So, but Python combined with Kali Linus become very robust. You have a very good tools on your hand to be able to do ethical hacking very effectively. So that is the essence of learning Python for ethical hacking. Okay, and if you are learning Python for ethical hacking, it will also help you to understand how most of the tools that are inside this Kali Linus and other ethical hacking platforms work better. So it gives you better knowledge of ethical hacking. Okay, so that's why we're working with the Python. We're working with Python programming language. So if you want to work now, as I round up this lesson quickly, I want to see how I was able to install VS Code so that you won't have any problem with it. So quickly to do that, to install VS Code, you can just click on this the Mozilla Firefox here that is here. To browse the browser here, just normal process, just google.com. So right here, when we get to Google now, we just simply say VS Code download. So search it out on Google. So you can be able to get the exact link. So we can get the exact link. So you can click here right now. And once the link just opens, then you can be able to download. We're going to be downloading one for our Kali Linus. The version we're going to download for Kali Linus is the Debian package. Okay, Debian and Ubuntu. But we just click the .deb package. So you all click on it now. You need to download it. Very simple to download. We follow normal download process. But I've already gotten it downloaded, so I'm just going to stop it. So now I already have it. So let's just navigate and I'll show you how to install it. So once it's downloaded, majorly it's supposed to show in your download folder, download directory. All right, but from the download directory, I have to copy it to the desktop. But now I downloaded mine. Actually, I downloaded it in my host OS, then copied it down to this place. All right. Now when it is now inside your Kali Linus, how do you install it? And the process is actually very simple. You just open your terminal here. All right. As a user, then let's first of all list all the directory that's available so that we can navigate straight to the directory where it is. So CD desktop. We know that it's already in the desktop. So to the desktop now. Now in the desktop, we want to see that particular file there. So ls. Okay. So this particular file is there. This is a file that the downloaded file, which can be used for installing. So the Debian package for VS Code here. So right now, what next? To make it to install, all you need to do is sudo apps. Guys, look at the command there. I've already written it before, so just see it. So sudo apt install. Then you put dot, that is to reference the path in the place. Then you can put the slash there. Then put in the name. Then you can now hit enter. So it's demanding for the root password for you to be able to install something. Here you need the root permission. So now it is not reinstalling because I've already gotten it installed. All right. Now, how do you launch it? Once it's installed, to launch it, all you need to do is to type code, and the VS Code will be launched. So just wait a while now. It will be launched by just typing that word code. Anytime you want to launch it, since if it was already installed, all you need to do is just type code on the terminal, and it will VS Code will automatically be open for you. All right. So here is VS Code, Visual Studio Code, which is our IDE we are going to be using for the rest part of the Python lessons. Now, after installing our Metasploit table, which is going to be our target machine in the next lesson. So now I have Python here. Now I have some code here. At the desktop here, I have a directory which I created here. A directory I created right now. Here on the desktop, to create a directory is very easy. Just say create folder, all right? And you'll be able to give the name of the folder and create it. Okay, so I created the directory and I called it Python. Then I just saved the file the way we used to save it in VS Code before, and I called it testing.py. So we can use it to test our VS Code. Now let me open the VS Code now. Now inside the particular place, and now I had all I just needed to do was just to import the folder. That's open the folder here. Okay, so you click open folder, and I was able to bring in Python, the Python folder. Then okay, so while we are here, the file that is inside, I could able to run it. So let's just run this particular file now. You can run it normally the way we used to do in all our previous lessons on Python. Okay, so while we're in this place now, so you need to just a little different here. You need to do the navigation yourself. We know that the file is on the desktop, so say cd desktop. Okay, so here is desktop. Then cd again to the particular place, the directory where the thing is located, which is the Python directory. So Python. So here we are in there. So from here we can now easily run it. Now the command for running your Python code in Linux is now different. Is different from that of a Windows, which is just py. But this particular place now you use Python. So you say Python testing.py. So let's run it. So as you can see now it prints hello neighbor. So this is it on how to install Kali Linux on VirtualBox in Windows 10. All right. So we're using Kali Linux now. Is now being used as our attacking machine. Okay, which we'll be using from here. We'll be launching all our ethical hacking attacks or penetration testing attacks. Okay, in order to discover vulnerabilities in a particular system. Now, in the next lesson, we're going to install another operating system here, which is Metasploitable 2, which we are going to serve as our target, which we're going to be using for our testing purpose. We're going to be using our attacking it to be able to learn how to do penetration testing. So in the next lesson now, so now this is the end of this lesson on how to install Kali Linux and how to install. Then we also learned how to install Visual Studio Code as our IDE. In the next lesson, we'll go and learn. We'll be talking about how to install Metasploitable 2 as our target machine. So over now to the next lesson right now. We have installed Kali Linux, which is our attacking machine in the last lesson. In this lesson now, we want to talk about how to install our target machine, our virtual machine, which I said we're going to be using a Metasploitable 2. All right, and now you can also use other machine as your target, such as you can even download the Windows as your target, maybe like Windows XP, an old version of Windows as your target machine. But in this course, we're going to just limit it to just using Metasploitable 2, which is an intentionally vulnerable distribution of Linux operating system. So we want to see how to, now that we already have, how to install it on VirtualBox. Now that we already have Kali Linux already installed on our machine and our VirtualBox. Okay, so to do that is also very easy. So to get it, the first thing you need to do
is actually to come over and open your browser as usual, then go to Google. This time around, just Google it because it's available as SourceForge. So just say Metasploitable download. Okay, so here it's at you choose this link now to SourceForge, and once you are here, you just click download. Now, what is Metasploitable? You see here now the description tells you that Metasploitable is an intentionally vulnerable Linux virtual machine. Now, this VM can be used to conduct security training, test security tools, and practice common penetration testing techniques. Okay, then here it gives us the password and the rest. So to do that, just click here to download. The file size is a bit also large, but not as large as that of Kali Linux. So what I've already gotten it downloaded as usual. So what I'm just going to show you, I'm just showing you how to kick off with the download. You click download, it starts downloading, but as usual, I'm going to pause it because I already downloaded it. I use FastGet, which is my download manager, about 825 megabytes. It's already downloaded. I use FlashGet, so you can use FlashGet too to make the download very fast. So once it's downloaded, following this process, I copied mine from the download folder to this place that I'm already installing all the lab softwares here. So it is here, Metasploitable Linux 2.0. All right. So I have WinRAR there. Then the first thing you need to do now, before we can use it inside the VirtualBox, first of all, we need to unzip it, like we did that of I told you for that of Kali. So let's extract it. So you will just wait a while. It won't take time. So I'm extracting it now. Once it's finished extracting, I guide you through the process on how to make use of it. To start it up in Kali line, how to install it in Kali line. Very easy process. It won't waste us much time. So let's just wait. Let the extraction process get through. All right. So once it gets through, now we'll just move over to VirtualBox and get it done. All right. Okay. So just wait a little while. It will soon be done. Yeah. Now it is done. We have all the files we need here for the installation. Okay. So now that we have extracted it, you move over here very simply. Just click here so that Kali Linux is not measure is not selected. Then just click new. Okay, so when this one launches now, we want to add a new virtual machine here. So first of all, before we forget anything, we need to let the system know that it is we're actually dealing with a Linux system. So for this, just say order, go for order Linux or 64-bit, order Linux 64-bit. Then we're going to give it the name. Let's just call it Metasploitable. Okay, and yeah, we have to leave the image, ISO image, leave it like that. So basically, these are the things we need. We need to add it differently. So let's just go now. So click next. So talking about the hardware size, memory 512. Leave it at the default is okay. Leave everything. The default values are okay like this. You move then next. Okay, so 4 MB, the disk size, that's okay. The 8 gigabyte is okay. So now what you need to do now, that you click use an existing virtual hard disk. Okay, once you click this, you see it's showing the that of the hard disk of Kali Linux. Then you click on this folder image here. So just click here, so you'll be able to get the actual what we need, the hard disk we need. So you'll come over here, so click add. So just come over here, we'll go over to our lab software, Metasploitable, then we'll choose this one for Metasploitable. So this is what we want to use. All right. So we're choosing this. So you see now it's now showing this particular place now as our virtual hard disk. Okay, so you can now click next. So when you say next, we have yeah. So we move forward. So finish. So we click finish. So it appears here now. We have Metasploitable here. So now let's run it to see how it works, just to have a feel of how it works. So we just click start. So since it's selected, we just click start. So as we click start now, you just wait it to boot up. All right, just like Kali Linux used to boot up. So just wait a little while now. The Metasploitable interface, booting interface will show up for us. The installation interface will show. It will be installing now on VirtualBox. Okay, so it's installing now. So Metasploitable is installing right now inside our VirtualBox right now. So just wait. So for a few minutes, it will be done. Then we'll be able to log in and see how to test it out. It will soon be done in a few minutes right now. So let's just wait. All right. Usually it shouldn't take some few minutes to be done, and we'll be able to proceed.
just a few minutes. Will be done with this installation. All right, and it's almost getting through, and following through to the end, installing some other stuffs inside, and it will show us, once it shows us how where we can log in, the login prompt, then we'll be able to know that the installation is done. Now, right, it's done now. Metasploitable, we say login. So right here is showing login with msf admin / ms admin to get started. So just go, so to log in, I just say msf admin, that's the username, the login name, then msf admin as the password. So you see now we are logged into Metasploitable. So as it is now, you already have Metasploitable 2 installed on your virtual box. So just add a little command, just look for the IP now, just to do a little thing here. So here you see it works. if config shows us the IP address, the MAC address, and all that stuff here. All right, so this is basically how to install Metasploitable 2, which is going to act as our target machine in this course. So that is how to install it. So with this, our lab is now fully set up. So we are able to proceed in on the from the next lesson. Now we'll proceed on how to create some ethical hacking tools using Python on Kali Linux, and also we can be doing some of the testing using Metasploitable too. So to exit here, we just click exit. So we are logged out, so you can just click here. Once you click this, it will show you whether you want to power off. You just click, you check the power of the machine, and then it will take it off. So that's that. So that's how you install Metasploitable on a virtual box. So we already have our attacking machine, which is Kali Linux, and we have our target machine, which we can use for, and our target machine, which is Metasploitable 2, which we can be using for our ethical hacking practice. All right, so basically when you practice ethical hacking, you should be using these two. Then like I told you already, you can also put other add other virtual machines here, such as Windows, maybe especially old versions of Windows, or even new versions. Or you can also add Mac OS, Solaris, different kind of operating system. Even Android operating system can also be installed there. But for this particular, within the scope of this lesson, this course, we're going to be working with these two, using Kali Linux as our attacking machine, then Metasploitable 2 as our target machine. So now over to this is the end of this lesson right now on how to install Metasploitable 2 on VirtualBox on Windows 10. So now over to the next lesson. So in the last lesson, we talked about how to install the Metasploitable framework. Then after Metasploitable OS, Linux distribution. Then I did talk about us going into how to create custom ethical hacking to using the Python programming language. But before we go into the learning how to create the Python custom ethical hacking to using the Python programming language, we want to first of all go through some basic things. Now there are two basic things I want you to understand, which are very important to you as an ethical hacker. Now the first one we want to look into is how to understand some basic Linux commands. All right, then after then we'll now be able to, in the next lesson, we'll talk about how to create anonymity. All right, your anonymity is very important in ethical hacking. But in this particular lesson, I want to first of all look at how to create, introduce you to some basic Linux command, which will become very handy for you as an ethical hacker. All right, so let's go. Okay, so first I launched the terminal, the Kali Linux terminal. All right, most of these commands, they are similar for most Linux distribution. All right, now so if your Ubuntu distribution for Debian, just like we have in now Kali Linux now that is based on Debian, and there is also, they are also used also in other distributions of Linux. All right, so the important, so there are several of those such commands and command line tools, but out of those, I just want to show you a few of them so that it be carried along, especially when we make use of the terminal for our ethical hacking as we create the tools. All right, so that you're able to also, it also make it to be more effective. The more you understand this commands, the better you are as an ethical hacker, and also gives you a lot of speed All right. So now the first command I want to go into is I want to get to understand is what we call the pwd. Now the pwd command helps you to displays to you your current working directory where you are working. Okay, so the pwd may cannot be said as a present working directory, or let's just go. So if I say pwd, you see now it shows you your working directory. Now the next command I want to look into is what we call the sudo command. Sudo, another word for super user do. So this command is used for operations that requires super user or root user permission. So if you want to perform any operation that requires super user permissions, you call the sudo. All right. So we come over now. So let's say I want to add user. So user add. Let's say user add. Okay. User add. Let's say Emilo, a new user. Now want to add a new user. The sudo command is required, so I'm able to. So it requires that I should add a password. The password for Kali, that is the super user password, which is Kali. All right. So that user has been added. Now, after added the user, I also want to add the password to the user. So to add the password, I also need sudo. Let's say sudo password. All right, the password option. Then the username to be chosen here this time around is Emilo. Okay, so it brings a place for us to put in password. So let's say we want to use the same password, the username as the same as the password. Let's just say Emilo. All right, so Emilo again. So password updated. So I can want to switch user to Emilo now. So let's say to switch user, all I need to do this another command again. You just say su, which is switch user. So I want to so now we're in Kali as our user now. Now I want to switch to Emilo, which is the new user that have just been created now. So I can switch now to Emilo. All right. So and it prompts for the password, which is this. I'll use the name again. So you see now I've already been able to enter into that user. So yeah. So basically this is what the sudo command does. So you use the sudo, you pass in the option or the flag, you know, for you to add user, then you have to pass password. There are a lot of things you can work. So a lot of any kind of operation that you want to perform that requires super user permission, you make use of the sudo command. All right. So now here I want to get out of this place now. So we'll just say Kali. So I put in the password. I switch back again. So we have learned two commands now, the pwd and the sudo, and we're also have been able to do this now. Now the next one we want to learn, another command we want to quickly learn is the ls command. ls. You see me use it before to just list out all the directories in a particular directory, all the files or the directories in a particular directory. Now we are in the okay, where let's just go again now. pwd tells us that we are in the home/Kali directory. Now I want to list out all the directories that are inside, all the files and everything inside. We want to list out all the directories that are inside this particular directory. Or you just put the ls command, and it shows you all the directories that are inside the home Kali directory. Now the next command we want to look into now, which you have also seen me, is what we call the cd. Let's want to change the directory to the desktop from while we are inside the Kali home. Okay, so just say desk, change to desk. Also cd means change directory. So from the main directory, the root directory we are in, which is the Kali directory, we want to move into the desktop directory. So you say cd. So the cd command command takes us to the desktop. So we can also use the ls again to list all the files that are there. So here we are seeing Python and the rest of them. So basically that's what the cd directory does. All right. Now the next thing now, okay, let's say we want to now cd now into, while we are in the desktop, let's go into the Python directory. Okay, sorry, let's just, now the next thing we need to do now, let's talk about the next command again. Let's talk about the cp. Okay, cp. So let's say cp. I want to copy the cp command used for copying. Let's say I want to copy the Python now, Python directory to the documents directory now. So copy Python, then I come over here now. So I put in the full qualified path, then I come here, home, Kali, and over to the documents. I want to move the the Python directory to there. I want to copy it. Okay, it's missing the arrow, so let's go. So come again, copy you put the r flag to copy everything, every of the content of the Python directory. So Python, all right, and we specify the path, which is home, Kali, which is the user, then document. So yes, we've copied the Python directory now to the document. Okay, so now let's see now. So if you go over now and let's say cd documents. So I say, so let's go into the document, the directory. Okay, sorry, we are inside the desktop. So first of all, we are supposed to move back. So cd. Okay, so we are back to the main Kali directory. So to return to the main directory, we have to use that dash, that hyphen there. So let's list again to ensure we are in the main directory. You can see we are there now. So now let's navigate to the documents now. So cd documents. So here we are. So now let's check if the Python directory that we copied this inside, you can see it is right there. All right. Now I want us now, for better understand another command we want to talk about. So let's see how we can just move. Now let's talk about moving. So there's a file that I already created there called test, or from this Python directory now, these documents. Now let's move the Python directory now to the download, which another command. So to move, to say move the Python. Okay. So we want to move it to home, Kali, downloads. So we see now we've moved it. So if we check the ls now, we shouldn't see Python again. The Python directory has been moved and we moved over to the download directory. Okay, so now let's go to the main, the parent directory now. Okay, so we are now back to the main Kali directory. So now we want to move over now to the downloads directory. So cd downloads. So let's see if the Python directory is there. So sure enough, it is there. All right, now let's just navigate again now back to the desktop. So home, Kali, desktop. So while we are at the desktop now, let's see how to create a directory. Another very important command is what the make mk command. So let's say testy. Let's use that. Or let's say my test. Let's just create a directory like this called my test. So you use the mkdir command. You'll be able to create a new directory on the desktop. So if you look at your desktop now, we have a new directory there called my test. Okay, then we can even check it here as well. All right, and here it is. Okay, then what next? Then if let's say we want to now create a file. Let's assume we want to create a file inside that my test. So let's cd into my test as it is now is empty. So cd my test. Okay, so let's check. You see there is nothing there. Now let's say we want to create a Python file inside this particular place now. All right, so let's say now to do that, to create a file, you use the touch command. Very important. Touch. So the home curly and desktop. We are putting the fully qualified path, and let's say hello.py. So this file hello.py does not exist. You can, as we just check now, you can see my test. Sorry, we are supposed to specify the my test directory. My test that is the directory we want to create the file. So we're going to just say let's call the file hello.py. So you come over here and then it is created. You can check it from here. Let's just open it. So you see now hello.py has been created by using the touch command. Now let's check here. You can check it also here. You see hello.py. Now if you want to open the file now to work on it, so we need to also call there's a command. There are some command line editors that comes with every Linux operating system. All right, so Linux distributions. Now, for one of the most popular is what only one I want to show you now is a nano editor. So nano. So while we are here in my test, so to open it to read it, so nano. Let's say hello.py. So you see the nano editor opens. So right here now we can come in now and type in whatever you want to say. Print hello. We are putting in our Python code now. So without any other text editor, you want to be fast, just can use this editor. So hello world, and close it. And when we are done, you just do Control O. For saving, you just click enter. It is saved. Now to exit it, just Control X and you are out. Now that is for creating the file. Now we can run that particular file now. While so long we're in this directory by just using Python hello.py. You see it prints hello world. All right, then there's a way if you want to read out the content of a file, just any file. You want to read out, display the content of a file to the standard output. You can use what we call another command called the cat command. Cat. Let's say we want to read the content of hello.py, for instance. Not to print it, not to execute it like with the Python command that we do. You want to read out the content. You can just come over here and say cat hello.py. All right, so it shows you the content of that file. So there are a whole lot of the useful Linux commands which you need to get yourself acquainted with, such as we also saw the apt command for installing. Let's say sudo apt can say apt update. Okay, this will update the entire system. The sudo apt install, that like we use it for installation. That is an advanced package 2, where that is the meaning of the apt. And of course, working with it requires you to have a super user permission. So and the rest of them, so a whole lot of things. You want to change user to a file, you use the chon, the chon like that. All right, and a whole lot of other things. But for the now, these are just the basic introduction. You need to go and learn a whole lot about the Linux commands. The better understanding you have about them, the quicker you are, the more effective you are as an ethical hacker. But I just believe these are just a good ones as an introduction. Maybe as we go on with the lesson, other commands coming, I'll just explain it along the line, work with them along the line. If you want to, all right. So for the now, I think we will have to end this lesson here. The lesson ends here. In the next lesson, we'll quickly see how to make ourselves anonymous while we are carrying out our penetration testing activity. So in this last lesson, I talked about us looking into how to stay anonymous when we are conducting our ethical hacking activities. Now, for this lesson, I've already started off my virtual box, and I've also loaded up, I've booted up the Kali Linux on top of it. So Kali Linux is already running. Now, when you are doing ethical hacking or penetration testing, which is the other name for it, you always will want to be anonymous. You don't want to be announcing the fact that you want to cover up your track while you are conducting your penetration testing, when you're carrying out your penetration testing activities. All right. So even if you are conducting it with a company and the company has paid you and you are well documented, when you are doing it, you want to actually be anonymous to keep yourself off track. All right. Now, so I want to, there are several configurations you need to do, several ways to get to be anonymous in Kali Linux. I'm just going to be showing you the two major ways you can be able to stay anonymous, the two major things you need to do to be anonymous. All right. Now, so the first thing you need to do to be anonymous in Kali Linux is to use what we call the Tor browser. The Tor browser. So I'm going to open my Mozilla now and just direct it to the place where it is located right now. Talking about the Tor, so you just say Google, you just go to Google, all right, and we move over to the Tor project. So you can just say Tor browser, which is going to take us to the Tor project. So once this is so the first step is in getting your Tor browser. Okay, the Tor browser, like I said, already helps you with to maintain some level of anonymity. Then we'll now add some configuration on our Kali Linux to be able to make us really anonymous, okay, to a very great extent, all right, to hide our true identity. So you can download the Tor browser and use the apt install to install it just the same way we did in the earlier lesson on VS Code. But there's another way of installing, which was the method I used, which is just using from the terminal and using the apt command, which I've already talked about, to do the installation. So I'm going to go over there now and show you how to do that right away using the terminal instead of downloading it here. So here now, to download your Tor browser, from here you just say Tor apt get. Okay, I typed it before, so because I've already done the installation. So apt get sudo apt get install Tor, because we use sudo here because it requires installing an application requires a super user privilege. So we're adding the sudo. So you can just enter. Once you do that, then you request for your root user password, then installation will take place. Now this is happening because I've already gotten Tor already installed on my machine. Okay, so that is the first step. So once Tor is installed in your machine, the next thing you need to do is just to do a little configuration that won't take us much time, won't take you much time. Then you'll be anonymous to a very appreciable level. And that, to do that, let's use a sudo. There is a particular file in the etc directory which you need to do some little configuration on in order to stay anonymous, which is, so you say sudo. We're going to use mousepad to open that particular file, because we are using sudo again. That's because it requires the activity we want to do now requires root privilege. So we're going to open it with mousepad editor, test editor here. So mousepad has opened. So if you look at this place, there are a lot of this is what we call prosy chains. This one is prosy chains 4 for this particular version of Kali Linux we are using here. Now in this place now, you're going to see different kinds of prosy chains, different types of them you can, and of course you have to only use one of them at a time. So but by default, they are what is uncommented there, what is being used now is what we call street chain, and the street chain demands that the prosys you are using, if you are using prosy 1, 2, 3, or 4, all the prosys must be alive, else there will be an error in connection. But we don't want that. So the better prosy you use now, so that the one we want to use is what we call the dynamic chain. So to be able to stay anonymous, so you configure this, so we have to comment out the one that was there by default, that was enabled by default, which is street chain. Then uncomment dynamic chain, which is what I'm going to use. Now, the essence of using the dynamic chain, with the dynamic chain, if you have more than one process, which you should, if necessary, then if one of the processes is down, it skips to the next one. You can read about the documentation. They are properly well documented there. You can see the comments for documentation on how these different processes work. But just simply, you just, for this particular lesson sake, what I'm doing now is comment out the strict chain, which is there by default, then uncomment dynamic chain, which is the one we want to use now, because we must use one at a time. Then at the bottom here, you will see the processes that are here. All right, so quick explanation of the process, how to add process to your this particular file. Then let's see the explanation of how the process are that are properly documented, like I said. Now the first part of this process here is called the process type, which you can see here. Then this other part is the IP of the process IP. Okay, then the following it is a port. Okay, the port of the port number of the process. Then finally, in case you are using maybe a process that requires username and password, or it's a paid process, you put the username and password. And of course, you have to separate each of the processes with at least a tab or some space like that. All right. So that is what they did there. So you see the process that is being used here is this for the local host here. So you're using socksip process type, then with this and this. Now, for us to support more modern browsers, we can come over here and use a socksip type of process, socksip rather, right? And we'll come over here now and say socksip, so that we can be able to support modern browser. Now, apart from these processes that are here, if you want to add more processes, you can go and get paid one. And also, apart from paid one, there are also many free. You can just go to the browser, your Google, and just type free processes, and you'll see a whole lot of websites that provides free processes, which you can come and configure accordingly. Just like the examples you are seeing here, you see socksip, and you put the IP of the process, you put the port. In case it has this thing, you can configure as many processes. You can add as many processes as you want. But for the now, for this particular thing, this is just enough for example. So once I am done here, as I'm using mouse pad now, I have to save it. So just click save, and we close this. So that's for that. So we are done with configuring our process. Now to just test it out, now we're going to use a browser. I'm going to use a search engine which doesn't track so much of IPs. We just show you example of how this anonymity works. So now I'm going to just say, okay, process chains. Okay, I typed it before. Process chains. Use Firefox. While opening the Firefox and using our process chain, hiding our keeping our, so in order to keep our anonymity when we're working with a Mozilla with the Firefox we are using here, this particular browser here, but we're using it now to open DuckDuckGo, which is a search engine that doesn't track much of IP, so it won't be giving us connection issues like other search engines such as Google. So just to show you how anonymity works. So while we are DuckDuckGo here, so the next thing we need to do is to just show you an example now. So let's say DNS leakage test. So we'll go over to this particular tool and use it to show you how we are maintaining our anonymity here, to show you how the anonymity is working here. So wait a little while so that the DNS leakage website will be open. Once it's open, we'll be able to test see our IP address. Then I'll also show you how it works on our host machine to show you the difference. So now, while we're on Kali Linux now, let's see the IP address of this particular place. Okay, you see it's showing, I say hello. This is the IP address is detecting, okay, on this Kali Linux, which is not actually, this very wrong IP address. Now let me go over to this place now, and now over to our main host machine here, which is this Windows now, to show you the difference now. So on Windows, I'm going to go to google.com because we are not using any proxy here. So I'm going to say DNS leak test. So we're going to open this site again here. You'll see now it's going to tell you another this place will reveal my real IP address. Let's quickly just check out that one again now. So you see the IP address here. Okay, the IP address is this particular one. Now in this place, now let's check it now on this my host machine. So this particular place actually is for the Kali Linux IP that is detecting where I am staying, my location, but that is the wrong one. Now let's just a little patience. Once this thing just opens right now, we're able to see my real IP address, and you see that it is going to be different from that of my my real this particular one that is here. Okay, then apart from the while we're still waiting, because it seems there's a little network challenge right now, let me just use the opportunity to explain some certain to you why it's opening the IP there. Now apart from doing this proxy configuration, you can also use change your MAC address. You can also in order to remain anonymous, then you can also use VPN. So these are all different techniques you can also use to maintain anonymity. You see now, so this place in the DNS leak test, it reveals my true IP address in my host machine, which is Windows. But in Kali Linux here, you know, it's revealing another IP address which is not mine. So this is majorly the way you stay anonymous in your Kali Linux when you are doing your ethical hacking. Okay, so when you are there, all you just need to do is to, if you are want to open a browser, you want to open a particular website anonymously, all you just need to do now is to use the proxy chains. Just open the proxy chains, call the browser Firefox, then DuckDuckGo, and whatever website you want to browse, you can be able to use a proxy chains to open it in order to stay anonymous, so long you already have Tor browser installed on your machine. So this is the end of this lesson on how to maintain anonymity or stay anonymous in your in Kali Linux when conducting your ethical hacking activity. So from next lesson now, we'll start developing some ethical hacking tools using the Python programming languages that we have, the language that we have learned. So now over to the next lesson. So having been able to see how to maintain, how to be able to create, stay anonymous, we've seen how to some Linux command. In the last lesson we talked about staying anonymous. So now that those preliminaries are out of the way, we want to go into the major part of this course. It talks about creating, how to create custom ethical hacking tools using Python, the Python programming language, which I've already learned. Okay, so we learned the Python programming language. We want to see how easy it is to be able to use the Python programming language to be able to create custom ethical hacking tools. Now, ethical hacking has basically 5 phases. One, the first phase is what we call the information gathering phase, which is called another word for it is the reconnaissance stage, where you gather information about the target in which you want to conduct the penetration test on. Of course, since we are ethical hackers, you need to take permission from the organization in which you want to conduct the ethical hacking. All right, you cannot conduct penetration testing on an organization without permission. So you first of all get an information about it. Maybe the company may just give you, you may just have access to the company name, but you need to first of all gather information about the company. Okay, so that is the stage called the reconnaissance, which is information gathering. After then, you now go to the next stage talking about scanning. You port scanning, vulnerability scanning. Then after scanning, the third phase is gaining access or exploitation. You gain access, then exploit the system for your penetration test. You mimic the kind of attacks, the possible attacks in which the malicious attackers use this on the system to be able to find out the actual vulnerabilities, then be able to report accordingly to the organization you are working for, so that they can take proactive steps to be able to defend against the malicious attacker. That is talking about exploitation. Then after exploitation, by the post-exploitation level, we now have what we call maintaining access level, which is the fourth phase of ethical hacking, of hacking in general. All right. So that, because even some of the bad guys, they still go through
all those processes too. Then finally, we talk about covering your track after maintaining access. When you are done with whatever you want to do with the system, with your hacking, you need to cover your track so that you will not be traced. Okay, so for each of these phases of ethical hacking, we're going to be producing some of the tools that will be helpful for us in doing all this, going through all these phases of ethical hacking using the Python programming language. Now, like I said before, most of these tools, there are plurality of a lot of tools, ethical hacking tools that are available already here in the Kali Linux of OS here. But we are because that is not our, it's beyond, talking about those tools are beyond our scope. We're not going to go into them. We're going to be talking about, so this course talks about how to create your own custom ethical hacking tool using the Python programming language. Why is that so? Because even though most of the tools are free, you may be limited just depending on third-party application. You may want, at the time, you want to be able to develop your own, or maybe add some features to already existing tools. Or then some of the tools are also paid for. And those tools that are paid for, and some of them are very expensive. You may not want to be able to spend such money. So your knowledge of Python, with your knowledge of Python, you'll be able to create your own custom hacking tool. So this remaining part of the lesson, we're going to be looking at how to be able to develop some of a custom ethical hacking tool, some basic ones, and then so that you'll be able to develop them by yourself. Then maybe in subsequent courses, we'll be able to talk about how to do some other more complex tools. Okay, so to develop the first tool we're going to do, which is going to be the most simplest Python ethical hacking tool for the reconnaissance stage. So you can, most of the time, if you want to do reconnaissance, the first thing you need to do is to at least get an IP address of the target. Okay, so I want to just show you how easy it is to be able to use the Python programming language to create such a tool. So for this, I'm running I've run what we call now our VS Code from the terminal by just typing code there, as you saw there. Just type code, so it launches a VS Code here. Then already did when we're creating it, I did this particular file and the rest. Okay, so so now to just show you how easy it is to be able to develop ethical hacking to using Python. So let's just take the first example. In this one, we just want to get IP address. How to get the IP address of a particular web address. Okay, because if you are gathering information about a particular company, the first point of contact should be the website. So I'm going to get this one, call the file get ip.py. All right, so with a few lines, just 2 lines of code here, or we can be able to create a tool, that a Python tool that will help us to get IP address of a website. Now, before you work on any website, it's good you get permission. I keep on repeating it. If not, you can, if you are caught, some company you can be sued if you are caught, conducting testing or scanning or any particular system without permission. All right, so you need to stay within the law. So to print this, so I import the sockets module, which already know about in our previous lesson. So socket.get host by name. Just call this function now. I'm going to just use my own blog. I abandoned the free WordPress blog. So I'm going to say just say the web blog name address is righteousfaith.wordpress.com. Okay, so with this alone, we have been able to create. Okay, I'm going to have that. This alone now will help us to get the IP address of this particular website or web address. Okay, so now let's just run it. So I'm going to launch the terminal now. So launch the terminal and just say we're already in the directory. So Python to get ip.py. You see it prints out the IP address of this particular web address or website. So you can use this now to easily get the IP address of a particular website using this simple code. So you see how easy it is to use the Python programming language to be able to create a tool, an ethical hacking tool, or a tool for your ethical hacking. So this is just the first lesson here, talking about how to get IP at the reconnaissance level. So we're just being able to create a simple, one of the most basic tool for our ethical hacking activity And what it does is just to be able to help us to grab the IP address of a web page. So you can change the web address here, and it will just help you to give you the IP address. So for your reconnaissance, so this is a kind of this is a reconnaissance tool that we have been able to develop, our first reconnaissance tool. So in the next lesson now, we'll create another tool which will help us to get the whois address of a particular web address. All right, so in the last lesson, we started off with creating one of our most simplest reconnaissance tool with just 2 lines of code talking about how to get IP at the reconnaissance stage. So in this lesson, we're going to also be creating another simple reconnaissance to using Python, and I'll also show you how to do it with just 2 lines of code before we proceed further to add other stuffs to it. All right, so now I'm going to just say my whois. The next reconnaissance we want to do is a whois tool, a Python tool with which you can use to get the whois information of a particular web address. Okay, because that is very important. So like I said before, at the reconnaissance stage, you want to gather as much information. It's called the information gathering stage, where you have to gather as much information about a particular a company or a particular web address that you are working on. Okay, so now we are talking about in the last lesson, we haven't talked about getting IP. Then the next one we want to look at is how to get the whois information. Now, normally you are supposed to actually go to whois.com, but you can actually create a tool in Python that can help you to conduct whois information gathering. Okay, so to do that is very simple. So first of all, you need to import whois. Now, most of the time, in Kali Linux come with one version of whois, which may not be able to help you to do what you want to do now. So, for instance, now, if you after importing whois and you do dir like this to check the contents, you can just do dir. If you don't get the same result I'm going to show you what you need to do now. So dir whois. So I'm going to launch the terminal right now. Launch the terminal. I'm going to say Python. All right. My whois.py. All right. So, okay, we're supposed to print it out. Let's print it out so that we can see all the contents. So print, and let's run it all over again. So Python, my whois. So you see, it shows you all this plenty contents. So if your version of whois that you imported did not show you all this, especially with this particular method in it, you should you need to do some installation. I will show you how to do the installation. All right, so you need to install the Python whois. It means you are not having the exact Python whois which is needed for this particular lesson. So in case you in your own version of whois you are having is not there, you need to do this. You can just do Python. You do a pip installation of it. So you say pip install Python whois. You just run this at the terminal here. This will help you to install the Python whois, which is this particular module we are using here. So you need to install this in case you did not get the particular when you did this print there and you didn't get those information printed that exactly, or when you are using the whois that you have and you're having an issue, then you need to install Python whois. All right, with that out of the way now, so let's quickly see how to get the whois information of a particular website just with a single line. Now, after the importation, the second line now, we just say whois. So say print whois dot whois, call on the whois method, and we put in the web address. For the now, I'm just going to use that my abandoned log, which I've been using for this, because we are not allowed to just begin to work on any website, a live website, without permission, and neither do I also want to make use of my live website. Okay, so this particular website I want to conduct a whois operation on it. They gather the whois information from it using the Python. So with this, I can be able to get the whois information. So let's go now. So Python and my whois. So we'll just wait a little while. The informations are being fetched from the net now. So it's going to quickly
display so long we have the internet. You see, we have the internet connection. You must have internet connection for that to work. So you see all the server information. Okay, there was an error, and I think that was had to do with network. So I have to clear, and let's do it all over again. So I'll have to check my internet connection. Yes, there's internet connection. So we have to run that again. So Python, my whois. All right. And I'll wait a little while. And of course, the whois information comes as so that at least what just happened goes a long way to show you that you need to have internet connection for you to conduct your whois operation. So you see now it prints out all the whois information of that particular website just with just 2 lines of code. Now, just before I close, just to make it a little better, the information that are here, we can actually write, instead of just printing them out like this on this terminal to the standard output, you can actually write it to the to a file which you can get to later to be able to gather. Let me just say who, so let's hold it as a variable. So I'm going to come over here right now and hold it. So I just call the variable who. Let's just call it who. Then let's do file equal to open. Right, we've already learned how to write to a file before, so I'm going to just bring a file. Even though the file does not exist, I'm going to just create my whois.txt, so it will be written to a text file, and I open here for writing. So W the mode, open the W mode. All right, that is the capital letter W. All right, it's open. Okay, I'll just put the W there. Okay, it's open for writing, just small letter W. You already learned about that. So with this, the file will be opened. Then once that is done, then I want to write to the file. So let's say if f.write. So we want to write the who information there. Now it must be a string, else it will throw error. So who, if it's written properly, then it should tell me, okay, sorry, that is, there's no curly brace in Python. We have to use so it's supposed to be the syntax we're getting here is wrong. All right, so got to be this, if this, all right, is this, then okay, then simply print written successfully. All right, so if the writing file.write, so once this file has been written to this particular file here, even which doesn't exist, and because we have opened it for writing, it will create it. If it doesn't exist, it should give us a message that it has been written to. So let's run it right now. So let me clear here so it to be clearer now. Okay, so Python my whois. It will wait a little while. It will take me a little while to get information from the internet and the written to the file. All right. Okay, so it is being done. So all those information have been written to that. So that is, you see now, all the information have been written to this particular file. So you can always go back there to check out the whois information of that particular website. So instead of printing it to the standard output. All right, so this is just it, how you can use Python to create a whois tool. Okay, how to create a whois tool using the Python language in the very simplest form. Even when we're writing, you see how simple the codes are, just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lines of code, and you are done with that too. All right, so this is just the 2 tools we'll just be looking at the reconnaissance stage. In the next lesson, we'll look at how to create some tools also for the second stage of ethical hacking, which is talking about scanning. All right, pulse scanning and also vulnerability scanning. So now over to the next lesson right now.
So in the last lesson, we created a very simple tool talking about using a Python programming language to create an whois tool, a whois tool for getting information, a Python tool for getting information or particular web address using Python. Yeah, the whois are information about a particular web address using the IP version 4 of it. Okay, so now I've already started Metasploitable 2 in our VM in a virtual box, okay, which is Metasploitable. You saw when we installed it. We just said the essence of it is for us to be able to for our test penetration testing exercises, to be able to carry out some of our testing. So for this, what we're going to do here is to first of all check out the IP address of this our Metasploitable VM here. So to do this, we just say ifconfig, because which is similar for every other Linux system, ifconfig. Then sorry, we have to log into Metasploitable first, and okay, so Metasploitable login first of all before any other thing, msf admin. All right, then msf admin. All right, so we are logged in first. You need to log in to Metasploitable first. So I made an error then, so I've corrected it now. We first of all log into the Metasploitable VM before we talk about getting the IP address. So to get the IP address, I just say ifconfig as against that of Windows. For Windows, you say ipconfig. So here it gives us the inet address, which is what I'm interested in, which is 10.0.2.15. So this is the IP address of this Metasploitable. All right. So and that's what we're going to be using for our, this particular lesson. So we'll have to put this IP address in mind. We'll have to memorize it for the now. 10.0.2.15. Okay, so that is our Metasploitable address. Okay, so I will now move from here now over to our Kali Linux now. The Kali Linux place now, I already have VS Code open. So we want to see how to create another tool here talking about a port scanner. Okay, port scanner. So I'm going to say port scan port scan.py. All right, to create a port scanner is very easy. Okay, so all you just need to do, first of all, we'll start with it. We're going to use a Python socket module. So socket, we import socket. All right, then the next we need to do is to get the address we want to. Okay, for that we can use an input, but for the now let's just make it manual. You can actually use the input function to get user to give you their input. So address. So for here we just want to do a local scanning of our Metasploitable framework. Now you can actually get if you want to get a remote address, you can use socket.getHost by name. If you want to socket for example, now let's just say you want to scan I want to scan a remote website, a remote address. I could just say get socket.getHost by name. So I put in the web address here, say righteousfaith.wordpress.com. Okay, so this will get the for us. So if you want to get the IP version 4 of the remote host, you can use it. But for this particular lesson, I want us to see to make use of our Metasploitable address. Okay, so which I already got, which is 10.0.2.15. That is our Metasploitable 2 IP address. All right, so having gotten that, the next we need to do now is just to simply do a port scanning. So for port, you use a for loop. So for port in range, the range of IP address we want to scan. Now IP address can range from 1 to 65,535, but we'll not be able to have the time to do all that. So I'm going to be scanning from range 500 to 65,535, which is the port size. Okay, all right then. So for port in range this, so we say we'll now create a socket object here, socket
Then we put in the address of sockets, passing the parameter AF INET, talking about the IP address. The IP address family, talking about IP version 4. Then socket dot sock stream, because we are going to do a TCP protocol. We want to use TCP connection here. Sock stream. All right, socket dot sock stream. All right. Then once that is done, okay, maybe before the connection is goes on, let's just print and say scanning target at, okay, let's just put the address here. We are scanning this address here. Address, let's just say the address. Then we just put some colon, some ellipsis dots while the thing is still scanning. Okay, so while we are here, we now say if, okay, let's just get result using the connection. Now result equal to connect socket dot connect. Okay, let's just change this one to make it more clearer. Let's just use a variable s instead of calling it socket too, so that it will be just clearer. Okay, socket dot connect x. Okay, then we pass it the address and the port, or the port from the that will be scanning. Then we come over here and say if result equal to 0, which shows for this connect x, the result is equal. If the result equal to 0, that means success. So why the result is equal to 0? All right, then we'll say print. We print the just say print f. Okay, port. We'll call the name of the port. So use this port in this loop here. That is how the port will be open, will be shown here. Okay, so we call out the port. Then port, this is open. All right. Then once that is done, we want to be able to close the socket object. So if this is should print that, then socket should be closed. So close. All right. So we close the socket now. Then we cannot run it. So let's do that. We can be able to modify that code later, but first of all, let's ensure it's working first by running the code. So let's go now. So Python. So we call it that is port scan scan.py. So let's go right now. So you see scanning target at, which is a metasploitable that is already open. It takes some time, so it scans, but for some reasons it didn't print it out. So we have to do that again. So if result equal to this, we'll print this. So we have to just run the scanning. So it's port scan.py. So let's go all over again. So Python port scan.py. Okay, and once the scanning is done, okay, so we see the first time the scanning didn't work. Now the second time it works. So it says port 5334 is open. So this is it, and we now see how to use to do port scanning. We have been able to scan our metasploitable framework. Now to make this code a little more robust, we can actually do some error catching. Okay, by just coming over here now, you can use a try and catch statement to catch some error that are likely to occur while running the scan. So I just use a tab here and come over here right now at the bottom here. except so the error, one of the error that can come is in case it didn't connect for the connection failure, we want to be able to catch it. GAI error, we say print connect, there was a connection failed, so it should be able to report errors to us. Okay, the connection failed. Okay, that's one error that can come up. Then sys.exit, we need to import the sys module, sys.exit. So for this, we need to import the sys module so that the system can just easily exit once that error is encountered. So port.sys, so we have imported sys, all right, so that the system will not throw error. So the module is there now. So the another exception we can catch amongst others is, I say keyboard or key interrupts. Okay, let's just leave this exception for the now. This should be enough just for the example we want to do now, to just save us some time. Okay, so they could interrupt it, maybe typing maybe Control-C and the scanning could be interrupted, but for the now, this should be enough to save our time right now. All right, so except socket.gai error. So and if this kind of error is encountered, the system should so we should be able to handle some exception, but I want to make the code as simple as possible. All right, so let's go now. So Python port scan.py. Okay, all right, so okay, it seems there is an error somewhere in line 9. So let's see line 9. Okay, okay, so for this, okay, we have an indentation error there, so hence we added exception a block. We had to mind the indentation, so the indentation have been done properly now, so that error should disappear right now. So let's run it again now. The copy and paste right here, and so let's run out over again. So the port is scanning, right now, so we just wait a while. See, okay, that port was seen open, so only one port was open again at this time of this scan. So basically this is how you do port scanning in using Python. So you see now we just use the socket module. You get the address. You can use, if you want to do a remote address, I already told you what to do. You can just do socket.get host by name so that I can grab a remote address. But I just use this particular lesson now to show you how to work with your metasploitable VM, which we have already installed for the sake of testing. And once you got the address, you can print something to show the scanning and progress. Then you do a for loop. Then inside the for loop, you are able to do your port scanning. So this is the end of this lesson on port scanning. In the last lesson, we talked about how to do port scanning using the socket Python socket module. Then in this lesson, we're going to be looking at another powerful way of doing port scanning in Python using the Python programming language. Now, for that, we're going to be talking about how to use, in this lesson, we're going to talk about how to use the nmap module, Python nmap module. All right. So I'm going to call this nmap scan or nmap scanner.py. All right. Now, the nmap module is a very popular open source port scanner that is used for ethical hacking, penetration testing. All right, as a matter of fact, it is already inbuilt into Kali Linux. There's already an inbuilt version of it in the Kali Linux. But like I said already, this course concentrates on how to use the Python programming language to create custom ethical hacking tools. So we're not going to be making use of the Kali Linux, the one that is already inbuilt into Kali Linux. Rather, we're going to be using the one that is inside the Python module, there is an nmap Python module called Python nmap. All right. Now, for you to be able to make use of the Python nmap, you need to first of all do an installation of it because it's not inbuilt into Python. All right. Now, I've already done the installation. Now, if you have to install it, all you need to do is to just say pip install Python nmap, and that will help you quickly install the nmap Python module into your working environment here. Okay, so I already got it installed, so I'm not going to be able to, I won't run this, but for you to install it, you just need to run this pip install python nmap, and this will help you to get it installed. All right, so let me close this now. So now that it's already installed, the next thing we need to do now to make use of nmap, I just need to import nmap. So the module is imported first. Then the next thing you need to do now is to create an instance of the nmap. Let's just say nmap. Okay, so using the port scanner method, so just say nmap dot port scanner. There are other methods. Okay, for instance, if you want to do your port scanning in asynchronous mode, you can do port scanner async, but now I'm not going to do that. Just make use of this. So we can just go ahead here and do the port scanning. Okay, well, before you scan, you need to get the host where you need to that you want to scan. Now you can use a remote host, but like I've often said, you shouldn't conduct scanning. You are not supposed to conduct scanning on a network or an application that you do not have permission to do so. So for that, this particular lesson, we're going to just make use of, we can either scan locally, okay, we can scan our local machine here by calling on this IP, okay, this host here, or we can use our Kali Linux IP address. Any of the above is okay, but for this one, let's just make use of this local host here on our local machine. So let's go now to scan. It becomes very easy. All you just need to do now is just say print. Says you call on the nmap instance there, instance variable. Then you say scan. You call on the scan method. Then the scan method requires that you pass it the host, which is that IP address we're going to be working with. We already defined it there. Then we'll pass it the range of IP you want to scan. So let's say we just want to scan just from 72 down to port 80, just to save our time. So do this within this range. We want to scan within this range. Okay. So this will help us to do the scanning. But when we do this, it's going to print out a dictionary of values or different values of information. Okay, then once we are done with this, I just want to use it on, let's just see how this functions first, then we'll look for that better way. I'll show you a better way to do the presentation using a loop. Okay, so for the now, we'll come over here now and say Python nmap scan, nmap scanner, that's the name of the file, nmap scanner.py. So it scans through it. Okay, so look at it. It brings in a kind of a JSON data containing a whole lot of information, which we cannot be able to really, if you go through them, you're able to see all the information it has brought about our host, especially telling you about the open ports and the closed ports and several other information. All right, so it is very effective way of doing port scanning. Now let's, for example, now let's say we want to also scan this our metasploitable framework, metasploitable VM port here. So let us the whole the VM machine there. Let's just see how we can scan it too. You can just place this here. So once you're already getting able to grab an IP address, like we learned already in the getting IP lesson, you can be able to just get the IP, you'll be able to conduct the scanning using the IP. So I'm going to come over here now. So let's do the scanning on our metasploitable. So let me just clear this. So Python nmap scanner. So it's going to give us, it will help us to scan the ports for our metasploitable VM. All right, so now this is done already. Now to make it more presentable, now let's look for a way now to make it more presentable for the information to be better off. So all we don't want to do now, from all those plenty information that have been brought, let's just see how we can just get only the state. That's just to know whether a particular port is open or closed. So for that, the IP that we're going to start, I'm going to just say start the ports we want to scan. Let's say beginning, we'll say start from 72 and end at 80. Okay, then we'll do the scanning. We just have to do the scanning in a loop. So we'll say for v in range, okay, start, which is talking about the 72, then end 80. Now we want to make sure that 80 is inclusive, so we need to increment it by 1 to make 80 inclusive, because if we end it at just end, 80 will not be inclusive in the range, so it will end at 79. So for 80 to be inclusive in the port scanning, we have to add 1 to that, increment the end value by 1. So okay, so let's go now. Now the next we need to do now, so the first we need to do now, let's use a variable now to do the scanning now, just exactly the same way this is here. So I'll come over here, say my scan. Okay, let's create a variable called my scan. Let's just make it this way, my scan equal to nm scan. We pass it the hosts. Then for this particular one, I want to do the port scanning one after the other in the loop. So now the ports, as you can see here, must be a string, so we have to typecast the value of v to a string. So we just call the string function to typecast v, the values of v here in the loop, the value of v to a string. All right, so now going for that, the next thing we need to do now is now to be able to pick in all those dictionary of information, assess the state of it. So we just say, let's say result, the result of the state, the state result. So for that, from that dictionary of values or JSON value, we want to locate the only the state of the port that have been scanned. So for that, you just come over here and say scan. Then we get the host name, which is the IP address. Then going further, we locate TCP. Okay. Then going further, then the value of v. Okay, so that we can be dealing, that is the port number. In okay, we also add pick the port number. All right. Then finally, we locate the state of that port. So this will just give us the state of the port, whether the port is closed. So from that long that plenty information that was brought out earlier when we ran this, the only thing we'll use this now to pick out is just the state of the port that is being scanned, whether the port is closed or open. All right, so now let's go now and I say print f, so that we can be able to add both all the strings and the variables along together very easily. So let's say port, okay, particular all the ports are being held with v in this loop now. So port v is result. So the result variable will tell us, will show us whether it is open, the port is open or not. So let's run this now. So this will give us a more presentable output, okay, from the terminal now. So let's run. So Python nmap scanner .py. Okay, so wait a while to be scanning. Okay, so it tells you port 72 is closed, port 73 is closed, port 74 is closed, port 75 is closed, port 76 is closed, port 77 is closed, port 78 is closed, port 79 is closed, and finally port 80 is closed. So basically, this is how you do port scanning using the nmap module. All right, very powerful, and it's an open source module library, which is often used for security scanning. All right, so this is the end of this lesson on how to use the nmap library or module for port scanning in Python. All right. So this is the end of this lesson. So and this concludes our the two tools we want to build the scanning phase of our ethical hacking, phase. Okay, so in the next lesson, I'll be looking at how to create a simple attacking to exploitation or gaining access to using the Python programming language. So now this is the end of this lesson. So in the last lesson, we were able to see how to create an Nmap scanner, port scanner. So in this lesson, we're quickly going into how to create a password cracker at the gaining access or exploitation phase of ethical hacking. All right. Now, before talking about this, now I will have to let you know that there are several tools already available in Kali Linux and all over internet that can help you easily with effective password cracking. Now, for example, now in this particular tool session, when you click here now, all right, for the tools here, so that is what is called application sessions. You'll be able to see here at the password attacks category, you see a whole lot of password cracking tools, such as you can see something like Hydra, you can see John the Ripper, and the rest of them, Medusa, etc, word list. Now these tools are here and they are all very effective, these tools here for password cracking. But like I said earlier in our former lesson, that the essence of this lesson is to teach you how to be able to use the Python programming language to be able to create your own custom ethical hacking tools. Then even if you don't want to create your own custom ethical hacking tool, at least you'll be able to modify the already existing one to add in your own functionality. All right. Then if that is not actually your ambition to, then you should also, at least if you're able to understand with your knowledge of all these things now, with your little knowledge of the little knowledge you are getting from the production of this, the creation of these custom tools here, if you're able to understand now, it will give you a better understanding of what is happening under the hood in those tools that you are using, so that the tools you are using doesn't appear as if they are just magic. Okay, so that is the essence of it, so that you don't remain what we call referred to as script kiddos or your hacking, ethical hacking adventure. So that is the essence. So in this lesson, we'll be talking about how to create a simple password cracker, which also demonstrates to you the major science or mechanism behind, logic behind password cracking. Most of the password cracking tools are available. Okay, so now in this approach, we're going to be talking about brute force attack using word list. Okay, now a little term to give you a little understanding. I've divided this lesson into two, just to for you to get a better understanding of it. So this one will be the part one of it. So in this particular part, we're just going to take a little part of it. So now let's talk about brute force attack. What does a brute force attack mean? A brute force attack means it's a trial by error way or method of trying to guess a password by just trying out different possible password that could actually be the right password. And most applications on the internet are being compromised through this approach. So you need to have a good understanding of it, especially in your ethical hacking or cybersecurity career. Very important. Brute force, guessing a password through trial by error approach. Now, so that's important. Then again, the next thing you need to understand is that passwords are often hashed or hashing. That the passwords that are used in applications are not stored as plain texts. No. Oftentimes, most developers, especially experienced developers, they store the password that their users use in a database in hashed form. So now, then when when the user want to log in to the membership area or the admin area, as the user inputs the password, a hash of that password that is inputted is created. Then the hash is now compared with the hash of the password that is already in the database. And once both of them are the same, then an access is given. All right. So now, so that is the same, that mechanism is what we're now trying to do. So what we do now in the particular lesson now is we'll have a kind of a database, a kind of a word list, a storage of passwords where we attempt to, where we'll now try to guess all the passwords that are inside. Okay. So we'll get them, then we'll put in our password, then compare, we'll check through the word list to see if the password we added will be able to match. Okay, so now before then, now the first one we're going to take now, we want to first of all, in this particular part, we want to see how to create password hashing, how to hash a password, because we'll have the hash of the password that is in our database, or in our a place where we'll store our database for the now, which is going to be a file for the next test file. Then we'll also be able to see how to hash them, because both of them have to be hashed. Then before we now compare them, so that the essence at the end of the day is that we'll be able to get a better understanding of how password cracking tools work. And then also, in case you also want to create your own custom password cracker, you'll be able to have a better understanding. So for this particular lesson, in this first part, whether for this whole tool I want to create, I want to use the concept of classes, that is object-oriented programming, so that at least to give a better understanding of how classes and objects are applied in practice. Okay, although we have learned it in formal lesson talking about classes and objects, so now I want to see show you in this particular, use this particular tool now to show you how to apply it. All right, so for this particular lesson, so we're going to create a class called cracker. All right, going to call it cracker. All right, so now in this particular part, this part one, we're just going to create only a method that helps us with the hashing of a password, so that I can pass a password parameter, then it will be able to hash it. So let's say password hashing method. All right, so let's go now. So I'm going to use the def keyword, then I say p hash, let's call it p hash, that is password hashing. Okay, so hash our password, and I pass it a self parameter referring to the current object of the class, which is necessary if you are creating a method in a class. All right, so here the next parameter I want to collect, the only parameter we want to be passing in as argument here at the point of call is the password parameter. All right, so what we just want this to do is to return, then once we grab a password, we pass in a password, a plain text password, it should be able to hash it. Okay, and to do that, for us to be able to hash, we need to have a library called, a Python library called hashlib. So we'll just import hashlib, which will help us to do the hashing, password hashing. So we just come over here to hash it. You just say return. We call on the hashlib library. Okay, so we say return hashlib dot. We now put in the algorithm we want to use. We can use either 256 or SHA-1. Now let's just make use of SHA-1. There are several other algorithms. There is Bcrypt and RipeMD and the rest of them. All right, but for this lesson, to make it as simple as possible, we're using one of the most vulnerable algorithms, talking about SHA-1. Okay, so let's come over here now. So the password that will be passed, that will be added as argument, we want to encode it first. Okay, it will be encoded first. So once we have encoded it, we want the character that will be returned to be in hexadecimal form. So we'll call the hex digest method, which will help us to turn the password, the encoded password with the SHA-1 into a hexadecimal character. That is, it will be made up of numeric and that is alphanumeric digits. So with this now, because this is what we want to end this lesson, let's just see how this hash will be appearing now. So I'm going to move down here and create an instance of this class. So we already got in a class. The next thing we need to do is to create the object. So create, or let's say instantiate the cracker class. That is to create an object from it. You need to instantiate. Okay, so let's say p word cracker. Let's use this as the instance variable now. So we're going to come here and say cracker. So this gives us an instance of the cracker class. All right, So the next thing we need to do now, we need to grab. Okay, let's just call first before we talk about the password now. So let's just use a pw cracker, which is our object now, to reference p hash, just to show you how the p hash, the hashing algorithm works, how the hashing method works. So yeah, I'm going to pass it a password. So we need to pass it a password as argument. So let's say pw. Okay. So now to grab this password, let me make it a little dynamic so that making it interactive, so that a user will be able to type in the password and we'll grab it and make use of. We're able to pass it into that place now. So here we just use the input method, input function, which we talked about in the former lesson. So let's say enter a password. Okay, enter a password. So that's the instruction to the user. So once the user passes the password, we want to print out the password the user passed as a hash. We want to hash it and print it out. So let's print it out using this method, just for you to see how the hash looks like. So now with this, now let's just run our run the code now on the terminal now. So I'm going to open the terminal as we round up this first part of the lesson. Okay, so Python password cracker .py. So we'll say enter a password. Let's just say tennis, because many users are fond of using only single words and like that. So all right, so you see now a hash of the tennis has been created. So this is simply what hashing, how you hash a password. So this oftentimes when develop application, this is what they do. So the password, the plain text is hashed and put in the database. Then when the user now wants to put in a new one to log in, they also hash the password and compare the hashes together and see if they correspond, then an access is given. So basically, so this is the end of this first part of this password cracker lesson. So in the next lesson, we'll complete the code and be able to see how to, complete the password cracking tool, and by adding other methods that will help us to complete the brute force attack. So in the last lesson, we have been able to, in the first part, we're able to create our hashing method. So I'm going to clear this. So now in this particular lesson, we'll be completing the password cracker. Okay. So the next method we want to create here is a method that will help us to reading the word list. Reading a word list. That's a list of exposed passwords which have already been collected and put in some files that are available online. Most of them are available in GitHub. You can get them in GitHub. I already gotten some of them, some of the URLs or with some of this word list. Okay. So for this particular method, what we do now, we just say, let's say read word list. Let's call it this way. Let's call the name of the method is read word list. So as usual, you pass it, because we're in a class context, pass it the self parameter first. Then the next thing we want to get is the URL of the word list, or we can just say word, or let's say word list URL. Okay, that's the parameter. We have to pass it the word list URL. So now to do this, when they bring the word list, what we want to do first of all is to read it, to open the URL. For that to happen, we need to import another method, another stuff that we did here. Okay, another very important method talk about so from URL lib, using the Python URL lib module, URL lib dot request. Okay, we're going to import URL, the URL open method, URL open. Okay. All right. So in this place, so we use the URL open method here. to open the word list URL that will be passed in, word list URL. Then we just call on the read method to read it, to read. All right. Then after reading, we want to read it, then we decode it. It will be encoded, so we have to decode it, and we have to decode it from UTF-8 encoding. Then finally, we want to break the lines. We want to split them into the words into a list of new lines. Okay. Now this particular URL that we're going to do, we have one that we're going to use to test here, which I've had here. Okay, I have two of them here. Yeah, this one contains up to 1,575 probable words, passwords. Then yeah, this particular one has up to 1 million words. Now I'll be using this one to save our time. Okay, so there are a lot of these word list URL available on the internet. You can just go to the internet and just type a word list for password cracking, and you tap it on Google, and a lot of them will be brought out for you. So for the now, I have only 2 here, but I'll be using the first one here for the particular lesson. Now let's see how these passwords, these words look like. Now I've gotten one of them open here. Okay, so here we are going to have okay, so right here we have a lot of words here, thousands of them. So if I open the other one, now you're going to see up to 1 million of them. This particular one has millions of them, so that is what we're going to be using for the now. So okay, now returning back, so this one will help us to split lines, or you can actually go this other approach. You can here split, then you can use a new line character to do that by saying this will also work. Any of them will work. Okay, so let's make use of this one. Okay, so this one will help us to get the word list. We'll pass in the word list URL here at the point of call. Then we'll use URL open to open it, then read it, decode it in UTF-8 encoding, from UTF-8 encoding, then be able to split it into a list for us to be able to loop through. Okay, once we have done that, the next thing we need to do, we can now go ahead to do our brute force. Let's just say do brute force at brute force cracking. So let's do the brute force cracking now. So we'll now create a method that will help us to do that. So let's say brute force, or let's say brute forcer. Okay, so self, yeah, for the brute force I will need to get the word list URL. Let's say word URL. Okay, or let's say word list. We'll pass it the word list. Let's say word URL. Okay, let me just complete it. Word list URL again, even though there's already a parameter there, but let's still use it all the same. Then yeah, the guest password, the password, or yes, guest password. So let's use that now. So we come over here now, and the first thing we need to do is to just put the hash of the password. So let's say guest hash. Need to hash it first. This particular password will be guest. Yeah, so I think I made a mistake here. So guest. Okay, guest password. So we're going to call on our hash method here. So refer to that, we need to use the self. So self p dot hash, and we want to hash the guest password. This parameter will be hashed. So once we have hashed that, then we can now go over to doing a simple loop, our for loop. Say for guest, we have already guest password, so say guest pw, okay, in word list URL, if self dot p hash, the hash of the guest p, but we need to hash it while we are trying to do the comparison. So if it's equal to the guest hash, which is a particular one, guest hash, if it's equal to this one, I will also hash too, then we should be able to say, now it will print the password that your let's say your password is, now how to pass it, the placeholder for the password, which is guess pw. Okay, we bring out the plain text of it, which was entered. Then we can just say, okay, try. We can just say it was easy. Okay. It was easy to be guessed. Try to change it. Okay, so that will give us the message of if the password, once we guess the password correctly. Okay, now once that is done, the system should exit. Okay, we exit the application. Then, but if that is not possible, we should also print a message saying we could not guess the password. All right, so once this is done, we are ready to check out things. And so now let's make use of them in this particular place now. So for us to be able to use the guess password, we need to use the word list. So read word list, that is the first we need to do first. So we'll come over here to read our word list. Now this is not necessary anymore. We've already seen that. So let's say word URL. So like I said, I've already gotten the links available. The URL, this one contains this is the one I intend using. So I'm going to copy it now. So come over here now and paste. And of course we have to make it a string. It has to be a string. Okay. And so once this is done, the next thing we need to do now is to be able to read it using our method. So let's come over here and say word list reader or reading, let's put it that way. So we're going to come over here and call in the method that will help us to read it, which is read word list. Read word list. Okay, and now we have to use our object to locate it, which is pw cracker dot this. So it has to read. All right, so we have to call in word URL. Okay, and let's just break it down to make it clearer. pw cracker, that is our object. We are using it to reference the read word list method. Okay, and we are passing the parameter. So finally, we now call on the what we do the brute force, which is, so we say pw cracker dot brute, that's called the name of the function. Now the method there rather is brute forcer. The brute forcer, then the parameters it takes are the password, word list first, which is this word list reading we're going to put here, word list reading. Then it also takes the password, the guest password, which is going to be the PWA, which is the input that will be passed here. Okay, so with this now, we are ready to test our password, complete password cracker now. So here now, so Python and password cracker .py. The prompt source, so I'm going to put in tennis again. All right, so wait a while. And okay, your password is, it seems we made some mistake there in passing it. Okay, so let's see where we missed it. So your password is this. Okay, we didn't put F for the formatting, so I'm going to do that again. That was just what was missing. So password dot py, so copy, just copy it to make it easier now. So paste, and let's run it again now. So let's put in again tennis. So wait a little while now. Okay, so you see it was able to crack it. Say enter a password. We put in tennis and it says tennis. It was easy to be guessed. Try to change it. Your password is tennis. Okay, your password is tennis. Okay, let me just put a full stop there. Okay, it was easy to be guessed. So try to change it. So yeah, let me come by again now. Let's just put something like let's go through that word. Let's just put the tennis again now. Or let's just say Mario. Another simple password again. So let's see it. So you see Mario was cracked. So your password is Mario. It was easy to be guessed. Try to change it. So basically this is the mechanism, the logic behind password cracking. Okay, so with this we have been able to take it see an example of an exploitation tool, an ethical hacking exploitation tool. So in the next lesson we'll just be taking seeing how to create one of the last example of tool we're going to be creating with Python in this course will be how to create a backdoor. In our last lesson we talked about how to create a password cracker. Now talking about the gaining access stage of ethical hacking. Then another stage at the last, the fourth phase of ethical hacking, like we talked about maintaining access. Now using a password cracker, you could actually crack password and gain access. Then maybe before you accomplish what you want to do, your activity may easily be discovered and the password could be changed, and you may not have been able to accomplish your exploitation activity before the password is changed or other ways. Now, what are the ways through which, so for that kind of purpose, you need to have a way of maintaining access to the computer even without a password or even when the password has been changed, so that you can be able to have kind of a remote access to the computer, to be able to carry out your assignment, to be able to carry out your hacking exploitation, your ethical hacking exploitation effectively, so that you are able to have something to present to your person that hired you as an evidence. Okay, so in order to do that, one of the most effective and most subtle post-exploitation tool, which is also called which is a tool for maintaining access, is called what we call backdoor. A backdoor. Now, what is a backdoor? Now, let me create a first file. Let's say target backdoor, so that we can leave this particular scene of the password cracker. So say target backdoor .py. All right, target backdoor.py. Now, what is a backdoor? A backdoor is simply a program or an application which is used to gain remote access to a computer, to a particular computer machine. Okay, you use it to gain a remote access. Especially then you're able to, now once you gain the remote access, you're able to control the computer, the machine that you have gained access to, using shell, often using shell command. Okay, now in creating the backdoor, two programs or two components are needed, and it follows the concept of socket, that is network programming, which we talked about when we were learning the normal concept of Python programming. So we are using the concept of socket programming, that is a network programming. To be able to to create a backdoor, you use the concept of network programming or socket programming, which have been taught. So now that is if you want to do it in using as we are doing it using the Python programming language. So which means it follows the server client approach. Okay. Now the client application or the client program is what we use for creating the victim or the target application. So it's the application that will be deposited in the victim's machine, with which we'll be able to use to communicate with the machine, to be able to get the resources, to be able to exploit the machine as much as we want. Okay. So in creating a backdoor, you have to create two applications. One for the target machine or the victim machine, which will be deposited there through several means. It can be deposited through video, through open source applications, through different means, even through videos and several other means. It can be sneaked into the victim's machine without their knowing, or even games that people download all over the net. So that's why when you are downloading things on the internet, you have to be very careful. And even apart from that, then also your computer system, you have to configure it, the firewall effectively to be able to know the kind of application that will be run, will be given the privilege of running or not. Because what we're going to be creating now, a backdoor, is one of the most subtle, one of the most dangerous application program that is used for attacking a machine. All right. So we want to learn in this particular lesson how to be able to create your own custom backdoor. Even though, like I said, there are even though like the password tool like we talked about, there are also several inbuilt backdoor applications that are already available in our Kali Linux. If you see, look at the application, this application icon here now, you'll be able to go to post exploitation. Here you see a lot of backdoors are here, standard one which you can use effectively. But like we said, you need to also have a way of being able to create your own tools. You don't always want to depend on third-party tools, and you don't always want them to be looking as if they are magic that are using them. So how are these tools created? That is what we are learning in this Python course. And this is going to be the last, like I said, this is the last tool we're going to be creating for this course. All right. So now, in creating a backdoor, the first tool we need to create is the client or the victim's application, which is going to be a client application. So to do that, we follow normal process. We use a Python socket module, which we've talked about before. Then to be able to, when I want to be the application, the client should be able to help us to execute some shell command. So for that, we need to import another powerful module called subprocess. Okay, that will help us to execute our Python, our shell command that we're going to be writing from the server. Okay, but in this particular lesson, we're just looking at how to create the target first, which is the victim client application for the backdoor application program we're creating now. So once we've gotten this created now, the next thing we need to do now is follow due normal process of a socket creation. Now, of course, we know that the client application of a socket program has only one main method that is specific to a client. So for the first we need to do now is to create a client, a socket object. So how to create a socket object. Okay, before going further, so create a socket object. So here right now, we're also going to say, let's call it clients. Let's say clients. That's enough. So socket, we call on the socket module dot socket. Okay, we can leave it at this, or we go ahead and put in all the family AF underscore inet and the socket TCP type. We're going to be using a TCP, that is socket stream. Okay, so once this is done, we have a client socket object now. So but we need to have the host, which will be the host. They are the local IP address. So we create a host, which will be using to which the client will be connecting to. the server host. Okay, and we'll come over here. We'll let you use 127, talking about the local machine host name, host IP. So we'll come over here now and talk about the port. So for this, we can choose any port we like. We said before, so let's just say then the port has to be a number. So for 3040, for instance, we can use that. We can use 3040 or anyone you want, any of the ports. Okay, within the range of 1 to 65,535. All right, you can choose any port you want to use there. So I chose to use that port. Then the next thing we need to do now is to connect. The client needs to connect. So client dot connect. Okay, so we just come over here and say client dot connect. Then we come over here and put in the hosts. Client will have to connect through the host and the port. Okay, so before connection, we may need to just print some message and say client waiting, clients are waiting connection from the server. Okay, then once we have called on the client method here, we can come over here and say print. That is once the connection has been successfully done. So say we can just print and say client connected to server out awaiting commands. Okay, just for us to be able to be getting some information on what is going on the background. Then once this is done, the next thing we need to do now is to use a loop, an infinite loop, to be able to get the information we want. So once this is established, so we need to get a client. So let's hold it. Let's just call it command. So let's make sure our indentation is right. So let's say command. So it will have to receive a command from the server. So dot receive, the receive method. So we have to receive a command that's we'll now have it. Let's just give it a buffer size here of 1 gig. So then once that is done, the next thing we need to do is to execute the command that have been given. All right, so let's get the command. So let's say sub process. So we say then come over here and say sub process, which is the module we've imported already, dot open. Okay, this method will help you to read help us to read the command. So we'll come over here and put in the command that have been fired. Okay, then we say shell equal to true. Then we need to get the standard error. We say sub process dot pipe. Okay, then here the next one again is the standard output, std out. Okay, so we say sub process dot pipe again. So these are majorly the parameters you need to put in place. You pass all these arguments to be able to read, to be able to execute this will help us to execute the shell command. So once this is done, the next thing we need to do now is to get the error. So let's say error output, so that we can be able to send it out. Error output. So for this, you just come over here, sub dot st error equal to dot read. We read the error. If there's any error, we read. Then output, or let's say main output. output. So we have to get it over to the server back. So it will read the error if there's any error message in the process of execution of the command, and sub dot ste out, okay, dot read. Okay, so it will read the right output that will be sent back to the server. Then once that is done, now the next thing we need to do, so we can now send it out. So we call on our client to send out. So we call on the send method. So it will send both the error output as well as the main output. Okay, so once this is done, our client application is now ready. So this is the target or the victim's application that will be installed in the victim's machine. So let's run it to see if it's okay. Okay, although it's going to die down, it's going to break out because of there's no server. The server is not running. The server is supposed to connect to. So after a while, it's going to cut off. So let's run it and see it working first before we go over. In the next lesson, we'll create the server application. So Python, call this is target backdoor .py. Okay, so you see now, okay, host is not defined. Did you mean host? Okay, we made a mistake in the process of connecting, so let's just connect that. Okay, so it's actually this particular place. All right, so we have to come over here and host. Okay, so once that is done now, so let's run the command again now. So copy this and paste it. Okay, so there's no connection. All right, now however, because the information, okay, so this is it for the target machine. So for now the host is not running, so therefore there's an issue here. So connection refused, that because the server is not running. So this is first of all how we create the client application, or that the victim application. So this application is what should be fired or should be installed into the victim's machine or the remote machine in order to gain a remote. Then when with the server, through this client, we're able to get a remote access, especially a high level access to the victim's machine. You know, the high level access in this context talks about administrative access, which is the ultimate goal of hacking. Okay, so now this is the end of this lesson. So in the next lesson, we'll be able to complete, we'll create the server, and we'll be able to also complete what is also missing in whatever is missing also in this client application, in order for all our backdoor application program to be complete. So this is the end of this lesson. Over to the next one right now. So in the last lesson, we were able to create our victim or target backdoor application. So in this lesson, we want to quickly see how to create a server, the backdoor server. Let's say backdoor, okay, attacker, or let's say attack backdoor, which is what the attacker, which will can be used. This particular application is what will enable us to be attacking the client, to be able to send message and receiving information, and be sending command to the client to be able to execute on the exploited machine where the target our client is installed or running. Okay, so for this, to create a server, we follow normal socket module, socket approach of creating a server. So for that, we also import a socket, and that's all we need. And with that, we just also go ahead and create a socket object here, almost socket.socket, and we come and do the same thing we did for that. Let's just say AF inet, and it should be a TCP connection as well. So .sock stream, so it's a TCP connection. So once we gotten that, we need to also specify the hosts which will be presenting for the client to connect to, which the client is already listening, connecting to, waiting to connect to, which is a local host IP. Then the ports to the port is 3040. We'll make this available for the client to connect to. And once this is done, the next thing we need to do is to quickly bind. You bind the hosts, the port and the host and the port. Okay, so here we come over and say hosts and ports. Okay, so we can now give a message and say print, server binded to a host. Let's just put the name of the hosts. Already binded to this host. Okay, so once this is done, the next step is simply to begin to listen. Okay, server has to begin to listen. So server.listen. We make sure you just listen to only the client, only one application in this context now. So server.listen. So we can now print and say the server is listening at port. Okay, let's say at port. I'll put the ports. Let's put colon here. So it will be listening at this port number. Yeah, so it's listening. Okay, right. Then the next thing we need to do now is to get the accept method. So the client address, the client itself, and the client address. Okay, then we'll use the server dot accept, call on the accept method. Okay, so with this, the server is listening. So once that is done, the next we need to do is to, in a loop, we'll be able to create a loop from where we'll be sending command and receiving response from the client. So for the first thing we need to do here is to command. Okay, so here we use the input method to be able to use commands. So yes, the input. So the user is able to put his input, the command here as an input. So we can say enter a command, enter a shell, or let's say enter a command. Okay, enter a command. That should be enough for the now. So you put your command there, and once you get the command will be sent. Okay, then once we've gotten the command right now, then we need to do send the command out. So send. So we call on client dot send the command, but at this juncture we have to encode the command. Okay, so encode. Right, so its command is encoded. So once that is, as the command is sent, we also want to look a way to receive it back. So client dot receive. Okay, so it will receive, and it will have to have the buffer size, and when it is receiving, it will also need to code it. Okay, so the code, and so what it receives, we need to print it. Let's say output from the response. Let's call it response from the client. So once this response is gotten, we have to now print out. So print response here. So print response. Okay. So with this, we are able to get our server application done. Now for because we are decoding the what we send to the clients, to also need the clients also need to decode too. Okay, so in this place now, the client need to decode as well. So this is, we have to put this in place. So as it is now, we have our client application, we have our server now, so we can now run the both now. So for this, the target application will go over to run it on the we'll start first of all by running our server here. So come over here and we'll say Python and guys attack backdoor.py. Okay, so it's listening at that port. So we'll go over to our terminal now to begin to run another application here right now. So let's open another terminal for this. So we'll just open another terminal. Okay, so in this terminal now we'll navigate our Python. This thing is here. So we have here. So at the desktop, so CD desktop. So CD Python. So while we are at the Python here, we can now run our command here. So Python and the name of the file. Let's get to know the name of the file again. The name of the file we want to run is the client. Why the server is running, we need to call it backdoor.py. So we'll be running backdoor.py, yeah. So it's going to be backdoor target underscore backdoor rather target underscore backdoor dot py. Okay, it's connected. So the client is connected to our server. So the server tells us to enter a command. So for example, let's just say we want to just list out what is in the server there. So you see, it lists out all the applications that are inside the client. With the help of the client here, we're able to see all the applications that are there. All right. Although we have to keep on, we're able to put this particular line in a loop, but it's still okay this way. So you see now, the client helps us to list out or helps us to execute the command by as the command in this shell here. That is what is in this our Kali Linux system, this particular directory, then returns the response back to the server. So we are able to get information from the server right here by just sending a shell command. We just said ls and it brings out all the stuffs that are there. So you can even go again now before we leave this particular lesson. Now let's say we want to just create another file. Now for example, we can create another file by just running it, because we know that our target is a Linux machine. So you just say touch let's say my test. Okay, let's say attacker.py, for instance. So it helps us create it. It didn't bring any back this in, but you see now we have attacker.py created. The our client was able to help us to create that. All right. So you see it now. We are able to control the system from this place here. Okay. So this is how you do it. So basically, this is how a backdoor works. So you have two applications. One as the client, which you install on the target machine through several processes. Now, some of them, if it's in a game, you can put that in a game. So once ever the person, your client, the target or the victim innocently opens his game, the target backdoor is opened, is fired, and if then the server can be started and be used to communicate with it. So, but apart from that, they may even not require the without the user, the victim, opening any application. They may, if the backdoor can be programmed to become a kind of a daemon, so that it can be running on the background. So at that stage, whether the user opens the application or not, the backdoor can be running. So as such, each time the user opens the system, the hacker can be having using through shell command to be able to get whatever information you want to do, can be able to deposit, can be able to create files there, can be able to attack, can be able to be able to steal some information from there, exploit the system. So basically, that is the concept of this is how you maintain access in using Python, or access in a target machine using what we call backdoor. So this talks about how to create a simple backdoor using the Python programming language. And for this particular code, this is the last tool we'll be producing, talking about backdoor. So giving you a good way. So with what we have learned so far, you'll be able to get a good information on how to create some custom ethical hacking tool. So in the last lesson, or the next lesson, which will be the last lesson, we'll be giving you the final words and the conclusion concerning this course and the way forward that you need to go from here. So over now, this is the end of this lesson. Over to the next lesson right now. So we have finally come to the end of this course on Python ethical hacking. And basically, this course are taking you through the Python programming language. You've been taught the basics of the Python programming language from the basic to an intermediate level. Then from there, you learned also how to set up a very effective and secure ethical hacking lab. All right, then also from there, we have been able to also see how to develop some basic and simple and custom ethical hacking to using the Python programming language. Now, with the lessons you have learned in this particular course, we believe that you'll be able to do, with some little research on the internet, you'll be able to create your own custom ethical hacking tools. Then also be able to modify some existing ones and add your own functionality to make it more robust. So as such, you will not end up being a script kiddo, just depending on third-party application, or just always wondering how things are working under the hood. All right, so that is the major essence of this particular course, so that be able to, it teaches you mainly how to be able to create your own custom ethical hacking tools using the Python programming language. All right, now just to let you know that we have planned for a future series on this on ethical hacking, the future course series. So in our future course, we're covering some more lessons on some more on how to develop other ethical hacking tools, such as other ethical hacking tools, and also some other ethical hacking techniques. So in future courses, we're looking at how to create keylogger, to do Wi-Fi hacking, how to do web hacking, and then hacking with Kali Linux, email hacking, how to do social engineering, web crawler, denial of service attacks, etc. and etc. So just keep up with us, just stay tuned with us, and eventually be able to learn much more ethical hacking techniques from our courses. So from here onward, I say thank you for your time and goodbye. So we have finally come to the end of this course on Python ethical hacking. And basically, this course are taking you through the Python programming language. You've been taught the basics of the Python programming language from the basic to an intermediate level. Then from there, you learned also how to set up a very effective and secure ethical hacking lab. All right, then also from there, we have been able to also see how to develop some basic and simple and custom ethical hacking to using the Python programming language. Now, with the lessons you have learned in this particular course, we believe that you'll be able to do, with some little research on the internet, you'll be able to create your own custom ethical hacking tools. Then also be able to modify some existing ones and add your own functionality to make it more robust. So as such, you will not end up being a script kiddo, just depending on third-party application, or just always wondering how things are working under the hood. All right, so that is the major essence of this particular course, so that you'll be able to, it teaches you mainly how to be able to create your own custom ethical hacking tools using the Python programming language. All right, now just to let you know that we have planned for a future series on this on ethical hacking, the future course series. So in our future course, we're covering some more lessons on some more on how to develop other ethical hacking tools, such as other ethical hacking tools, and also some other ethical hacking techniques. So in future courses, we're looking at how to create a keylogger, how to do Wi-Fi hacking, how to do web hacking, and then hacking with Kali Linus, email hacking, how to do social engineering, web crawler, denial of service attacks, etc. and etc. So just keep up with us, just stay tuned with us, and eventually be able to learn much more ethical hacking techniques from our courses. So from here onward, I'll say thank you for your time and goodbye. Goodbye and thank you. I appreciate you so much for your patronage. All right, bye for the now.